We're starting off with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to Section 10.5 of the Lobbying Act, a report on investigation from the Commissioner of Lobbying. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 2 reports of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group. The first concerns the 73rd annual meeting of the Council of State Governments West, the CSG West, held virtually by video conference on July 29th and July 30th, 2020. The second report relates to the National Conference of State Legislatures, NCSL, base camp, held virtually by video conference September 15th to the 17th, 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill C-208, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, transfer a small business or family farm or fishing corporation. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Tabling of private members' bills. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles, Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Reyes, moves for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code and an Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Exploitation and Trafficking in Persons. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I table this bill which seeks to stop this terrible plague of exploitation and trafficking in persons. The report from the Special Commission on Exploitation of Minors, the report was unanimously adopted by the National Assembly of Quebec 4 months ago.
Aims to counter the scourge of the sexual exploitation of young girls and boys. It is a response to key recommendations contained in the report of the Select Committee on the Sexual Exploitation of Minors and unanimously adopted by the National Assembly of Quebec less than 4 months ago. Merci.
Thank you.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Reyes, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
This bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills, Mr. Massey, seconded by Mr. Bacharach, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Civil Air Navigation Services Commercialization Act. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to rise here today and thank my colleague from the West Coast for seconding this important piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, NAV Canada right now is in the process of considering closure of traffic control centres in Whitehouse, Windsor, Regina, Fort McMurray, Prince George, Sault Ste. Marie, and St. John in Quebec. And Mr. Speaker, what is taking place is that the government has not been assertive on this, and they have said that they have to wait for a study to take place. But what we've seen in Windsor through our economic development and also the changes that would take place with aviation is significant consequences and upheaval during a time of this pandemic, especially to keep regional airports alive. And Mr. Speaker, what we're asking for is a delay of the study and the closures. The government has said that they cannot actually stop the study from taking because of legislation. So we have proposed, Mr. Speaker, the actual tools for the government to actually stop the study and actually support the air traffic control towers to stay in existence right now. So the excuse that the government has that they can't act is actually being lifted by this piece of legislation, which also could be, Mr. Speaker, through an order in council or through the government taking this legislation, just like the government has taken previous sets of my legislations in the past. And I hope they encourage them to do so. So I want to thank, Mr. Speaker, a couple people in particular, Pilot Dante Albano, and there's others, but in particular, he's been a coordinating person for this and active on creating a petition where we've had thousands of Canadians sign up supporting this initiative. As well, the Canadian Air Traffic Controllers Association. And Mr. Speaker, this affects economic development and safety. In the Windsor region, where we have the Windsor Airport, there are 5 different competing traffic zones, including from the United States, that actually complicate this airspace. And Mr. Speaker, this legislation, in conclusion, will give the power of the government to immediately stop this nonsense, which will continue to go on for months, if not a year, with regards to studies, upheaving the local economies, putting public safety in jeopardy, and more importantly, creating confusion out there. So we're hopeful again that the Prime Minister will look at this, can do it through an order in council, or the government will steal this legislation in a positive way, Mr. Speaker, and actually implement it, because we need to make sure that when we build back from COVID, we have the proper tools to do so. And I would argue having regional airports and safety and protection to do those things would be a net asset, as opposed to the process right now is destabilizing our air industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Massey, seconded by Mr. Bachrach, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek. No. No, I've got someone supposed to be online with something, but I'm going by my list and I'm going. Normally what I do is I go online, offline, online, off. That's why I kind of looked over there and I thought next. Very good. We'll go to the Honourable Member presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions to present, and the first petition is on the coup in Myanmar. And the petitioners are calling on the government to condemn the coup in the strongest terms. They are calling for the immediate and unconditional release of all elected officials as well as political prisoners. They want the government to take actions against the Myanmar military and call for the repeal of an unlawfully declared state of emergency and respect the November 2020 election. They're also calling for an immediate law barring Canadian businesses from exporting arms and technologies to Myanmar, and to put forward to the UN General Assembly a resolution calling for member states to address the long-term threat to peace and stability in Myanmar. They would like to see members of the Myanmar military and their families and associates barred from pursuing education or business opportunities in Canada, as well as a draft resolution, a motion to refer this matter to the International Criminal Court. The next petition that I'm presenting is on the rental subsidy program. And the petitioners would like to draw the attention of the Government of Canada to the fact that many businesses are actually not eligible for the rental subsidy program currently because they are non-arm's length tenants. What the petitioners would like to draw the government's attention to is the fact that for 22 years, many businesses have been engaged in the tourism industry. They are leasing and renting units. They would like the government to reconsider the rental subsidy program and make sure that tenants who are currently excluded are included into this program. And they request that the Government of Canada change this piece of legislation so that businesses are no longer falling through the cracks. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to present a petition regarding Bill C-6. Petitioners have serious concerns about the consequences of this legislation, including limiting the options available for LGBT Canadians to receive counselling and the criminalization of conversations between children, their parents, and other mentors about sexuality. A recent Nanos poll found that 91% of Canadians agree that consenting adults should be free to get the sexuality counselling of their choice, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. And this is consistent across regions, age, and gender. This is precisely what Bill C-6 will ban, counselling that Canadians may choose for themselves. Petitioners want to see a conversion therapy ban, but not this conversion therapy ban, because C-6 bans more than conversion therapy. Let's fix the definition used in the bill so we can ban the harmful and degrading practices that have no place in Canada while maintaining the supports available for LGBT Canadians.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise virtually in the House this morning to present a petition signed by many constituents. It relates to the Saanich Inlet. Those of you who don't live on Vancouver Island will not be aware that there's a small inlet, just like the space between my thumb and my index finger, just above Victoria, and the Honourable Member for Victoria who just spoke. And in that inlet, we have a very significant risk of contamination from mostly recreational boaters. We want to have these petitioners urge that the Saanich Inlet be declared a non-sewage discharge area. This has been done, as some of the members from Cape Breton Island will know, for the Bredor Lakes. Petitioners are urging that the government take action and work with the province to declare Saanich Inlet a zero discharge area. It has very low flushing capacity. It is an area that has increasingly strong biodiversity, but it must be protected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting two petitions today. One is in support of Bill S-204, which has just passed their second reading in the Senate. It's on organ harvesting and trafficking. And the second petition calls the attention of the House to the humanitarian and human rights situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia and calls for a stronger response from the Government of Canada. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed. It's ordered. And the orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on plan for reopening the economy, standing in the name of Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner, seconded by Mr. Cummings, moves that given that 1. COVID-19 restrictions have had serious economic and mental health impacts on Canadians. 2. COVID-19 restrictions have been advised by the federal government, including specifically by the Prime Minister on 3 separate occasions in November of 2020 as temporary measures to alleviate pressures on the public health care system. 3. Les outils de santé.
Public health tools such as rapid test, shared data on how COVID-19 spreads, and vaccines have not been positioned as permanent solutions to replace COVID-19 restrictions by the federal government, including in areas of federal competency like air travel and border restrictions. 4.
The President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom have both released public plans for economic reopening, while Canadian officials have not yet given Canadians clarity on when regular economic and social life will be able to resume. The House call on the government to table within 20 calendar days following the adoption of this motion a clear, data-driven plan to support safely, gradually and permanently lifting of COVID-19 restrictions. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will be splitting my time with the member from Edmonton Centre. Before I start, I just want to tell Lynn Walker that this one's dedicated to her. Yesterday in the House of Commons, I asked the Health Minister what I thought was a very simple question, a nonpartisan question, which was, when can fully vaccinated seniors give their grandchildren a hug? And the answer that we got back from the Health Minister a year into the pandemic could be summarized as, I don't know, I'm not sure I want to tell you about this. I think it's a provincial jurisdiction, but I'm going to give the provinces advice. And that's not what Canadians want to hear. I think that that answer encapsulates best the need for this motion. We're a year into COVID-19, and enough is enough. A year ago, Canadians from coast to coast pulled together and said, yeah, we've got to shut down the economy, we've got to undertake these restrictions. To buy public health experts and all of us here in this place, provincial governments, municipal leaders, buy us time to figure out what COVID-19 was, how it spreads, who is most vulnerable, and develop tools to permanently combat it, like therapeutics, rapid tests, and vaccines. And a year into the pandemic, those tools now exist. The problem is that in Canada, we have not had clear guidance from our health officials on the circumstances on which widespread mass lockdowns can safely end. That's a huge problem. For somebody who is watching this today, they need to understand that no level of government in Canada has issued any advice on what fully vaccinated people can do. The only thing that the federal government has said to date on this when asked is that vaccinated persons still have to go into controversial quarantine hotels. The federal government has to at least tell people what the plan is to develop benchmarks on how these tools are going to bring freedom, bring prosperity, and bring normalcy back to Canadians' lives. And today, we are calling upon every member of this House to support the federal government developing a plan within 20 days on the benchmarks by which these tools can be used in order to let life get back to normal. We all acknowledge that it is important to combat the spread of COVID-19, that it is important to protect people from serious illness and to prevent death. We have been doing that for the last year, all of us in this place. But what is missing now is hope for the future. Canadians have no idea when lockdowns are going to end, and that has to stop. Why does that have to stop? It's not just me asking for this. We have Unifor asking for a national recovery plan to include adapting border restrictions to safely reopen borders. We've got the Canadian Federation for Independent Business. We've got the Tourism Industry Association of Canada. News of COVID vaccine distribution gives us a reason for cautious optimisms. However, we need to plan for the recovery of Canada's tourism industry now. The Fitness Industry Council of Canada is asking for a plan. Mayors are asking for plans. Everybody's asking for a plan. And it's not just stakeholders that are saying this. It's also medical experts. Medical experts are saying we can't just live in a bubble and have a life of no risk. Everything we do has consequences. We need a better path forward that uses these tools to protect Canadians' health while also ensuring that life gets back to normal. These are stories from the CBC. So the federal government has to do this. They have to deliver this. This is probably the most critical thing that the federal government could do right now is deliver a plan with benchmarks on how lockdowns can be gradually, permanently, and safely lifted. We don't have that. How can businesses plan to reopen if they don't know the circumstances under which they're going to do that? Can you imagine being a restaurant owner right now, where every day in the news it's like, well, we might lock down again, we might not. Public health officials haven't even been clear on data on where transmission is occurring and if we're applying these tools to the most vulnerable places. A lot of Canadians are saying it seems like a lot of reactive measures and a lot of guesswork. And you know what? Canadians have pulled together. Canadians have sacrificed a lot. But the federal government has to stop asking Canadians to sacrifice normal life. They have to stop asking people to stop sacrificing hugs, their mental health, safety at home. They have to stop asking people to sacrifice that, and they have to start giving them a plan for hope. This is how we are going to reopen. These are the benchmarks. This is what we're using. This is how we're doing this. And other countries around the world are already doing this. Iceland this week has said, if you're vaccinated, no quarantine for you. Come on in. The United Kingdom, Prime Minister Boris Johnson has issued a reopening plan with benchmarks. And under the Biden administration in the United States, Dr. Anthony Fauci and the CDC have issued guidelines on what vaccinated persons can do. They've set an aspirational target that July the 4th, Independence Day in the US, and this is Anthony Fauci. The United States is going to have a normal Independence Day. Why can't we have that here in Canada? Why can't we have nice things too? Again, I want to re-emphasize that the federal government has not told Canadians what they can and can't do if they've received a vaccine. They have not told airlines when they're going to have any sort of plan for safe border reopening. And this can't be a taboo topic anymore. The federal government is spending billions of dollars on lockdown restriction measures. So they have a responsibility to do this. Now, the federal government today, all of the Liberals that stand up and talk to this, they're going to say it's not our job. It's the federal government. It's the provincial governments. Here's a big problem with that. We are in an emergency crisis situation, and it is the federal government's job to lead on this because they are spending billions of dollars that we don't have to support continued lockdown restrictions with no plan to end them. Problem number one, to refute their talking points. Number two, many times the Prime Minister has come out and asked for lockdown restrictions that are within provincial jurisdiction. On November the 24th, the Prime Minister said, the federal government is working with the provinces so that they can impose restrictions. He said that again on November 10th in a CTV article. Canadian Press, November 13th. That was just a few quotes that I pulled from him. And yesterday in the House of Commons, the Health Minister, in that question that I referenced around hugs, said that the federal government is working with province and territories to develop guidance with support from the federal government on restrictions. So they can't suck and blow. They can't say, oh, it's politically convenient for us ahead of a potential election that nobody but they want to offload this responsibility to the provincial government. Like bureaucrats who are watching the speech, if you are a bureaucrat in Health Canada and you are advising the minister that it is not your job to provide guidance on this, then why are we paying your salary? To the health minister, if you're not asking your department for guidance on this, thousands of bureaucrats, then why are we paying your salary? We need hope. We're not saying that we should just willy-nilly do anything. What we're saying is that the federal government has to start issuing direction on this. The airlines, hospitality and tourism, retail, marginalized community, women who are having domestic violence issues, we need this plan. This should be a no-brainer. The motion that we've got in front of the House of Commons today, it's asking for a data-driven plan. This is what the ask is, that we call on the government to table within 20 days following the adoption of this motion a clear data-driven plan to support safely, gradually, and permanently lifting COVID-19 restrictions. You know, I said that I dedicated this to my friend Lynn. Her husband passed away. She didn't even get to see him when he went in for his heart attack. People should not have to say goodbye to their loved ones over FaceTime. The federal government needs a plan, and every person in this House, every Canadian should support this motion.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's truly amazing in terms of how the member has this consistent attitude of what I believe is misleading and providing false information. Is the member trying to indicate to those that are following this debate that the federal government is responsible for lifting lockdowns or the restrictions? My understanding, according to the Constitution, is that it is the provinces. Canada is a vast country with many regions. It is the provinces that put in the restrictions. Is it the Conservative Party's policy that Ottawa should start overriding provincial jurisdiction? Can she give a clear indication on her thoughts on that issue?
Remember Calgary Nose Hill?
The federal government has full jurisdiction on the quarantine hotel debacle that has seen sexual assaults occurred. So yeah, it's kind of their job on that issue. Also, I want to quote the member of Parliament from Whitby, who tweeted out that it was criminal negligence if provinces didn't impose lockdowns. The federal government has been all over this. The reality is think about how disgusting this is that billions of dollars, thousands of bureaucrats, a year later, the federal government is saying it's not my job. It's Legault's job, it's Doug Ford's job, it's Jason Kenney's job. We're not going to provide you any support on this, any guidance. All we're going to do is have the Prime Minister come out to Rideau Cottage, say, well, you know, I think you should lock down more, then let their Liberal backbenchers tweet out stuff like that. They can't suck and blow. Nobody wants partisanship. That's what we just heard from the federal government. And that, they're spreading misinformation too. What we need is a plan, and every person in this place should support it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague. I'm reading the Conservative Party motion. I'm not out of sympathy at all with the sentiments expressed by my honourable colleague. I read with great interest the feature in Maclean's magazine written by Steve Marr. It's clear mistakes have been made. But on the other hand, I don't see how I can vote for a motion that calls for a plan within 20 days to permanently lift COVID restrictions. I certainly agree with the honourable member we should have good advice as to whether when we're vaccinated we can hug our grandkids. But that's not the motion before us, and I asked her to explain the difference between her speech and the actual wording of the motion.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, I would ask the member to avail herself to read the ask. It's not saying lift restrictions in 20 days. It's saying have a plan on the benchmarks that would be used to lift restrictions. So she needs to read the motion.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. I do want to remind the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands that she's not to use the mic to rebuttal. And I know that this has been mentioned on a number of occasions. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Point of order. As a matter of privilege, Madam Speaker.
Point of order. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Madam Speaker, I should have said point of order before speaking. When an honourable member impugns the thoroughness of the work of another honourable member, that is a point of...
I would like to hear what the honourable member has to say before everybody else continues to chime in. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I apologize for not saying clearly point of order before. I was the member for Calgary Nose Hill, and I've worked together for many years. I think she knows that I'm an honourable person, and if I said I've read the motion, and I don't think the motion accords with her speech, I have read the motion. I do not need to avail myself of reading the motion. The motion does not say the things that the honourable member said we should vote for. So that's my issue, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I appreciate the information provided. I think that most of this is basically a point of debate. So I will go to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Yes, I'm only stepping in here, Madam Speaker, because we've had the Speaker rule a number of times on how people can use their mic in Zoom in a way that they can't use it in the House. And I think the member for Saanich Gulf Island just showed that abusive process. So I think that when you're reminding people about the use of Zoom mics, they can actually override the ability of Parliament to do its work. And I would caution the member of Saanich Gulf Islands not to abuse that privilege.
I appreciate the information provided by the honourable member for Timmins James Bay, and I did raise this prior to the member of Saanich Gulf Islands asking for a point of order thereafter. Resuming the questions and comments, the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Lang for a brief question, please.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member for Calgary Nose Hill for her interventions. And I very much empathize with what she is saying in her speech. And, you know, I need to give a shout out to our own public health officials for the job that they've done here in British Columbia. I wanted to ask her specifically about the impossible choice that many workers have in this country when they're trying to decide between their income and their health. And does she have any thoughts on how the federal government can step in and show leadership in providing paid sick leave so our workers can be assured that they don't have to make that impossible choice as a part of this economic recovery? Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill, a brief answer, please.
Any sort of plan on how we safely and permanently lift restrictions could include a variety of measures to incent people to follow public health outcomes, certainly. We also need a plan on how we're moving forward. A clear, data-driven plan to support safely and gradually and permanently lifting COVID-19 restrictions is something that we should all get behind. This is a no-brainer, and I hope every member here realizes that in 5 years we'll be looking back at this debate and going, I'm so glad this motion passed, or accounting for why it didn't.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise in this House today to speak to the Opposition Day motion. And before I get into the specifics on economic recovery, I'd like this time to reach out and say thank you to the many members of all parties and Canadians at large who have supported my family and I through the passing of my son, Garrett Cumming. Now, Garrett had an extraordinary life, 35 years on this planet. I'm extraordinarily proud of him. Garrett was like many at-risk Canadians. He spent the last year very isolated. His struggles demonstrated the incredible importance of our work in this place and the importance of getting things back to normal as soon as possible. Thank you again. Now, we must all recognize there's no feasible way that we as a country can make any kind of significant recovery without addressing and conquering this health crisis. Small business will continue to flounder until they're forced to finally close their doors. New graduates who want to get a job will find applications unfilled. Single-parent households will have this $2,000 check, but they really want to get back to work to support their companies or support their families. Sending out money to act as a crutch for individuals and businesses was needed to keep Canadians afloat, but it's simply not sustainable. We need to have strategies to plan to protect the compromise and get the economy back on track. Spending to protect Canadians in the pandemic was the right thing to do, and frankly, Canada's Conservatives supported it. But we cannot pass unsustainable debt on to future generations. Once the recovery starts, we'll need to get our spending under control and grow the economy. Only once we secure the health of Canadians will we be able to begin a meaningful talk on economic recovery. And the answer is not a lifetime of CERB checks or government handouts. It's jobs. It's the dignity that comes with earning a paycheck. It's the freedom that comes from being able to control one's own finances at the moment. Canadians are experiencing joblessness 40% worse than the G7 average. At 8.2%, this means that more than 1.3 million Canadians who are not working and could be working. We need a plan to come out of COVID-19 to create jobs, get our economy back on track, and allow people to earn those paychecks. We can't keep on putting this onto the national credit card. Only jobs will provide Canadians with personal financial security. Jobs allow them to have good child care, education, nutrition, recreation. Jobs produce tax revenue. It helps reduces the government debt and protects our cherished safety net, social safety net. Canada's Conservatives are offering a path, one of security and certainty. It may not be that glamorous, but it will safely secure our future and deliver us to a Canada where those who have struggled the most to get through this pandemic can get back to work. Integral not only to our build back, but equally as important to sustain our country's growth are two metrics that have been falling over the past year: Canada's competitiveness and Canada's innovation. Now, with a country of our size and the sparsity of population, there is no way we can rely just on our internal economy to lead us to recovery. Canada will need massive growth in exports to fuel any kind of recovery. Spending in infrastructure should be predominantly focused on those things that improve productivity, competitiveness, and access to markets. Private sector innovation is what's going to lead us into the future and provide us with the technology we need both to shift to global sustainability and reinstate us as a world economic leader and give the world what they want: more Canada. The President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom both released public plans for their economic reopening, while Canadian officials have yet given Canadians the clarity when regular economic activity and social life will resume. U.S. is our largest trading partner, and yet over a year has passed and we still don't have a reopening strategy for the border. Carlo Day, Director of Trade at the Canada West Foundation, said in 2019, the World Economic Forum's ranking of perception of quality of trade and reliability of trade infrastructure saw Canada drop 22 places to 32 in the globe. Canada fell out of the top 10 ranking of the world's most competitive economies. We have fallen near the bottom of our peer group on innovation. Little interest has been shown on expanding trade and industries which we have a strategic advantage given our abundance. Little mention about mining, forestry sector, agricultural sector, and the resource sector. Now, these are sectors that have proven themselves in the past to drive the economy and contribute significantly to our economic health. Now, the world wants and needs more of our natural resources, and we should think about expanding our market share, not hasten its decline. We need to stop scaring off investment like this government's done since 2015 and start encouraging it again. The most recent example is Chevron Canada, who stopped funding its Kitimat project, and it's not unsurprising that they've had a difficult time trying to get someone to buy their interest. So instead of focusing on party platitudes, we need to get busy and help drive the recovery and get people back to work. If this government wants to focus on rebuilding the economy, they should consider some of the following. Speed up approval for job-creating projects, large and small. The OECD ranks Canada 34th out of 35 countries, the amount of time it takes to obtain a permit for a new general construction project. Now, all three levels of government have to participate in this, and we need to be the quickest to build factories, shopping centers, business parks, mines, and more. We should be removing, not adding, more regulatory burden. We should support the advancement of carbon capture technologies, unlock innovation in the technology sector, focus on the quantity and quality of R&D, greater IP protection and policies that support the retention in Canada, and immigration policies that support the attraction of talent. And of course, we need greater access to offshore markets for our natural resources. Economic recovery cannot be an Ottawa knows best approach where the government picks and chooses which jobs should have and where, which sector and which region. We cannot have a recovery where only the few get richer while working families get left behind. Specifically, I'd like to recognize this government's failure when it comes to Canadians working in tourism, airline, and hospitality sectors which remain among the hardest hit. Conservatives will take immediate action in those sectors and get people back to work. The tourism industry knows what needs to happen to head into a successful recovery. Across the board, they had stringent measures have already been implemented in an effort to assure that all tourism-related activities are safe and communicated to the public. They know they have to build that confidence in traveling and the risk perception surrounding it. And that's going to determine the speed of this recovery. The Tourism Industry Association of Canada said a plan to replace Canada's current patchwork approach to reacting to daily numbers is overdue. Now, while the government neglected to come up with a plan to innovate tourism and hospitality, we saw fantastic collaboration from the Canadian Airlines and our world-class institutions to provide solutions as the now defunct rapid testing pilot program. This was a great example of a private sector success only to be shut down by the federal government. Ed Sims, the president and CEO of WestJet, stated that countries around the world have taken action to limit or defer costs of the aviation industry, yet our situation remains exasperated by double-digit increases that are beyond our control. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, this government has an entire toolbox at their disposal. They have a spending account in excess of $700 billion. They have access to the most educated population on the planet. They have more land than they know what to do with, resource potential beyond compare. They have absolutely everything they ever need to get this country well on its way to recovery, like other countries with much less have done. We need to look at the data and look at science when it comes to recovery, not towards what will make you more electable. We are too small of a country to trade with just ourselves. We have the potential to lift Canadians economically from all corners of this great country. And we have proven industries that can help us build back. Canadians are amazing innovators, and innovation must be part of the solution, but not the only solution. Our country has an incredible amount of potential, and we as Canadians can bounce back if the government allows it. Rather than emerging from this crisis on relying on government checks and handouts, Canadians should trust that they will emerge from this crisis with resilience and all the tools they need to rebuild this great country.
Unfortunately, the time is up. Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Drummond.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais commencer par exprimer ma sympathie aux collègues de Edmonton Centre pour la...
I'd like to start by expressing my condolences to my colleague for his son. I was very touched by that. Now, I'm reading the motion here, and I understand it, but once again, what's being proposed is that we trample on provincial jurisdiction and on provincial healthcare systems, and that concerns me. The federal government does have some room to maneuver when it comes to vaccines and other health issues, and also border management, which was obviously done a little bit late. Now, the Bloc Québécois has proposals to make in terms of the economic recovery, but what we are focusing on is the health transfers to the provinces, which need to be increased. So what are the proposals of the Conservatives in order to deal with this? Thank you.
L'honorable député de Edmonton Centre.
Well, I thank you for the member and thank you for your kind remarks. How can we increase health transfers without a robust economy? So this really comes down to when are we going to get busy and make sure that we have a vibrant economy again. Canada, even pre-COVID, had anemic growth. We absolutely have to come up with a strategy to get this economy back on track, and that will allow us the ability to have those health transfers that Canadians desperately need.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I too want to add my condolences to this member on the passing of his son, Derek. I actually saw his post online when he posted something about that. And my condolences and sympathy. As a father, I can only imagine the pain that he went through during that. So my condolences to him. My question is about, I find the problematic nature of this motion is that there are things that the federal government is responsible for, but then there are also things that the federal government's not responsible for. The member who moved this motion even said it in her in her discussion today. She said, and she quoted the Prime Minister when she said, the Prime Minister asked the provinces to do some stuff. That is a full admission of the fact that the Prime Minister doesn't have the powers, or certainly the federal government doesn't have the powers during certain circumstances. So, would the member at least not try to provide some distinction between what is the federal government's responsibility and what isn't?
Honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd be glad to do that. The federal government can show leadership. That's what this is all about. This is about a Prime Minister showing some leadership, showing some direction to the provinces, giving them the tools. This is a leadership question, and it's about time the Prime Minister got busy and showed some leadership and got people back to work in this country.
Comments? The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech, and I too offer condolences from myself and my constituency publicly. We do know that the failure of this government, the negligence of this government to properly address the pandemic has impacted many. And each of us in our constituencies hear what's going on from the small business community. Can the member provide us kind of an example of things going on in his Edmonton riding and the feedback he's receiving from his business community with respect to the perpetual lockdowns and the uncertain rules that are happening because of the lack of leadership on this end? And I'm sure the member is aware that early on in this pandemic, it was this Prime Minister who threatened the promises with the withholding, or threatened the provinces by withholding money if they didn't follow some of the guidelines that the feds are going to give out. So he does carry a burden in this.
For Edmonton Centre, a brief answer, please.
Well, thank the member, and thank you for that. It's been devastating in Edmonton Centre. You can go through mall by mall, business by business, and you'll see a third closed, a quarter closed, depending upon the circumstances. So it's been devastating. And what business needs and how they need to reopen is certainty. They need somebody to tell them, when are we going to see the opportunity to get back to business in full? And that's what leadership is. That's what this government should be doing, and I hope they do it soon.
Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to be able to rise and, in a sense, and speak on the floor of the House of Commons virtually. Madam Speaker, I must say I'm a little bit disappointed. Here we have the first official opposition day, and the Conservatives have a whole spectrum of things that they could have chosen to talk about today. I was hoping that they would have actually reflected from the weekend and talked about climate change. Here would have been a great opportunity, Mr. Speaker, for the Conservative leadership and members to be able to say something very, I believe, simple and would be very important to all Canadians. And it's not really that difficult. And that is, climate change is real. We recognize that their party over the weekend has denied that climate change is real. They voted down the motion. And I thought that would have been a wonderful, interesting debate to get Conservative member after Conservative member stand up and tell Canadians climate change is not real. As we in the Liberal caucus, and I suspect Greens and New Democrats too, recognize that the climate change is real. But that's what I was kind of hoping we would have been talking about today. It would have been a great platform for the Conservative Party to set the record straight in regards to what their beliefs really are on this important issue. Now, having said that, Madam Speaker, there is no doubt the number one issue in Canada has remained the same in the last 12 months. And our top priority within the government and the Prime Minister in particular, day after day, indicates this, if not directly, indirectly. Our top priority is the health and safety of all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. That is why we continue and have been taking the advice of science and evidence-based approach to fighting the COVID-19. We indicated very clearly to Canadians a goal of free, safe, and timely access to an effective vaccine, Madam Speaker. And because of the hard work of many, in particular our civil servants and Minister of Procurement working with Minister of Health, we have put Canada in a good position. We actually have the highest number of doses per capita of any country in the world, and the most diverse portfolio of actual COVID-19 vaccines. And we're starting to see the tangible benefits of that work, Madam Speaker. We're seeing that in the terms of the number of doses that are being delivered, and it's an ever-increasing number, Madam Speaker. This, I believe, demonstrates very clearly that we have taken the corner, that there is a hope, that we can look forward to things like the federal budget that will be coming down the pipe in the not too distant future, that we can see the defeat of the coronavirus. But at the same time, we still have to be very cautious. We all have a role to play. Now, with respect to the motion at hand, and I had the opportunity to ask a question, Madam Speaker, there is a number of thoughts that came across my mind. The federal government does not have the constitutional authority that seems to be implied in terms of what specifically it is that the Conservatives want us to be able to do. And I posed that question to the mover of the motion. The Conservative Party, surely to goodness, understands the provincial jurisdiction versus federal jurisdiction and who puts in the restrictions and the lockdowns. It's not Ottawa, Madam Speaker. That is provincial jurisdiction. And we made the decision long ago at the very beginning that we were going to take a Team Canada approach at dealing with the coronavirus, which meant that we were going to work with the stakeholders, in particular our provinces, territories, Indigenous leaders, and so forth, Madam Speaker. Well, you can only imagine that in a country as vast as Canada, that the circumstances and situations vary significantly. In fact, the last time I was in Ottawa, Madam Speaker, Manitoba, on a per capita basis, was the worst in the country when it came to the COVID-19, and the battle was not going well in the province of Manitoba. There were restrictions, additional restrictions, that were put in the province of Manitoba. And because the province took the actions it did when it did, it had an impact. And today we're doing relatively well because the people of Manitoba and the province of Manitoba government actually had taken actions to reverse the wave, Madam Speaker, to bring that wave down to a much more acceptable number, Madam Speaker. Now, ideally, we would like to be back where we were in June and July, and hopefully we will achieve that in the not too distant future, Madam Speaker. But every day, if you listen to the local media, you will find that there is discussions that are taking place in regards to what should be lifted and what should not be lifted, what should Manitobans be doing. Our situation is very different. You can't say, what's happening in Manitoba is the very same of what's happening in Ontario or Nova Scotia or British Columbia. It varies. And that's why we have constitutional authorities that reinforce that the provincial jurisdictions and responsibilities of putting in these restrictions are in good part for the provinces. Now, when I posed that question to the Conservative health critic, in her manner, she indicates, well, what about the travel restrictions? Just the other day, I stood up or I posed a question of a Conservative MP in the House. Do you support the travel restrictions that we currently have in place? And the Conservative MP said yes. He supported the restrictions. You know, Madam Speaker, what it is that the Conservatives want is something in which I suspect a vast majority, if not all provinces, would object to. Having the federal government saying and dictating that restrictions, when the restrictions would be in fact lifted. I think that we need to continue to work with provinces, listen to what science and our health experts are telling us, continue to build upon the momentum that is there, that's real, that's tangible, and making a positive impact in all of our communities across our country. And we best do that by working with Canadians. And that is something in which this Prime Minister has done from day one. And when I say this, the Prime Minister, I say that intentionally because the previous speaker challenged the leadership of the Prime Minister of Canada. When he posed the question, what did his response is? Well, the Prime Minister should be showing leadership, and the leadership has been lacking. Well, Madam Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. From day one, the Prime Minister has been in front of this issue, working with Canadians and stakeholders in general in terms of trying to come up with ways in which we could minimize the negative impacts of the coronavirus. From day one, as the Conservatives have been at times supportive, most of the times at odds. As we continue to focus on the health and well-being of Canadians and developing policies and taking actions to support that, the Conservatives are looking under rocks, trying to find a scandal here or where money might have been spent there that was inappropriate, or trying to tarnish different aspects of the expenditures of government. And we saw that, Madam Speaker, amplified during the months of July and August when the opposition had literally thousands of questions to ask. Did they ask questions about the vaccine back then? Not that I can recall in the month of July or June when thousands of questions were being put. You know, I would challenge, I know Conservatives will ask me some questions. Well, maybe they can do a little bit of research in between. And I would ask them, how many questions did the Conservatives ask about vaccines back in June and July of 2020? I can tell you that the government, through the advisory committee, is aggressively looking at ways in which we can ensure that we would be able to acquire the vaccines from more than one company, Madam Speaker. That was the leadership that was coming from our government. While the Conservatives, what leadership did they have on the file? And then they get this brainwave. I can recall back in the fall, remember when they were talking about rapid testing? And oh my God, the world's falling down. You know, like the clouds are coming, or whatever, however I should properly say that, Madam Speaker. How they were trying to give an impression that the federal government has dropped the ball because we don't have rapid testing. Well, you know, there's like 25 million plus rapid tests, I believe. And the overall percentage back in February that was actually being used was less than 1% across the country. Most provinces, or many provinces, were in the decimals. Yet you would have think that that was the answer to all aspects. Madam Speaker, the government has recognized that the best way to fight the coronavirus was to listen and follow the advice of science, health experts, take a Team Canada approach by working with provinces and territories who are the bodies that are responsible for putting in the restrictions in their economies. And most importantly, from a national perspective, to have the backs of Canadians to ensure that we are in a position to be able to protect our economy. By having the backs of Canadians, by protecting our economy, it puts us in a better position so that when the economy starts to reopen, when things get back to that new normal, that Canada will be in a position to be able to not only recover, but to build back better, Madam Speaker. You know, the first few years, we emphasized, and we continue to emphasize, the importance of Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, and trying to advance that, a very important initiative. We haven't forgotten about that. We continue to work on that. We continue to work on economic measures so that when the time is there and the time is right, that we can see a healthier Canada, both physically and economically, or society will be able to grow. And that's one of the reasons why, for example, we have seen an ongoing support towards trade agreements, even though we have the coronavirus and having to deal with the coronavirus. In other words, we can walk and chew gum at the same time, recognizing the importance of issues that have been really emphasized through the pandemic. Examples of that is supports for seniors. I can tell you that virtually, if not all members of the Liberal caucus talk about how important it is that we support our seniors, Madam Speaker. And we have seen that in terms of during the pandemic, pre-pandemic, and I can tell you, you're going to see it post-pandemic too. And where we can improve and make it better, we're going to do that, Madam Speaker, on issues like pharmacare. We understand within the government in terms of what our responsibilities are. And for those following this debate, we take them very seriously. And the government actions to date clearly demonstrate that. It's not to say that we are perfect, Madam Speaker. Yes, there have been some mistakes. Yes, there have been opportunities for us to, through our constituents, to see programs modified, changed, and understandably so. You know, from absolutely nothing, from no existence to up and running, we developed through civil servants the CERB program. That program served almost 9 million Canadians, Madam Speaker. That, to me, demonstrates very clearly how the government has demonstrated leadership in supporting Canadians. I would challenge any Conservative member to stand or to sit in his place and indicate another government that has done as well in terms of bringing forward a program to support a population. Out of nothing, we got the CERB program. Remember, almost 9 million, and our population is 37.6 million people. That is one of the ways in which we were there to support. That is leadership. We saw it in terms of supporting people with disabilities, seniors, students, and those types of programs that were enhanced in some cases, brought into place in other cases, were there because the Prime Minister indicated at the beginning that we would have Canadians' backs, and Madam Speaker, we did. But that was only a part of the plan. You know, we can talk about, as I indicated earlier, about businesses. You can talk to our minister responsible for small businesses. And I can tell you that our former minister, the minister that I knew quite well because I worked with her while she was the government house leader in terms of small businesses. Small businesses are the backbone to Canada's economy and absolutely essential to our future. Every member of the Liberal caucus will tell you that, Madam Speaker. We were there and continue to be there for small businesses. We created the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy Program. Millions of jobs saved. Businesses that might have closed had that program not been there. What about rent subsidy programs, Madam Speaker? The business account program. We even have the credit availability program that comes to mind. There's the Relief and Recovery Funds program. And during even this last wave, we talked about the lockdown support program, Madam Speaker. These are all things that were put into place that helped workers, but they supported small businesses. By supporting small businesses, we prevented many bankruptcies. I would suggest you tens of thousands of bankruptcies, Madam Speaker, from taking place. That puts Canada in a much better position to be able to recover, Madam Speaker. These are the types of things that have been taking place, and we will continue to work with provinces, territories, Indigenous leaders, and other Canadians to ensure that we are continued to move forward on the right track. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I did listen with interest to my colleague's speech. And, you know, he certainly focused on some of the things the government had done in the past, some of which were done reasonably well, and others I would argue were a complete failure. But what this motion is, it's about the lack of a plan for the future. It's about a lack of a plan to reopen the economy. It's about a lack of a plan to deal with some simple things that the federal government is responsible for. So, for example, I am getting many calls in my office and people saying, I've had both vaccinations, you know, what are the plans for Canada in terms of my return? So again, we're talking about a plan for the future, and his speech lacking any information in that speaks to the fact that they have no plan.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know, the member is wrong and the opposition is wrong when they say there is no plan. If they can't see the plan, they need to get their eyes checked. I just went through a series of policies and announcements and things in which the government has done in order to be able to see the economy get back up and Canada put into a position in which we can build back better. I say to my conservative friends, open your eyes. There is a plan. You know, what it is that they're calling for is they're saying that, okay, tell us when we're going to lift the restrictions. We can't do that. That's the province's responsibility. It's the provinces and territories that put in the restrictions. We work with the provinces and territories. If the member wants to know when British Columbia is going to lift more of the restrictions, you should be asking the province of British Columbia. We will work with the provinces and territories. We will continue to build upon our plan in making sure that we can build back better, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-les-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I find our colleague harsh, very harsh, in relation to the motion that's tabled, and I think that the comics are very demagogic. I would like to remind him that Canada is the only G7 country that does not have the possibility of manufacturing the vaccine within Canada. Canada lacked leadership in a shameless fashion when it came to protecting our borders and the management of those borders, that this government was dishonest and hid a lot of information from MPs other than members of its party. And this government lost 4 to 5 months in fighting COVID-19 through its inaction. Now I'd like to ask my colleague the question, and I'm sure there will be no answer, but I'm going to do it anyway. What does he think of the idea of transferring money to the provinces of up to 35% and not 22%? Thank you.
The Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think what's important is that with this government in the recent years, you have seen more healthcare dollars transferred to provinces than any other federal government. It's historically the highest amount of dollars, healthcare dollars, being transferred over. But as my friend can appreciate, I would also suggest that there is a need for national standards in things like home care services, that Ottawa should not be seen just as an ATM and just hand out money. We should be listening to what our constituents are saying on the issue. I would hope that the Bloc would see what it is that the Conservatives are trying to do in this particular motion, and I would have asked him what his thoughts were with Ottawa dictating what the Conservatives want us to do is to tell provinces to start lifting restrictions. Does he support that?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the Liberal government loves provincial jurisdiction now as a reason not to do anything. Rivera is a company that's owned by the federal government. Rivera is a for-profit long-term care home, but they say, oh, we have to have standards, and they talk about getting profit out, but then when it's about doing something, they immediately say, oh, it's provincial jurisdiction, so we can't. The issue in terms of workers being able to go back to work and being able to take time off if they're sick or to get treatment is something that does fall under certain areas of federal jurisdiction. Would the member agree to changing the Canadian Labour Code that would include the time off that's needed, the 10 sick days for all federal workers? Is he willing to work with us to ensure that federal workers come under protection?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The government actually has taken initiatives to ensure that there's additional sick time that's given. And I would encourage individuals that have cousins in other provinces, politically speaking, to encourage their provincial bodies to also do what it is that Ottawa is doing. Because a vast majority of the workers in our communities fall under the provincial jurisdiction also. So as we have moved forward on this particular issue, it would be nice for us to see a higher sense of cooperation. That's really what Canadians want, Madam Speaker, and that's something in which we have, in fact, been doing with. We have worked very closely and diligently with provinces, territories, and other stakeholders to ensure that we're able to maximize the benefits for all Canadians and minimize the negative impacts of the coronavirus.
Remember for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. when I look at the current warnings, and I appreciate that there's a frustration with being told by the federal government it's provincial jurisdiction, but I'm looking at what our public health officer for British Columbia is saying, and this is a CBC story updated several hours ago, and Dr. Bonnie Henry is again saying that we should not gather indoors at all, that up to 10 people might be able to gather outside, that the B117 variant is more transmissible, and that we are, in the words of Dr. Bonnie Henry, still at the quote, for all of us, the risk remains high, unquote. I'm having trouble with the motion before us today, not because of jurisdictional issues, but because I wonder how the government could implement a plan within 20 days. There's no mention of benchmarks in the wording of this motion. For a clear data-driven plan, I'd like to know how we might be able to do that. I would like a plan too, by the way, Mr. Parliamentary Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I would indicate that just because you have opposition members saying that there's no plan doesn't necessarily mean that there's no plan. Maybe it's a plan that they don't necessarily support, or there's certain aspects of a plan that they would like to, something that they might want to see incorporated into a plan. There is a plan, and that plan's been in place, and we've been implementing that plan virtually from day one, Madam Speaker. I agree with the former Green Party leader in regards to there is a bit of frustration. Yes, there is an obligation for us to work with provinces and territories, assist where we can, based on health experts, science, and try to support them in whatever ways we can, so that they can make good decisions in regards to the whole restrictions issue.
A brief question, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Going back to the question from my colleague from the Bloc who brought up the G7 and how Canada is performing in the G7, I think it's worth noting that Canada has by far the second lowest fatality rate in the G7. So clearly we must, as the government and this Parliament as a whole, and Canada indeed through its citizens, be doing something right. I wonder if the member can comment on what he thinks that we have been doing right in terms of taking care of Canadians.
Secretary has 1 minute to respond.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the most important thing at this stage that we can do is ensure that there's free, safe, and timely access to an effective vaccine. And as I indicated, Canada has the highest numbers of doses per capita than any other country in the world, Madam Speaker. And if you take a look at the numbers, I believe that they're very encouraging. This month, by the end of this month, we'll have 8 million doses. And that is a rapidly growing number, Madam Speaker, that we are in a very good position to be able to ensure that those that want to get that dose are going to be able to get that vaccine dose. And I'm very proud of the way in which the House of Commons in particular, the government has been able to secure the contracts that it has, a little bit bumpy here and there, but we are exceeding our initial targets of 6 million by the end of the first quarter, which I think is
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, I would like to tell you that I'd like to share my time with my esteemed colleague from Avignon, Mathis Matapédia. Before I discuss directly this motion, I would like to react to the speech made by the Liberal member for the Liberal Party, and this will refer directly to the comments I will make with respect to this Conservative Party motion. The Liberal member said that Ottawa has never funded health as much as it does now. Madam Speaker, this goes directly against what was revealed in the La Presse this morning in an article that reveals that intergovernmental documents that were exchanged between deputy ministers state that this situation is untenable financially and that Ottawa will have to take action. The interpreter would like to note that the sound quality does not allow for interpretation at this time, and service will resume when sound quality improves. Thank you.
Groupe, comme le conference board.
Excuse, on a point d'ordre. On a point d'ordre. The honourable member Kingston and the Islands.
The interpreter just indicated that the sound quality is not good enough to be able to continue the interpretation.
There seems to be a difficulty with the interpretation. I'm just going to check. Is the member plugged in? I will speak a bit to see if things are better now. Is it working?
On va réessayer.
We'll try again. The sound is still very distant. The interpretation, it will not resume until sound quality improves.
Très vite.
We're just wondering if that's because you're speaking too quickly.
Un autre point d'ordre.
Another point of order.
The interpreter just indicated again that the sound appears to be too distant and they can't continue until it's resolved.
Perhaps you could lower your mic a bit. It seems there's an issue with the sound. Another thing we could do is to unplug your microphone and plug it in again to see if that works.
Okay, on va réessayer.
So we'll try again. Could you say a few words, please? Testing, testing. I would like to know if the interpretation does have a sufficient sound. Are things functioning better? Yes. Yes. So we will try again. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope that this time the sound will be good enough for the interpreters to do their excellent work. So to pick up where I left off, I was speaking about the article in today's La Presse that explains that there is an internal document amongst deputy ministers in the government that reveals that there is a serious issue in funding and provinces can no longer sustain their financial positions, and we need a solution. And this is what the conference board was saying, the Federation as well as the PBO, who reminded everyone of this when he published his financial report. He said that the situation could not continue. There's underfunding of health from Ottawa. And then what was said was that we've never spent so much on health ever, even though that's what we're saying is to the contrary. We're talking about federal intrusion into provincial jurisdiction. So not only is there underfunding that's being maintained, and here I'd like to make a link with the motion we're debating today for a plan for the lockdown to end. But these measures in Quebec are managed by Quebec and the Quebec government and by the National Assembly. It involves the Quebec health authorities, and it involves scientific studies, and that's the way we do things. I don't see what Ottawa would have to do with our plan. We don't want federal jurisdiction. We don't want the federal government to get involved. And then we have the Conservative Party that also is stepping on provincial jurisdiction. They always want to get involved and step in where others should be involved. the Conservatives did not act well on several aspects during this pandemic. And during the previous speech from the Liberal member, we heard an NDP member that said, we're always using the excuse of provincial jurisdiction. The NDP always proposes measures, and then they use the excuse to say that it's provincial jurisdiction. So there is unanimous opinion in this House that Ottawa does have to get involved in certain jurisdictions, particularly in terms of health. So I find this unacceptable. Ottawa has one role to play in terms of health, and that's to adequately fund it. When you talk to people in the streets, that's what they tell us. We have to properly fund health. If Ottawa is behind in this aspect, well, they have to take action. That's a priority. And if we want a plan to end the lockdown, this is up to Quebec to create, Toronto, and it's up to Alberta's government as well, to each province. So let's respect provincial jurisdiction. And in this House, let's take care of Ottawa federal jurisdiction. My colleague who will speak after me will talk about this. They will discuss how the borders were managed. That's federal jurisdiction, and that was a real fiasco. The Liberal member was talking about the record number of vaccine doses in terms of our population. Bravo, that's all good and well. But we are really behind in terms of other countries and how we are vaccinating Canadians, and that's unacceptable. So I'm not surprised, but once again, I'm very disappointed to see how other parties in this House are acting. The end to the lockdown, and if I go back to the motion, in terms of gradually removing restrictions with respect to COVID-19, in terms of permanent removal, I'm sorry, but if we look at what the Public Health Agency is saying, unfortunately, we may see a third wave shortly. So it doesn't make sense to talk about permanent removal of restrictions right now. And these measures are necessary now. In terms of the economy, Madam Speaker, what the government and this House can do is to adopt good measures to get us through the pandemic. So the Bloc sees this as two things to do. First, during the pandemic, we need measures to support people who are experiencing difficulties. And political parties are not experiencing difficulties. They don't need the wage subsidy. It shouldn't be in the Act. They should have to repay it. But companies and people who are struggling need measures to support them to get through this economic crisis because of this health issue. So what we're asking is to extend support measures, particularly for sectors that have been especially hard hit. So that's very important. We need commitment from the government, and we hope and are asking to see this in the budget. That is also delayed. So that's an important point. These measures have to be properly adapted to the reality of the situation. They have to be targeted. These measures, as we've seen in recent months, shouldn't be encouraging people to stay home rather than, well, they need adequate security. So they have to be targeted measures, and they have to support sectors. I'm thinking about agriculture, or cultural sectors, rather, with festivals, restaurants, hotels. These sectors have been hit harder, and they need support until this crisis ends. We also need targeted support measures for certain sectors. In terms of aerospace, for example, it has been hit very hard by the health restrictions. And how come Canada still hasn't unveiled a targeted plan for these sectors? That's very important, and we're still waiting for one. And we hope we'll see some improvement in the next budget. So I apologize for the technical issues for the interpreters. I see I don't have much time left, so I will accelerate a bit and try to get through the topics I wanted to mention in the time I have left. And after we extend these measures, then we're asking for a restart plan to stimulate the economy and to support sectors that we see in the future. For example, the green economy, aerospace. And we see it's also important to have a strong pharmaceutical sector. And I see you're raising your hand, so I'll stop there. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to remind members that your time was not affected by the technical issues. Time was stopped, and I know that the technical team tried to connect with you to try to solve your issue. Sometimes you just have to restart your computer. So now we're going to move on to questions and comments.
For Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his insightful comments during his speech. I know so far the debate has been around somewhat muddying the waters around jurisdictional questions. And I think we all understand that provinces have their own jurisdictions. The federal government has its jurisdiction. But really what the motion is about is that Canadians as a whole, Quebecois, Canadians as a whole, want to get their lives back. And I'm wondering if the member would agree that the main thing that provinces and the federal government can do to get life back to normal is to get vaccines in the arms of its citizens. Now, I just pulled up a list. Canada ranks behind France, Germany, Poland, Italy, Spain, Turkey, the United Kingdom, others, United States, UAE, and of course Israel in getting its population vaccinated. So would the member agree?
I'm sorry. There's only 5 minutes for questions and comments, and other people do want to ask questions.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague first for his question. And I'd like to remind him that it was a great pleasure to sit with him on the Finance Committee some time ago when we really did constructive work together. And yes, although my analysis of this motion sees this as a infringement of provincial jurisdiction, in terms of the vaccines, the supply of vaccines is federal jurisdiction. And yes, even if the Liberal government says we have the largest number of doses in the world, all of this is not really concrete. They are behind other countries, and there's a lot of work to be done. So I agree with him entirely about this. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
And comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, just building on the line of questioning that was just answered, I'm wondering if the member would like to comment on the number of vaccines per Canadian or per individual that's actually going into arms right now, because Canada's rate is amongst the top in the G7 in terms of how many people per 100 million population are actually being vaccinated right now. Sure, the previous discussion was about total number of vaccines, but what about the rate at which that they're currently being applied?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What I am denouncing is the delay that we saw in receiving the first vaccines. I'd like to know what the economic cost and social cost for our society was to say that vaccines were 1 month behind. This has a major impact, and I think that Canada could have done much better, faster, which wasn't done. And fortunately, things seem to have caught up, and I would like to remind everyone about the importance of having a strong pharmaceutical industry here in Canada and in Quebec. We saw delocalization. We have to fix this. Thank you. We have time for a quick question.
For Cloverdale Langley City.
Yes, does my honourable
colleague believe that a plan for border opening should be laid out clearly by the federal government? Because that's what we're asking for in this motion.
The honourable member for Joliette, minute to answer. Perhaps the motion implies this, but it doesn't just imply that. To support restrictions, the removal of restrictions, this is Quebec's job and the job of respective provincial governments. During the election, well, the Conservatives said that they respect jurisdiction and we respect provincial jurisdiction. But when there's cases like this, they don't apply that. When things become concrete, they don't always walk the talk. So we don't like this at the Bloc. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to speak on behalf of the Bloc and the citizens of my riding. And I'd like to say that there are several interesting components in the Conservative motion. It is true that COVID-19 restrictions have had an impact on financial and mental health in Canada, whether it's in Quebec, Canada, the US, the UK, or elsewhere in the world. Various governments had no choice but to impose restrictions, some more drastic than others, in order to protect people from the spread of COVID-19. Although some of them were questionable, most of them were necessary. And my intention today, Madam Speaker, is not to defend the government, far from it, but perhaps we have to kind of balance the two. COVID continues to have a significant impact on financial and mental health. I saw a statement on Twitter yesterday that struck me. An economist and the founding president of a Quebec firm said the first wave was health-related and mostly affected the elderly. The second one was economic and mostly affected stores, companies, and workers. And the third wave affected mental health and mostly young people. And this reminds me of a Time magazine article on the deterioration of mental health of young people during the pandemic in the U.S., which is similar here. A survey shows that 18 to 34-year-olds are really in psychological distress. Social and emotional development in young people is based on socialization with peers. Restrictions on socializing, for example, have had a significant impact on them. Experts say that youth mental health was already a problem before the pandemic, and now 26% of young people say that they've experienced depression. This is huge. There's a lot of talk about the economic cost of the pandemic, but there's also a collective price to pay, which is very high in terms of mental health. Health is a provincial jurisdiction, so I won't make this the subject of my speech, but Quebec needs to have effective financing of its healthcare system. It lacks assistance, and we're still waiting for this from the federal government. It is clear that COVID-19 required temporary restrictions from the government. Temporary, but not permanent. This is an important distinction. Some of them were drastic, but they're in place for a reason. And as the motion says, these temporary measures were put in place primarily to relieve pressure on the healthcare system. And until the crisis is brought under control, it appears premature to list some of these restrictions. The Conservative motion talks about restrictions in federally regulated sectors such as air travel and border restrictions. It calls for clear, data-driven plans to support the safe and permanent removal of these restrictions. But reflecting on the lifting of these restrictions got me thinking about something I read recently from a book by an analyst, Alec Castonguay, and he spoke with dozens of key players who played a role in the management of the crisis in Quebec and Canada, various politicians and other members. And I learned several things, but I thought it was important to state them in this context. First, I was surprised to learn that the Global Public Health Intelligence Network, a unit entirely part of PHAC, was established in the end of the 1990s to prevent countries from being taken down by the emergence of a new deadly virus, particularly in the wake of the SARS in the early 2000s. and they detected no evidence of COVID in Wuhan, China in December 2019. And I was surprised because for 85 countries, this network was the primary source of early warning for infectious diseases, and about 20% of new viruses reports every year are reported by this agency to WHO, which is quite a lot. So this network would not have been able to sound the alarm earlier, mainly because of a lack of staff and finances. And it appears that this network's role was called into question by Stephen Harper's government in 2014. And since then, the work of these scientists seems to have been less valued. And then the Liberal government came to power in 2015 and didn't change anything, unfortunately. The network scientists stopped issuing alerts in May 2019, 7 months before the SARS outbreak in China. Even the Minister of Health said she was unaware of this network that had stopped functioning normally. So scientists have been predicting a pandemic for decades, but we weren't ready. The federal government clearly wasn't ready. And there was we neglected the supply of PPE, but that's another issue. So according to the book, the Liberal cabinet learned of the Chinese virus on January 18th, 2020. And I'll give you a brief timeline. WHO declared a public health emergency a few days later on January 30th, and Mr. Castonguay writes that the alarm was sounded, but no one woke up. And then, end February 2020, Canadians from around the world, not necessarily just from China, began traveling back to Canada with the virus and bringing it back. And public health experts from around the world started testing suspected travelers. And the Department of Foreign Affairs did not discourage Canadians from leaving the country at the time. And on March 16th, a team from the government of Quebec and Montreal Public Health arrived at the Montreal airport to educate travelers, since still no strict controls were in place. The government had been aware of the existence of the virus for 2 months at the time. And between March 1st and the 21st, 42,000 foreign travelers arrived at Montreal Airport from all over the world. And 157,000 Quebecers returned home, and nearly 37,000 Americans were entering Canada through states such as New York and Massachusetts. So travelers brought nearly 250 different strains of the virus back to Quebec. And a travel ban should have been in place in mid-February. And at that time, there were only few cases, and Quebec had none. We would have been difficult to done better, perhaps, with the information that we had at the time. Could border restrictions have been put in place quicker? Certainly. Whether it's taking the temperature of travelers or rapid testing, I'm sure we could have done more faster. There was a delay between the time the network and PHAC became increasingly concerned, and the Liberal government finally decided to take action. But there was a delay in screening travelers, which might have allowed the variants to spread faster in Canada. And recent experience has shown us that we always have to plan for the future. But with a third wave of the virus on the horizon, lifting restrictions seems rather premature. At this time, vaccination is the best way out of this pandemic. Until most of Canadians are vaccinated, it would seem irresponsible to allow people to travel freely again. And we are behind on our vaccination schedule. If the Liberal government had been more proactive, then perhaps things would have been better. But we didn't have vaccines produced in Canada, and Canada is particularly dependent on international production for its supply. So I appreciate the Conservative motion, and I sincerely believe it's essential that the government unveil some sort of plan to get us out of this crisis. But it didn't seem to have had one since the beginning. And before we call for lifting of temporary restrictions on COVID, both the Conservative and the Liberals should take time to look back and admit that it took too long to put measures in place, and if the government had acted faster, thousands of lives could have been saved. Because we are talking about thousands of lives lost. Just a few days ago, we commemorated these lives in Quebec. I think we have a short memory. We know the financial and mental health impacts are enormous, but we must remember that measures were put in place to protect health and safety during a pandemic, and this is what is most important. We have to remember that the government before and during the holiday season didn't want to see people returning from travel and not doing their quarantine. So we still need these restrictions in place. We need people to isolate for 14 days when they come back from a trip. And the same thing goes for land border restrictions. People have to, it's part of a collective fight to get rid of this virus. Also, there's issues such as family reunification and those who have to show proof of vaccination. The government could certainly be more flexible on these, but the management of travelers and borders has been a mess from the beginning, and I think we have to think more before we lift these restrictions. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member could indicate to the House what countries she would refer to, and I'm particularly thinking of the G7. What countries would she refer to as the country that did a good job at the beginning by invoking travel restrictions that she would have liked to have seen evoked at what time?
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Oh, sorry. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamity-Smatan, Matapédia. That's a good question. But, I think that really comes back to the essence of my speech today. We're facing a crisis that is really unprecedented. We weren't prepared for it, of course, and we had to set up all kinds of things very quickly without really knowing if it would work. So I think it would be premature for the Conservatives to ask for, 20 days to have a very clear plan based on clear data, when really we've been kind of navigating blind from the very beginning. So I don't know if there's any country that's gotten 10 out of 10 on their handling of the crisis. That's certainly not what I'm saying. Could Canada have done better? Well, yes. Did they delay to close down the border? I think so. So certainly they could have done better from the beginning of the crisis. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci. Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member. I'm going to ask perhaps a difficult question. Today, there is going to be a vote on yesterday's NDP motion. I support the motion to protect seniors in long-term care homes. And I don't think this is the time to be blaming other jurisdictions, but it's a fact that the number of seniors who died in long-term care homes is really devastating, and it was worst in Quebec. It's not Quebec's fault, but I think that in this time of crisis, we need to find ways to work together, particularly by relaxing our ideas of borders between provinces. We need to find more ways to collaborate. And I want to ask my question if she would consider voting in favor of the NDP motion and protecting the rights of provincial jurisdiction as well. The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague both for her question and comment. And yes, of course, what happened in long-term care homes in Quebec was a tragedy. As Mr. Castonguay says in his book, long-term care facilities were really the cornerstone there, and the seniors there were the biggest victims of the first wave. But we have a health system that we're hoping will work well in Quebec. We have all of the tools to have it working well, but what we don't have is financial assistance from the federal government. So, I understand why she wants to work together, and I do too. But I think that the way that the federal government should be helping Quebec here is by providing money. It's by transferring money immediately, as the premiers have been calling for months. That's how they can really help us.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
A brief question. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the same question to the member that I asked to the prior block member. It just seems to me that the whole issue of reopening, and I realize there are jurisdictional issues, comes down to the rate of vaccination, which Canada has seriously lagged behind other countries. And don't you think really the government needs to take responsibility and admit their failure in this regard?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying earlier, I think looking back, we do have to learn from our mistakes, and there certainly were mistakes made in terms of vaccine procurement. Things are doing better now, but we are lagging behind other G7 countries. So yes, I think it's a good thing that the government has admitted this, but what they need to do now is continuing to deploy resources, financial resources, to the provinces and get vaccines out to the provinces so they can get them to their residents, so that, of course, eventually these restrictive measures will be able to be lifted. I think the priority now is vaccination, as the member said.
I want to remind members when they're asking questions and comments or making comments, they need to address those through the chair and not directly to the members. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very honoured to rise on behalf of the people of Timmins James Bay, and I will be sharing my time with the member for Vancouver Kingsway. There's been incredibly beautiful weather here in Ontario this week, and I see people out on the streets wanting to believe that this nightmare is over. Certainly when I was in the market the other night, I saw many young people doing what young people do, hanging out and talking, believing that with the leaving of winter, so we have left behind the nightmare of COVID, but that is not the case. We know that there's some very concerning new variants out. The B117 variant is spreading quickly across Canada. We're seeing it in multiple new cases, and the health organizations are telling us that this is putting us right now in the beginning of a third wave. The crisis of new variants hitting us, virulent variants hitting communities across this country, happens as we're struggling to get the vaccine rollout. This is a race against time. The United Kingdom has 44 doses administered per 100 people. The United States, 37 doses per 100 people. Canada is down still at 10 doses administered per 100 people. These are about decisions that were made and decisions that are being made, and I know my honourable colleagues and the Conservatives are talking this morning about when are they going to open the border. I mean, on the weekend they said they didn't believe in climate change. Maybe they don't believe in the new variants, and we should open the border. We can't open the border till we get the issue of the vaccines dealt with. And the issue of the vaccines, of course, comes down to the decision that was made by this government to trust that the private sector was going to get them through. The Americans made the decision to invest heavily in the vaccine production and research. We didn't do that, and it's put us in a situation where we are behind, and we are behind at a time when we can't afford it because of these variants. These issues of reopening the economy is incredibly important because we know it has caused massive damage to small businesses across this country and personal economies. But we need to look at how the lack of rights that exist for many workers has actually exacerbated the crisis. Right now in Peel, we have a situation where we found 600 cases of COVID at the Amazon warehouse. 600 cases. Now, this isn't a flu we're talking about. COVID has proven that it can have long-term neurological and health damages to people, and yet Amazon allowed 600 of its workers to get sick in that plant. It's a number that I don't think has been as staggering as anywhere except at the Cargill plant in Hay River, where there was also about 600 cases. These are families who are affected in Peel, which is in the red zone continually. You heard Doug Ford make it seem like that the people in Peel were out partying or something and not listening to the rules. The reason Peel had such high rates is so many of those are precarious workers and had to work in warehouses like Amazon where they had no choice but to go to work. So if we're going to talk about getting the economy reopened, we have to talk about protecting the workers who have been on the front lines, who can't take a day off if they feel sick. Who actually, we've got evidence of people who can't even go and get a vaccine because they can't afford a day off of work. That's how precarious they are. And we have in Ontario, 15,000 people have gotten sick from COVID because of workplace exposures. So there needs to be a coherence of saying, to get the economy back on track, we have to shut this COVID spread in workplaces down, and by doing that, we have to have basic rights of people to have their workplace safe, and that if they need time off for being sick, that they are taking that time off so that they're not making other people sick. I think the issue of Amazon is something to look at, because Amazon is the symbol of everything that is wrong in the modern globalized economy. This is a company with 21st century style technology and 19th century style labor practices. The abuses of workers at Amazon have been documented again and again and again. And yet when the Prime Minister, remember when all the Liberals were talking about Team Canada and all hands on deck and we were all in this together? At that moment, the Prime Minister shocked the country when he came out and said, who would be the partners for distributing medical equipment? Not Canada Post, not Purolator, places that had unions and places that have good work conditions. No, we were going to partner with Jeff Bezos, one of the crummiest human beings on the planet, and make them our partners. So what the Prime Minister effectively did was he privatized and outsourced a key element of the pandemic response to Amazon. Now, it's not just that Amazon is a crappy company in the way they treat their workers, but while our small businesses were going down in flames across this country, Amazon literally was making out like bandits. And why was that? Well, Amazon doesn't pay taxes the way small businesses pay taxes. Now, you would have thought the Prime Minister would have said, what a symbol it is to be standing beside small businesses across the country or Jeff Bezos that has this massive tax loophole that has allowed him to become billions richer. And so the two of the worst companies in terms of the profits they made were Amazon and Walmart, $116 billion richer. And Amazon and Walmart, by the way, were also two of the companies that gave the least to their employees. There are many big corporations who actually said, hey, our employees are keeping us profitable. Our employees are going to get a better share. Costco, certainly a big player, gave a fair share, but not Amazon and not Walmart. And why do I mention that? Well, because we know that Walmart stayed open through the whole pandemic while all our little small town stores and businesses were hanging by a thread and begging for loans because they had to be shut. So it's that inequity. And it's about the choice that this Prime Minister made to tie himself to Amazon, of all companies, because of the abuse of their workers, the high injury rates, the fact that we knew they weren't going to protect their workers in COVID. And we saw Tim Bray, the vice president of Amazon, who quit over the firing of workers in the United States. A vice president of Amazon quit because workers were fired for asking in a pandemic to expand sick leave, hazard pay, and childcare for the warehouse workers who were trying to keep their business afloat during the pandemic. The childcare, of course, was huge because in the first wave, we know when families, their children had to stay home, and yet workers had to go into work because there was no support for them. So this was the Prime Minister deciding that Amazon was the symbol of what was going to make the Liberal government look good in the pandemic. It sent, I think, a very wrong message. So what do we need to do? We need to work together at this point to get us through this third variant. I encourage people across this country, do not, at this point, do not let your guard down. This is the most dangerous point. We've come through two waves. This third wave, we do not want to have us hit again. We need this government to have a plan on the vaccine rollout. And they've been hiding again and again and again behind provincial jurisdiction. But we saw in the United States how they brought the army in, how they had a national strategy to get the vaccines out. And we have a prime minister who's Mr. laissez-faire. And no offense to the provinces, but come on. Doug Ford failed the people of Ontario time and time again, not spending the money he should have spent. Jason Kenney, when everyone else in Alberta was doing their part, his MLAs were on the beaches in Mexico and Hawaii, and now he's using his $30 million war room to pick a fight over the historical accuracy of a cartoon about Bigfoot. That is what Jason Kenney thinks is the biggest priority now, that a cartoon about Bigfoot is somehow inaccurate. I know there are a lot of Bigfoots who probably do support Jason Kenney. But why am I mentioning him and Doug Ford? Is because we cannot simply leave something as big as a pandemic to them if that's what their priority is. We need leadership from the federal government. We're not seeing it. We need a commitment at the federal level, where we have 180,000 employees, to have the labor code say that workers will be able to take time off for sick leave. That is a simple change the Liberal government could make now. If they did that, it would keep people safe. It would get the economy back up and rolling, because we know that if people can take time off when they're sick, they're not going to make other people sick, and it's going to save us in the long term. So I'm encouraging my Liberal colleagues and my Conservative colleagues to push for the simple change that we can do at the federal level to make sure that the workers who need to take time off, and we have hundreds of thousands of them under federal jurisdiction, can actually get the time off so that they are not spreading COVID or any of its variants. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm here all day.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Regina Lewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as I enjoy always the comments from the member from Timmins Bay, I do have a question about the actual motion, which he seemed to navigate around but not actually talk about. And on section 4 of the motion, it says the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom have both released public plans for economic reopening, while Canadian officials have not yet given Canadians clarity on when regular economic and social life will be able to resume. I'd ask my honourable friend, does he believe that statement is true, and should this Prime Minister once again attempt to show leadership and tell Canadians when we can expect life to resume to normal? The President of the United States has done that. The Prime Minister of the UK has done that. When will this Prime Minister actually show leadership and let Canadians know, with the data-driven agenda, when we can return to normal?
Honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this was, I think, what I was talking about for the last 10 minutes, is the problem that we're facing right now is because with the new variant and the rollout struggles we're having with the vaccine, we can't reassure Canadians when we are going to be safe. We need to take a number of steps to get people to be safe, because restarting this economy is crucial, and we cannot allow a third wave to happen, as people are just so frustrated and so tired and have carried a heavy weight. And every Canadian, and I want to just say this, every Canadian has gone above and beyond time and time and time again. It's up to us to reassure them that we'll get them there. I think that we do need a statement, but I think we need to also recognize that until we have the vaccines to deal with the variants, we are dealing with a very unsure situation for Canadians.
The
honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Oui, excusez-moi.
Yes, I apologize. I misheard. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. Yesterday, we lost a day talking about an NDP motion proposing to establish national standards in long-term care homes. Once again, this is a motion that is essentially asking for a plan to come out of lockdown. This falls under provincial jurisdiction. The provinces administer health care, they manage the hospitals, they hire doctors, they do prevention work, they do that. So why do the NDP and the Conservatives think they know better than the provincial premiers how to manage this pandemic?
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a question of jurisdiction is an important one. During the pandemic and the first wave, there was a lack of competence on behalf of the provinces to protect seniors. It was a scandal, the scandal of the pandemic. It was necessary for Quebec and Ontario to ask for assistance from the Canadian Armed Forces, and this to protect seniors. It was really a question of competency. It was essential for Canada to protect seniors across the country.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a quick question, very specific. It's in regards to what does the NDP position or thinking in regards to international travel? Do they support the current system that we have in place, or are there some specific changes that they would put in place?
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank my colleague for that question. Well, clearly, until we get the issue of the vaccines dealt with, questions of international travel are almost hypothetical at this point. I would love to be able to travel. I know many people who are dreaming of travel, but until this government gets it together with the vaccine so that we can assure people in other countries that Canada has beaten the virus, and until we know that other countries have beaten the virus, these questions are merely hypothetical. But I'd like to ask my honourable colleague something that's not hypothetical, which is the need for the federal government to address the protection of workers under federal jurisdiction, to be able to take safe time off so that they don't spread the virus and they will be able to travel.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start my remarks by outlining a few key principles that I think are important for all parliamentarians to keep in mind. First, all federal COVID-19 guidance must be based on the best available science and reflect both the state of the pandemic and the pace of the vaccine rollout across Canada. Second, Canada's New Democrats understand that there's no trade-off to be made between saving lives and livelihoods. We know that we won't be able to get the economy back on track until we bring COVID-19 fully under control, and not the other way around. Third, the federal government should provide Canadians with a clear path forward by releasing a comprehensive plan to put this pandemic behind us and begin the process of recovery. We think, fourth, that the federal government should not wait until the pandemic is over to begin acting on critical lessons that we've already learned. As one example, the NDP believes it's time to bring in paid sick leave for every Canadian worker, national standards for long-term care, and a public vaccine and drug manufacturer. These are gaping holes in Canada's economic and healthcare fabric that we know need to be fixed. There's no reason to wait to get started on those issues. So while planning is always good, we must not prematurely ease essential measures that are critical to keeping Canadians safe. I will outline some of the major reasons why this is so important. First, variants of concern. According to the Public Health Agency of Canada, with the continued increase of variants of concern, maintaining public health measures and individual precautions is crucial to reducing infection rates and avoiding a rapid reacceleration of the epidemic and its severe outcomes, including hospitalization and deaths. The B117 variant of concern, the one first identified in the UK, is spreading quickly across Canada as we debate this today, causing doctors and experts to sound the alarm about a third wave of COVID-19 infections. Provinces have been easing restrictions after cases began to fall across the country in late January, and then the B117 variant began spreading in earnest in mid-February. Alberta, Ontario, and British Columbia are each reporting more than 1,000 cumulative B117 variant cases as of March 22nd. In fact, cumulatively, across Canada, we have 4,861 cases of B117 variant reported now. In addition, we have 244 cases of the B1351 variant that was first identified in South Africa, reported across Canada. And finally, we have 104 cases of the P1 variant first identified in Brazil, reported across Canada.
So parliamentarians, we have the increasing spread of variants. Second, we are clearly entering a third wave. The Ontario Hospital Association issued a stark warning on March 15th, saying that that province has now entered into a third wave, citing a sharp increase in new variants of concerned cases and rising admissions to intensive care units. Just days ago, the Ontario Medical Officer of Health, Dr. David Williams, confirmed the province is now in the midst of a third wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. In Ontario, variants of concerned cases now exceed 50% of all cases. Here in BC, on March 22nd, BC's Provincial Health Officer, Dr. Bonnie Henry, confirmed that this province is experiencing its third wave of COVID-19 infection. She pointed to an increase in the 7-day rolling average of new daily cases over the last several weeks as an indication this is BC's third wave. And finally, according to the Public Health Agency of Canada, nationally, COVID-19 activity has leveled off at a high level since mid-February, and average daily case counts are now on the rise. The latest national level data show a 7-day average of 3,297 new cases daily. Second, we have to look at the pace of vaccine rollout. As of March 22nd, the United Kingdom is administering 44 doses per 100 people, with 3.3% of their population fully vaccinated. In the United States, they have 37 doses administered per 100 people, with 13.2% of their population fully vaccinated. Now you contrast that to Canada, we have 10 doses administered per 100 people, with only 1.7% of our population fully vaccinated. Third, if you look at comparing strategies, in the coming weeks, the Biden administration in the U.S. will make every adult in the U.S. eligible for vaccination no later than May 1st. Once all Americans are eligible to be vaccinated, the administration will ensure that every adult is actually able to get the vaccine by increasing the number of places Americans can get vaccinated, increasing the number of people providing vaccinations, providing tools to make it easier for individuals to find a vaccine, and providing clear guidance to vaccinated Americans. The U.S. is also helping educators get vaccinated. The president has challenged all 50 states to get pre-K to 12 school staff and childcare workers their first shot by the end of this month. Now, in the UK, they have a similar strategy. The speed at which England will exit lockdown is set against four key tests: how the vaccine rollout is going, how vaccines are affecting hospitalizations and deaths, measuring how infection rates and ensuring they're staying low, and ensuring that new variants are not undermining the other three criteria. Now, what do validators say about the state of affairs right now? Well, a joint statement from the International Monetary Fund and the World Health Organization said this: at face value, there is a trade-off to make, either save lives or save livelihoods. This is a false dilemma. Getting the virus under control is, if anything, a prerequisite to saving livelihoods. Now, this is mirrored by many people across this country. Dr. Bonnie Henry has said there will be no easing of any restrictions at this time. This is the safe move. It's the smart move for the province right now, and it's absolutely necessary to help stem a third wave that would take more lives and put more strain on the hospital system. Even Tyler Shandro, Alberta's health minister, has said it's the presence of cases caused by new variants that's alarming. The curve has gone upwards and upwards. It's skyrocketing at the moment. What we need to do, we need to go harder. Dr. Peter Juni, Scientific Director of the Ontario COVID-19 Science Advisory Table, has said we have to look at what's happening in Ontario, New York, in New Jersey and France, and we have to worry. We have to be careful. Finally, Dr. Carolyn Colligan, Canada 150 Research Chair at Simon Fraser University, has said we're probably not going to win the race between vaccination and the B117 variant, and partly that's because it's here now, it's already established and rising, and it has a higher transmission rate, which makes it harder to control. And so I think that's the concern we have to focus on in the next few months. So, my colleagues, what I'm saying is that we can't prematurely exit at this point in time. We have to keep the measures that we have in place. We have to deepen them, and now is not the time to be prematurely exiting from these very measures that, if we don't continue with, will cost more lives and will increase the rate of transmission that we've worked so hard to stop. Now, I want to just pause for a minute and talk about paid sick leave in Canada. A large proportion of COVID-19 transmission has occurred in workplaces, in part because workers don't have access to paid sick leave. We know that some jurisdictions like BC and Yukon have stepped in to provide additional support, but we also know that that support is not available to every worker in the country. So Canada's New Democrats are calling on the Liberal government to fix the flaws in their current program, to make it easier for people to access the program and get help more quickly. And so I would like to move the following motion: that the motion be amended by adding the following, semicolon, and that in order to facilitate this lifting of restrictions, this plan ensure that every Canadian worker has access to 10 paid sick days, starting by amending the Canada Labour Code to include 10 paid sick days for all federal workers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It is my duty to inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only with the consent of the sponsor of the motion, or, in the case that he/she is not present, consent may be given or denied by the House Leader, the Deputy House Leader, the Whip, or the Deputy Whip of the sponsor's party. Since the sponsor is not present in the chamber, I ask the acting whip if he/she consents to this amendment being moved.
Speaker, the official opposition does not accept the amendment.
There is no consent. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 85, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate my colleague's very difficult work that he's done on Health Committee and as the shadow critic for throughout this pandemic. He talked about, of course, we need to be keeping an eye on the variants. We need to be watching what is happening. But he also talked about other countries who have developed a plan. So, I think the fact that we have to be cautious, that has to be part of the plan. But I think, this resolution talks about data-driven indicators, and I think all Canadians will be watching and would like to know if Canada is indeed going to put forward a reasonable plan, of course, taking into account variants and other issues.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question, and I know as a former nurse she has a particular expertise in these matters, so I think she will appreciate the very difficult trade-off that we have. What I think is important to recognize at this point in time is that our ability to reopen our economy and to restore some sense of normalcy to communities across this country is completely dependent upon us getting control of the transmission of this virus. And it can't be the other way around. We can't put the reopening of the economy ahead of getting control of the health issues. Rather, it's the other way around. We have to make sure that we have the health.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Sorry, I forgot my microphone. I would say that my question is as follows. First of all, I would say that as I worked as a nurse, the health issue is very concerning to me. I'm having trouble understanding, even if I'm not surprised by it, I'm having trouble understanding this insistence on setting up additional standards when the real issue is that our provinces and territories need to be permanently supported through health transfers by the federal government. Because these are expenditures that the provinces have to incur. So why continue to insist on the issue of standards?
For Kingsway.
Well, thank you for that question. What I always fail to understand about the Bloc Québécois' position on standards is that they seem to fail to understand the way that the Canada Health system is set up in this country. The Canada Health Act establishes standards. That is the basis for our entire healthcare system, of which the Quebec people, I'm sure, are very proud and count on. So the Canada Health Act sets out 5 principles. of portability, accessibility, universality, public administration, etc. And those standards must be met in order for the health transfer to be received by the province of Quebec and every other province and territory. So I fail to understand when the Bloc Québécois members rail against standards when the whole basis of our system is predicated on Quebec meeting those standards. They want the money coming from the Canada Health transfer, which I agree with, it has to be increased very much with the Bloc Québécois colleagues. But that is only the case if Quebec meets the standards set in the Canada Health Act. And New Democrats simply want to expand our system using the same model that's been so successful and cherished by so many Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. He mentioned, as we're talking about today's motion about a plan, and he has mentioned very, very adequately about paid sick days. And can you elaborate on that a little bit more? How importance of this is, as the current 2 weeks have to be taken in blocks and not as an individual days. The importance of that, as the government continues to say that they've already have that in action, but it's not working, and Canadians are asking for it to be different. Can you just speak on that?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Well, the problem is deep. 58% of all workers in Canada don't have access to paid sick leave, and that jumps to 70% for low-wage workers. Only about 10% of companies increased their paid leave policies in response to COVID. And the CRSB, which this Liberal government brought in, doesn't provide immediate accessible paid sick leave. It pays less than a full-time minimum wage job does in most provinces. And of course, that policy excludes some essential workers, such as migrant workers. So it's time to stop this patchwork approach and make sure every worker in this country has access to 10 paid sick leave.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Caribou, Thompson, Prince George. Sorry, well, Caribou Prince George.
Well, I think you changed my riding again, Madam Speaker, but that's all right. Just don't call me late for dinner. Madam Speaker, it is an honor to stand and speak on our Conservative Opposition Day motion. You know, Madam Speaker, I struggled a lot with what I was going to say in this 10 minutes speech, because the reality is I probably have enough experience over the last year, and indeed, you know, the last 3 decades in dealing with mental health and the challenges that that our most vulnerable communities deal with, to probably fill an hour or even more in terms of a speech. But COVID-19 has really, really shone the light and amplified a national crisis, and that is a mental health crisis. You know, Madam Speaker, we every day, and I know that I'm not unique with this experience. I know my colleagues from all sides of the House are feeling it themselves, are hearing it in their offices. Canadians are struggling now more than ever, and we need our government to lead. Canadians need hope. They need to know that their government has a plan for recovery. And you can't have a plan for recovery without a mental health plan. Mental health action plan. A mental health action plan is more critical now more than ever. Over 20% of Canadians are feeling more anxiety, more depression. We know that substance abuse, whether it's alcohol, tobacco, or drugs, that use and abuse is up over the last year. Domestic violence is up over the last year. Calls to crisis lines and indeed women's shelters have gone through the roof. We need to be better, Madam Speaker. You know, I was heartened last week when our leader detailed our 5 pillars for an elected Conservative government. And the third pillar was putting a strong mental health focus, an action plan, a real action plan for Canadians. As we move forward, Mental health and well-being of our nation must be at the heart of everything we do. There is no health without mental health. We need to view mental health the same as we view physical health. You know, Madam Speaker, I remember a firefighter that contacted me some time ago and said, why do I have to become, Mr. Doherty, why do I have to become a statistic before anyone cares? And I fired back at him. I said, please explain. And he said, well, you know, if I had a broken arm or a broken leg or a broken back or, you know, even the flu, my colleagues would come around and they'd say, you know, anything you need, brother. You know, the brotherhood and the sisterhood of our first responders, he said, you know, it falls short when it comes to mental injury and mental illness. That's true with most Canadians. And that alone fuels the stigma for mental illness and mental injury. It is the unseen illness. It is the unseen injury that Canadians are facing. They have been facing leading up to COVID, and COVID has made it even worse. And sadly, all we've seen by this Liberal government is no plan, no hope, and a website. You know, yesterday in question period, I asked the minister, you know, where's the plan to implement the 988, the simple 3-digit 988 National Suicide Prevention Hotline? And instead, she doubled down on the website. You know, Madam Speaker, when I'm sitting with family members that have been left behind due to death by suicide, or those that have contemplated suicide, or those that are struggling, and these are what I call the if only conversations. If only I saw the signs. If only I knew that my brother or my father or my husband or my wife or my colleague was struggling, I could have done something. Not once have I heard, if only there was a website. If only there was a website that I could log on to, or my loved one could log on to. You know, when I'm talking to national organizations or even our grassroots organizations that are charged with delivering such critical care to those our most vulnerable on the streets, whether it's the opioid crisis, the homelessness crisis, you know, they never talk about if only there was a website that we could go to by the government. They talk about their concern that they don't know whether they're going to be able to keep their doors open. They don't know if that addict that comes through the doorway that says, finally, I want help, I need help. They want to be able to put that person in a bed and get them the help that they need. You know, a real plan, Madam Speaker, a real plan. That's exactly what we started to see with our leader last week announcing our 5 pillars. The third pillar, so important, a real mental health plan that will work with the provinces.
I have a point of order, the honourable member for Regina Lemoine.
Regina Wascana, Madam Speaker. And as much as I hate to interrupt one of my colleagues, I would like to inform the Speaker that all Conservative speaking spots today will be divided in 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's going to totally ruin my video.
I am sharing my time with the Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, a great colleague and one that I should have probably announced earlier on. And there goes my entire video. Madam Speaker, the plan that our leader announced can be transformative. We will increase funding to the provinces and work with them on a mental health action plan. Lead, not obfuscate, not push it aside and say it's not my problem. We will implement the the 988 National Suicide Prevention Hotline. And we will work with employers to incentivize them to provide adequate mental health support for their workers, their employees. It's so important to actually have a mental health action plan, now more than ever. An elected Conservative government will do that. An elected Conservative government will put mental health at the heart of everything that we do. It was our former Conservative government that actually launched the Mental Health Commission. It was a opposition, newly elected Conservative MP that launched a piece of legislation that called on the government to develop the first ever national framework for combating post-traumatic stress disorder. You know, we have to be better. I remember, and I've stood in the House and I've talked about this time and again, you know, our first emergency debate where we were talking about the suicide epidemic in our First Nations communities, specifically at Attawapiskat. And my colleague from Timmins James Bay speaks so eloquently on this topic. And we had one of our colleagues that stood up and said he remembers one of their first emergency debates way 10 years previously, and it was about suicide epidemic in our First Nations communities. And sadly, we haven't really moved beyond that. And I've stood in this House time and again, and I've challenged our colleagues. For me, this isn't a partisan issue. It's all of our issues in terms of being leaders, true leaders in this House. And our Conservative motion today is calling on the government to show us the plan, to create hope with Canadians, to help those that are struggling. You know, Madam Speaker, last month there was a lady that was celebrating her 90th birthday in my riding, Margaret Sweeter. And so I called her and I wished her a happy birthday. I don't know her, but first off, she thought she wasn't going to answer the phone because she thought it was a CRA fraud call because of the number that it said Ottawa. But then we talked and I said, Margaret, I said, what are you missing most in this COVID pandemic? And she said, a hug. A hug. This lockdown has had immeasurable impact on Canadians. Just the social aspect of being able to hug your loved one, being able to spend time with your loved ones.
And unfortunately, we have to leave it there. The questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my fellow colleague from British Columbia for his speech. You know, through this pandemic, we've heard from a lot of workers in processing plants across Canada who have been very concerned about the safety in their workplaces and about a return to work plan. And I know the member talked a lot about hope. You know, recently, my colleague for Vancouver Kingsway tried to move an amendment to the motion that would see us give 10 paid sick leave days to workers. So my question to the member is, you know, why can't we give those workers hope so they don't have to make the choice between their health and their income? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Well, my colleagues raise a very interesting point, Madam Speaker, and I have to admit, I didn't hear the amendment, and so I can't comment on that. But I think we must be doing everything in our power for our workers, for our frontline heroes like the doctors and nurses and the firefighters and the police officers, the paramedics and the ambulance, the grocery store stockers, the people that have been on our front line, the truckers that have been on our front lines, making sure that as a nation we still have some same semblance of being open. Can you imagine the mental health toll that COVID has taken on our doctors and our nurses and our medical professionals? Think about that 3 to 5 years down the road from now and what we will be dealing with.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Yes, this month I actually, in my constituency mailer, I sent out a number of phone numbers for mental health support because it became clear that statistics are terrible. 42% of British Columbians have had a deterioration of mental health. 13% of British Columbians increased substance use as a coping tool for COVID, and 8% of British Columbians have experienced suicidal thoughts and feelings. I wonder if my colleague believes that if we could get a clear criteria, a plan that shows when and how the government is going to open, if we could give hope and really secure the mental health of Canadians.
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague from Langley. She's bang on, Madam Speaker. We need to create hope. Moreover, we have to not just create hope, but action. A real plan to open the doors, to get Canadians back to normalcy of some sort, to get them back to work, to get them to be able to actually see their loved ones. It'll go a long ways in the mental health of Canadians and the mental well-being and the wellness of Canadians, but there has to be a plan. You have to step forward with a plan. And your government, their government, you have to lead, you have to have a plan. And we haven't seen one to date. That's all Canadians are asking for. That's all Conservatives are asking for with this motion.
Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
We have to have a plan, Madam Speaker, but do we want the plan to be based on politicians and a political deadline that's passed by this House? Or do we want the plan to be put together by experts? You know, what if the experts say, no, it's not possible to do this in 20 days because we don't know what to expect. 6 months ago, we didn't know that there would be variants. You know, a year ago, we didn't know the full implications of how this virus transmits. You know, we're trying to put a political deadline onto experts by trying to somehow hold them to a deadline that is not been justified, seems to be arbitrary in nature, sounded like a good number. Who does he want the actual plan to be made up by? Politicians or experts?
Member for Caribou Prince George.
That's a typical Liberal response, Madam Speaker. We're well over 400 days into this pandemic, and yet Canadians have failed to see any semblance of plan. There was no plan for vaccinations. There was no plan to close our borders or to secure our borders. There's no plan to get us back to normalcy. All we see is excuses. I agree, we're in a pandemic, but we know more than we did back in January of 2020. And truly, at some point, you have to lead and you have to have a plan. And instead of excuses, that's all we see. Well, if it wasn't for the Conservatives or it wasn't for the NDP, they blame everybody but themselves, Madam Speaker. Point fingers left, right, and center, but they truly never, ever, ever.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I rise to speak on a very timely motion that was moved by my colleague, the member for Calgary Nose Hill. And today I speak on behalf of my constituents of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, as well as the official opposition Shadow Minister for Agri-Food and Agriculture. Speaker, my office has received hundreds of calls and emails from constituents who feel abandoned by this government. Their concerns, interests, and livelihoods have been sacrificed by waves of lockdowns. Canadians watch as countries around the world are safely reopening without seeing an end in sight to the heavy-handed restrictions we have here at home. How much longer will they have to wait to access COVID-19 immunization? They need a concrete plan from the Liberal government on when and how COVID-19 restrictions will finally be safely and permanently lifted. 1 year ago, at the public health directives, the federal government began locking down public places, the US-Canada border, airlines, businesses, restaurants, schools, hospitals, assisted living and extended nursing facilities, churches, and even family homes. We have seen the consequences for businesses and people's livelihoods. These include cross-border tourism business in stores, restaurants, and resort towns, as well as difficulty getting farm machine parts and the technicians who service the machinery across the border. It includes the consequences for young people's education, and yes, for relationships, family life, and the personal well-being of the young and the elderly. Speaker, let's look at some of these consequences in more detail. In March 2020, when the lockdown began, Canada's GDP started to decline rapidly. Our unemployment rate dropped immediately. Canadians began losing their jobs en masse as businesses were forced to close their doors. Sales at restaurants went down by 46% in March 2020 and by more than 56% in April. When restaurant sales are down, it creates a domino effect on the whole supply chain, including farmers, food importers, and wholesale food distributors. Families' entire life's work of building and running a business has either been completely wiped out, or if they're fortunate, they may still be hanging on by a mere thread. Speaker, mass economic lockdowns should never have been viewed as a long-term measure to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Lockdowns and restrictions were put in place to buy governments time to get permanent solutions, like vaccines, rapid testing, and variant testing. But these tools now exist. So where's the plan? Speaker, last year, air travel plummeted, and travel to Canada was practically shut down. Speaker, this is important to note because what most Canadians don't realize is that their fresh produce supply in the winter, with supplies of tropical fruit, are imported as air cargo on commercial passenger planes. When commercial planes don't fly, importers are forced to pay a higher fee for air cargo, and that cost is passed on to the consumer, which means higher grocery bills or having to forego buying your favorite fresh produce. Speaker, these are some of the economic activity measures that have been affected. But how has the COVID-19 lockdowns affected Canadians' sense of well-being? As you might imagine, the segment of Canadians who rated life satisfaction high fell from 72% in 2018 to 40% in June 2020. Young Canadians have also experienced the greatest decline in mental health. Pre-COVID-19, 60% of young Canadians reported excellent or very good mental health. But by July 2020, that had fallen to only 40%. This is tragic. Since the COVID-19 lockdowns began, parents' concern for their children's well-being has skyrocketed. Children are spending hours a day in front of a screen with limited interaction with their friends. They are suffering from loneliness due to forced isolation. And let me add, Speaker, that in rural Canada, as in much of Lambton-Kent Middlesex, high-speed internet access and the cost of cellular data is a very real and ever-present challenge. These are real-life problems that can't be ignored. Speaker, the consequences for the mental health of Canadians, they're significant. Prolonged lockdowns across Canada have led to increases in domestic violence, opioid deaths, mental health crisis, business closures, and mass unemployment. Speaker, these are real-life consequences of the COVID-19 government lockdowns. They are not just nameless statistics. These are Canadians whose quality of life has been sacrificed for long enough. Canadians need hope and a clear, permanent path out of the lockdowns to preserve their mental health and a plan to save their livelihoods while using any and every tool at their disposal to prevent COVID-19 deaths. You see, Speaker, people need to live in order to live. The government's failure in not approving and distributing rapid tests early on, their failure to secure reliable contracts, and their inability to come up with a plan to get the country back on track is costing Canadians dearly. Speaker, I'm going to shift my focus now to the consequences for the thousands of Canadians who are involved in the agriculture supply chains. Let me speak first to the agriculture sector. I know best from personal experience. Speaker, I grew up on a potato farm in Lambton-Kent Middlesex. My family grew and sourced potatoes for domestic and U.S. markets. So I have a personal knowledge of fresh table food production in Canada. So even before the COVID-19 lockdowns, fruit and vegetable producers faced labor shortages. These producers cannot find enough willing Canadians to help plant, tend, and harvest crops of fruits and vegetables. That's why Canadian farmers bring international workers to Canada under the Temporary Foreign Worker Program and the Seasonal Agriculture Workers Program to help with the growing season from January through harvest. They are critical to Canada's food sovereignty. Last year, growers near my riding lost millions of pounds of fresh produce that was nearly ready for harvest because of COVID-19. And about a year ago, I began flagging to the government potential consequences for the 2020 season of fruit and vegetable production, but sadly and largely to no avail. Last November, I asked the Ministers of Health and Agriculture how they plan to handle the entry of thousands of international farm workers for the 2021 season. I asked them for their rapid testing plan. Speaker, all I got was radio silence. And as recently as the last weekend before last, I heard from producers who were attempting the impossible to comply with unworkable regulations from this government on quarantine for workers entering into Canada. For example, farm workers who only speak Spanish were required to phone in to nurses who speak only English or French. Employers have been required to forward test samples by Purolator courier from places where there is no Purolator service. Speaker, mixed messaging, excuses, and shrinking responsibility is not what Canadians expected from their government in a time of crisis. Beef, pork, chicken, turkey, and egg producers and processors have also been affected by COVID-19. Capacity on these processing lines has been severely reduced by social distancing measures and temporary plant shutdowns. This has led to weeks of backlogs. Beef and pork producers' capacity has been significantly impacted. At times, Speaker, this has risen to a level of crisis for producers and processors. Canadians have questions, and after a year of putting up with restrictions and lockdowns, they deserve answers. Any restrictions on Canadians' charter rights and freedoms must be demonstrably justified, meaning that the burden of proof is on the government to prove that the limits it has imposed are reasonable. Canadians know this isn't happening. We have heard the phrase over and over again from the Liberal government and its leader. These are unprecedented times. Though this statement rings true, it has been used and misused to justify the worst behavior of unbecoming of any government in a Western democracy. It's time for the government to make Canadians' freedom their priority. Abraham Lincoln famously said, and I quote, "I'm a firm believer in the people. If given the truth, they can be depended upon to meet any national crisis. The great point is to bring them the real facts," end quote. It's time for the government to stop treating Canadians like children in need of a caregiver. They want their lives back. They want to start earning paychecks and stop receiving government checks. Speaker, in conclusion, Canadians want and deserve a clear plan that shows a path and a timeline to end the lockdowns. By now, Canadians should know when things are going to get better and what metrics their government is using to determine the timeline for reopening. They deserve a clear, data-driven plan to support safely and permanently lifting COVID-19 restrictions. The Liberal government can't keep asking Canadians to sacrifice more without being clear about when the restrictions will be lifted. The Prime Minister needs to lay out a plan that will give Canadians a clear expectation of when life and business will return to normal.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
There's been a lot of discussion today, Madam Speaker, about which jurisdictions that these matters fall within, whether they're provincial or federal. This member and I are both from ridings in Ontario. The Ontario Solicitor General, who is a Conservative, I would add, recently weighed in on this. They must be paying attention to what we're doing in here. And she said, and I quote, "It is not the role of the federal government to advocate for or against lockdowns," end quote. So I'm curious if this member would agree with the Conservative Solicitor General in Ontario, or if she thinks that she's wrong.
Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, what I can say from hearing from my constituents, if this government had procured vaccines, if they had gotten the contracts right in the first place, if they hadn't waited on things, we would see things opening. Why should grandparents not be able to hug their grandchildren? Why should my sister-in-law not be able to say goodbye to her father as he was on his way to passing away? Why should my other family members not be able to celebrate the life of their father who they lost last month? Speaker, this government has failed on vaccines, and it's their responsibility to lay out the plan for Canadians to get their vaccines so that we can reopen.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, I've often wondered if Twitter would have a negative impact on politics, and I certainly thought I heard that today. I know that the Conservatives don't believe that climate change is real now. They believe that the pandemic isn't real. That I could go on the Liberal government endlessly, but the fact that we can't go visit relatives because we're in the middle of a third wave of a pandemic. As much as I would blame the Liberals for everything, I can't blame them for that. It is a scientific fact. It is a reality. Now, I know the Conservatives are more upset about Bigfoot than they are about science, but the idea that there's some kind of plot out there to stop people from visiting, the plot is the new variants that are coming out that have to be addressed.
Honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
There are more people here to applaud.
Well, Madam Speaker, again, if the government had a plan, they haven't shown us any scientific data for a plan. If you showed us the data, you could have a plan. But we have no plan on a rapid testing across the country. We had no plan on how you're going to get the vaccines here. We're still waiting for vaccines to come. Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve a plan from this government. They need it to be data-driven, and they deserve to have a plan that supports gradually reopening our economy.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex, hate to be a pedant on this point, but Abraham Lincoln never said the quote that she put forward. It's not her fault, Madam Speaker. It is often misquoted. What Abraham Lincoln said, which is, I think, useful in this moment of our time, is that we must not be enemies. We must listen to the better angels of our nature, which I think requires that we be less partisan in this place. I have read the Conservative motion carefully. Contrary to what the member for Calgary-Nose Hill inferred, I have read the motion. It does not use the word benchmarks. It does not use the word indicators. I find myself unable to vote for it, although there are many sentiments being expressed by Conservatives, New Democrats, and others, and Bloc Québécois members in this place with which I completely agree. We all want more certainty, but we're in a race now between vaccines and variants, and the risk remains real. I ask the honourable member if the Conservative Party members on the floor of this place are inventing words into their motion to make it one that we could vote upon.
Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Again, Madam Speaker, what my constituents of Lambton Kent Middlesex have been asking me for months is to have the government show them a clear plan. They tell me that the government has failed on rapid tests, securing rapid testing. They've failed on plans like getting the vaccines here. Speaker, we have farmers who literally can't get their machinery fixed right now because they can't bring in the technicians from overseas who are the only ones who know how to repair them to come and fix their machines. We're in the middle of the start of the growing season. We have asparagus farmers who are out actually today, I've heard in Norfolk County, protesting these restrictions and the convoluted rules that there are for the workers who are coming in to Canada right now to help with the harvest. They say it's actually way worse this year than it was last year. This government has had 1 year to get a plan together to make sure that we could reopen safely and get through this. And we've still seen no data, we've seen no plan, and it's hard.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour to rise today. I will be sharing my time with the member from Newmarket, Aurora. And, Madam Speaker, I do want to address this motion. I'm really glad that the member from Saanich Gulf Islands asked a question last because she hit on something that I think hit a nerve this morning, and rightfully so. When the member who moved this motion, the member from Calgary-Nose Hill, had said that this motion was about benchmarks and establishing, various different degrees by which things should occur, but it doesn't. The motion doesn't talk about that at all. What the motion says, and I mean, we can have all the preamble that we want in the whereas clauses, but the only thing that matters, Madam Speaker, the only thing that matters is the resolve clause in a motion. A properly written motion, you should be able to strip away your preamble and just use the resolve clause to give the direction that it needs. And the resolve clause says that the House call on the government to table within 20 calendar days following the adoption of this motion a clear, data-driven plan to support safely, gradually, and permanently lifting COVID-19 restrictions. It talks nothing about establishing benchmarks in there. So I do want to spend some time talking about the confusion within this motion, Madam Speaker. And there's really two parts to this, because this motion is not completely within the provincial jurisdiction in my mind. There is some aspects that do fall within the federal government, and then some aspects that fall within the provincial government. And so I'll start by talking about some of those that I see as falling within the federal government, but I find very problematic in terms of the way that this motion is set up. So, and the member from Calgary-Nose Hill mentioned a couple things in her opening remarks. She talked about the borders. She talked about the airline industry. Those are good examples of things that the federal government has jurisdiction over, Madam Speaker. The federal government has jurisdiction over the matters that are constitutionally given to it and that are set up through the practices of how our country has come along since Confederation. And the reality is that when we talk about something like borders, there is a role for the federal government to do. So the question is, should the federal government be able or be required to come back to this House in 20 days and say, this is how we will open the borders, this is the timeline? Well, that could only ever be the situation if we were able to know not what the results of the variables would be, but what the variables are. And the reality is we don't. When we talk about opening a border between Canada and the United States, well, so much of it is heavily dependent on what they do in the United States, what action they're taking, where their numbers are. And if we do not have the ability to influence that variable, how would we ever be able to say, this is the exact plan as to how things will reopen? It just can't be done. So you talk about putting together a plan. Well, I happen to think that it's a pretty good system that's in place. It's reviewed on a monthly basis by the Minister of Public Safety. He reviews it with the expert advice that he has, and he decides whether or not to extend for another month. If the U.S. Improves the situation dramatically, and then the expert advice is we should open that border, I'm sure that the minister will take that advice under consideration very importantly. The same can be said about airlines. Well, Canada is only, for international flights, half of the equation. Where are the flights going to? Where are they coming from? So much of it depends on that and those other variables. So it's very challenging to answer that. But let's turn to the other part of this. And this is the discussion that's been coming up today quite a bit. And this is about the provincial jurisdictions. And I'm quite concerned, frankly, notwithstanding the fact that the member from Calgary-Nose Hill and other members have stood up and said, well, Liberals are just going to say that this is because of a jurisdiction and we can't do anything, it's not our jurisdiction. Well, some things aren't our jurisdiction, as is constitutionally afforded to the various different, or the two different levels of government in this case. But I think of, some of the things that have happened in my riding. I think of the lockdowns that have come into place, how they've been lifted. I have an incredible amount of respect for Dr. Kieran Moore, our Chief Medical Officer of Health, who I think has steered our community through this way that's just been incredible. We've only had one COVID death in our health unit in Ontario. And I think that a lot of that has to do with the incredible work of our local Minister Officer of Health, who is, of course, empowered by the provincial government. And so I think, to myself, why would it be that we think that we have some kind of jurisdiction over our local medical officers of health and the jurisdictions of closing businesses? We do not regulate how businesses open and close. It's not within the purview of the federal government. I asked the member previously from Lambton, I quoted her. I said, I didn't quote her, I quoted Sylvia Jones, the Ontario Solicitor General, who said, it is not the role of the federal government to advocate for or against lockdowns. And she went on to say that the Ontario framework is working very well. I thought this was a pretty good quote, Madam Speaker. So you know what I did with it? I took this quote and I tried to tweet it at the member from Calgary-Nose Hill. You want to know what happened, Madam Speaker? She has blocked me. The member from so here we have the member from Calgary-Nose Hill
who has blocked on Twitter a member of this House. And when I raise this concern, we have other members from the Conservative Party chanting, "Hear, hear." Are they even really interested? Go on. Do you have more to say? Please. Keep digging.
James Bay.
Trying to follow my honourable colleague's meanderings, and is he actually weeping in the House that people are blocking him because of his incoherence at times? Did he say blocking? I wasn't sure if I heard correctly, because maybe it's a question of people maybe have very wise judgment in that.
I'm not sure that's a point of order, more a point of debate. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Glad to see, Madam Speaker, that the member from Timmins, James Bay, and the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan get a lot better in the House when they're together, as opposed to doing it when he's virtual trying to interrupt everything. But my point is, Madam Speaker, my point is, the member from Calgary Nose Hill has blocked me on Twitter because she is obviously afraid of me providing her with information that she doesn't want to see. Now, what kind of elected official is that, Madam Speaker, who actively goes out to try to silence the members from other parties? How are we supposed to collaboratively get along in this place when the member from Calgary Nose Hill is blocking other MPs on Twitter? That is just like, I just don't understand it. I mean, normally I think I would wear that with a badge of honor, but given the circumstances today, and the fact that I want to give her meaningful information that she can use for this debate, I find it very troubling. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'll just very quickly want to read that quote again because the member has blocked me. I want to make sure it gets through to her that Sylvia Jones, the Ontario Solicitor General, has said it is not the role of the federal government to advocate for or against lockdowns.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to start by just expressing my sincere condolences to the member for Kingston and the Islands for having had to go through the experience of having someone block him on Twitter. I can't imagine what that feels like, and I know the hearts of members in this House really go out to the member for Kingston and the Islands. We're having a debate here on lockdowns, and he spent about half of his speech sharing from his heart what that was like. So I just wonder if he can further share with the House on that point, but also maybe if he can note that it is the responsibility of government to put in place economic policies with respect to rules and the federal government to lead in establishing a framework. Would he not agree that the federal government can work constructively with the provinces on these issues?
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I certainly appreciate that sentiment, and I believe it comes from the heart. But and normally, I don't think it would bother me as much as the fact that we're supposed to be sharing information around here so that we can work together. And there's clearly non-interest from the member from Calgary Nose Hill in doing that. She's taken her position on this. She seems to be entrenched in it. She doesn't seem to be interested in what other members of this House have to say to her. So therefore, I can only imagine that there's no sense of willingness to compromise or look for some common ground there.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, too, like my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, was very touched, while I still feel very emotional about it. So I immediately rectified and I signed up to my colleague from Kingston, the Islands account. If he provides me with information, I may block him. I don't want to be influenced in any way. Well, my question is a bit more serious, because we're talking about lifting some measures and plan to return to normal. And I would like to know what my colleague thinks of the multiple intentions that people have spoken about here in this chamber for days and weeks with regard to interfering in provincial jurisdiction. Federal government obviously has a responsibility, so I'm told. And there is a lot of debate of this, but you're doing your job poorly, and we'll show you how to do it, and that's the message I want to send.
The only thing more predictable than the member from Calgary Nose Hill blocking somebody she doesn't like is the Bloc Québécois getting up at every single opportunity on every single motion or bill before this House to talk about transfers to the province, okay? That's the only thing that's more predictable. Yesterday's Opposition Day motion, today's Opposition Day motion, didn't really matter what it was about. The Bloc is there to talk about health transfers. Listen, the reality of the situation is, Madam Speaker, we need to make sure that we allow the proper jurisdictions to implement their lockdowns and release those lockdowns based on the expert advice that they get. There is a role for the federal government to play as it relates to its measures with respect to border security, which I addressed during my speech, and those should be done based on the advice that is being received by the minister responsible.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I lament the fact that things descend into the partisan. We're still in a pandemic. We still have variants.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, that we still are in the midst of a pandemic. We may indeed be in a third wave. We are not in a position, I don't believe, to demand that we have a plan by any particular number of days, but it's more than fair and reasonable to ask for more transparency about when we might be able to see recovery. I fear very much that we make mistakes in this place by being partisan. I recall this time last year, or actually in early February, late January in 2020, the Conservatives were angry at the government for not doing enough to get Canadians out of Wuhan and repatriated to Canada. Now they've forgotten that and they think we should have closed our borders sooner. All of us are doing our best. And is it possible we can try to set aside the partisanship and work to know when we can get people vaccinated and when we can make sure that the communications are clear? We are still at risk here. We must not push reopening when the variants are in the midst of our population.
For Kingston and the Island, 15 seconds.
I wish that this member could bring forward Opposition Day motions, Madam Speaker, because I know that they would come forward in a sense that is truly moving towards a purpose and not doing things that are just completely politically driven. This motion is completely politically driven. The Conservatives want us to vote against this so that they can say the Liberals don't want to reopen things.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to contribute to the debate on this motion today. I want to start by acknowledging that it has been a very difficult year for all Canadians. Everyone has been affected by this pandemic in some way or another. In Newmarket, Aurora, we've shared in the suffering, the loss of life, the fears for the future, the impact of mental health, the loneliness and the challenges faced by small businesses and owners and their employees. Let me assure all Canadians that the government remains committed to doing whatever it takes to help Canadians and Canadian businesses survive through this crisis. To quote Martin Luther King Jr., the ultimate measure of a person is not where they stand in moments of comfort, but where they stand at times of challenge and controversy. And Madam Speaker, from day one, this government has been there with a comprehensive and fiscally responsible support package to help Canadians and businesses of all sizes weather the COVID-19 pandemic. Fortunately, we've been able to respond from a position of strength. Canada entered this crisis in a strong fiscal position, allowing the government to take decisive action to provide the support that was needed to weather this storm. We started with a low debt position and have been able to maintain that advantage relative to our peers. And with historically low debt servicing costs, the government has been able to afford to take on debt so that Canadians do not have to. Federal debt servicing costs relative to the size of our economy are at a 100-year low, and we are locking in these low costs by issuing more debt into longer-term instruments at historically low rates. Madam Speaker, the federal government has provided more than 8 out of every $10 spent in Canada to fight COVID-19 and support Canadians. These investments represent Canada's largest financial response since the Second World War. The International Monetary Fund, in its recent staff report for the 2021 Article 4 consultation, estimates that without Canada's COVID-19 economic response plan, real output would have declined by an additional 7.8 percentage points in 2020, and the unemployment rate would have been 3.2 percentage points higher. By providing Canadian businesses and family a financial lifeline to pull them through the crisis, the government has helped Canada avoid widespread business and personal bankruptcies and their negative impact for generations of Canadians. But this isn't just support programs that the government has deployed. In fact, the very first thing the government and its partners did in the start of the crisis was to make sure that business had access to credit. The first coordinated package of measures supported the financial sector liquidity, the functioning of markets, and the continued access to financing for Canadian businesses. This included the Business Credit Availability Program, in which the Business Development Bank of Canada and Export Development Canada have cooperated with private sector lenders to make financing and credit insurance available to Canadian business. An important part of this program is the Canada Emergency Business Account, which provides access for small business to interest-free loans of up to $60,000, one-third of which is forgivable if repaid by December 31st, 2020. And after listening to Canadian business owners, the government modified or expanded the program several times, making it available to self-employed business owners and also increasing the maximum loan by $20,000. Now, as of March the 11th, more than 846,000 businesses have been approved for loans for a total of more than $44 billion. The government has also provided $306 million in short-term interest-free loans and non-repayable contributions through the Aboriginal Financial Institutions, which offer financing and business support services to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis businesses. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the government deferred the collection of income and sales taxes from businesses, freeing up valuable short-term cash when they needed to cover other costs. This comprehensive package of support has helped ensure Canadian businesses were able to continue to pay their employees and their bills during a time of uncertainty. Madam Speaker, fighting the COVID-19 and to get the economy back on track is not infinite. Once the need for support through the crisis has passed, the time-limited measures will be prudently withdrawn. And as the government supports transition into the next few months from mitigation to recovery, we will draw upon the lessons learned from the experience of many countries following the 2008 and 2009 financial crisis and during recoveries from earlier deep recessions. This experience suggests that most economies that withdrew fiscal support too quickly experienced slower growth afterwards. And Canada will follow the advice of the International Monetary Fund and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, who have urged governments to maintain substantial fiscal support through the crisis and over the recovery phase. As we normalize our fiscal position in the wake of the virus, we will once again do so from a position of strength. And while significantly higher than in recent years, the federal debt will be far more manageable than at its historic peak in the 1990s. Madam Speaker, when the virus is under control, our economy is ready for new growth, our government will deploy an ambitious stimulus package over 3 fiscal years to jumpstart our recovery to support and grow the middle class. This additional spending has not been formally included in the government's fiscal framework yet, as the ultimate size, the timing, is highly dependent on the evolving health and economic situation. So, to ensure that Canada is prepared, our government is planning 4 different scenarios regarding the timing, the size, and the profile of the stimulus spending. The growth plan for a strong recovery will take us towards an economy that is greener, more innovative, more inclusive, and more competitive. The government has been working with Canadians to plan and prepare our investments under control. The key to this plan will be smart, time-limited investments that act fast while also making a long-term contribution to our shared prosperity, competitiveness, and our green transition. Madam Speaker, despite the recent encouraging signs of the recovery, we have not yet turned the corner. About 1 million Canadians who have had a job before the crisis are still out of work or are working sharply reduced hours, and many small businesses continue to be greatly impacted by the crisis. The Government of Canada will continue to deploy the necessary fiscal firepower to fight the pandemic and then to recover strongly while continuing to manage its finances prudently, retaining its low debt advantage amongst our G7 peers. The government's strategy will be implemented responsibly with a sustainable approach for future generations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Kinsley. Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the member, listening to this debate carefully today, and consistently members of the government side stand up and they say, well, there are jurisdictional issues. We shouldn't be telling the provinces what to do. They're going to have to decide what to do. But and we shouldn't be interfering in provincial jurisdiction, and so we can't have a plan at the federal level. That's essentially the message. But yet, I'm just looking like on Joe Biden's website. He's posted a plan. It's called the Biden Plan for Effective Reopening that jumpstarts the economy. They're a republic. They have 50 states with different jurisdictions. They have a federal government that has its own jurisdictional issues as well. So I guess my question is simply, if a country like the United States can do it with 50 states and other territories, why can't Canada publish a plan just like President Biden did?
Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do want to thank the member opposite for their important question. One of the things that I've taken a considerable amount of pride in is the way that federal and provincial governments were able to work collaboratively, and that included municipal governments, to work collaboratively in response to the urgency of the situation, and in a large measure that continues. And it is my genuine hope that as I've heard from other members, that we can go forward without salting it down with partisan motives and objectives. I think that there needs to be a lot of conversations go on with the municipal and the provincial parties so that we can go forward. But we need to remember that this is an evolving situation. There are so many changes. If we take a look at the variances of concern and how that's impacting. Take a look at the province of Ontario, how we are still at a very high level of infections. And these things need to be considered so that we can be strategic, surgical, and direct in the solutions that...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just had a few comments here, and I think there are some interesting things to be said about provincial federal jurisdiction. On that note, I would say that we need to see more leadership, even if only publicly, on a plan to get out of this. But further, I would like to comment on some of the financial comments that were made. And I understand the member to be saying that basically they opened the floodgates and did everything they could to pump as much money into the economy. But I don't think that we could do that again. And we're talking about variants. We've had various SARS and other types of diseases over the last 10 or 20 years. We will see a pandemic again at some point in the future. How are we going to deal with this again? We can't just keep opening the floodgates to the nth degree every single time we have a circumstance like this. What does the member have to say to that?
Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member also for their important question. I fully agree that the lessons that we've learned now is that we need to prepare ourselves for situations like this. We're a global village, and for any pandemic to transition to Canada or to think that Canada is isolated more than any other country, I don't think is an accurate assessment. So what we need to do is we need to go back to determine what it was that's happened that we should be able to do better. And some great examples of that are some of the learnings that are coming from the Health Committee in terms of the fact that we should be better coordinating our data points, that we should be better designing and making sure that we're sustainable as far as manufacturing vaccines go. And those are just a few examples of what we have learned and that we need to learn from.
For Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think one of the things that's frustrated me about the government's response to this pandemic is this sort of failure to understand the appropriate role and relationship between the public service and our political leaders. That the public service offers us expert advice which reflects different expertise in different disciplines, and then it's the responsibility of our political leadership to take all of that advice on board from a health perspective, from an economic perspective, from a social perspective, and to chart a plan, a vision for moving us forward in the public interest in light of all the different expertise that they've taken. Instead, the government says we're just going to trust the experts without appreciating their role of receiving that expertise and aggregating it and really mapping out a plan going forward. Does the member think that the government has a responsibility to actually chart a plan to get us out of this challenge, or does he think the government can continue to abdicate its responsibility?
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora, 5 seconds.
Thank you. I don't agree that the government is advocating its responsibility. In fact, the government is taking a very responsible approach towards the plan. We are listening to science and we are coordinating a plan. To suggest that this could be done within 20 business days is absolutely ludicrous.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I address directly the motion we have before us today, let me first relay a story. Back in 2017, this Prime Minister had an idea. His idea was to use an omnibus budget bill to create a new excise tax escalator on alcohol sold here in Canada. This meant that the tax on most wine, beer, and spirits sold in Canada would by default be increased every year without having to come to the House for debate. As opposition, we opposed this. I warned this Liberal government of what would happen if Canadian wines produced with 100% Canadian-grown grapes received an excise exemption. According to the Wine Growers of Canada, this excise exemption resulted, and I quote, resulted in more than 400 new wineries and 40 million litres of new wine sales. The annual economic impact of this growth is $4.4 billion annually, end quote. As I warned this Liberal government, the problem with the excise tax escalator is it would make wine produced elsewhere but sold in Canada more expensive against Canadian wines that used 100% Canadian-grown grapes, and there would be a trade challenge on this. Long story short, there was. And the same Liberal government capitulated and agreed to remove the excise exemption previously enjoyed by Canadian grape growers. Now, in turn, this Liberal government has promised a plan to offset the economic damage they created in this industry. But here we are in 2021, and there's still no plan. I don't share this story with you today to say, I told you so. I share the story with everyone today as a reminder when governments don't think ahead of their actions, they can make mistakes with serious consequences. Now more than ever, we need to be vigilant and plan. We need to plan for our future today. Canada has fallen massively behind other countries in how we have dealt with this pandemic. We were slow to close the borders. We were behind on things like PPE and rapid tests. And now we're behind on vaccines. We've spent the most for a country of our size, but we all know we have not gotten the results we desperately need. I do not say that as a finger-pointing exercise, Madam Speaker. No prime minister would want to willingly be in this situation. COVID-19 is certainly not his fault, but as the highest office in the country with the most resources to do something, he is responsible. And how has this prime minister responded? Indeed, as many released documents under production orders are illustrating, the Prime Minister's office has often tried to manipulate, hide, deceive, or distract from these ongoing failures. And now here we are. We as parliamentarians must do our jobs to do everything that we can do to help with this recovery. And if you are in doubt of that, let me share a few thoughts and observations that if some of you have not been thinking about, we need to start thinking about collectively. Let's start with employment insurance. We know that with the phase out of the CERB that many have transitioned to EI. People who would not normally be eligible are now receiving record amounts from EI. Now, the challenge is that EI by law is required to be a sustainable program. And while this Liberal government refuses to disclose the current status of the EI account, we know that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has forecast that the EI operating account is on track for a cumulative deficit of $52 billion by the end of 2024. Now, let me say that again. The EI operating account is on track for a cumulative deficit of $52 billion by the end of 2024, and that's just an estimate. For every day of delay that we cannot deliver a plan to get our own economy back on track, the EI expenses will continue to exceed revenue. This is not partisan politics. That is not some isolated situation. This is occurring in every region of our country today. And again, EI must be sustainable. The EI account will not balance itself. It will require a serious plan. If employers are not hiring or continue to bleed staff, that results in more weight on our EI system. That means higher EI premiums to make up the shortfall on those employers and fewer employees. Yet this Prime Minister and his ministers continue to ignore this reality. And I believe we all know collectively Canada ignores problems like this at our peril. That is just one example of a need for an economic recovery plan. Let me give you another from my riding. The Okanagan, like other regions of Canada, relies heavily on tourism. We now have situations where American citizens who have been fully inoculated, and let's be mindful, 2 million plus more every day, are calling to make reservations for upcoming summer and winter vacations. If we do not start signaling by what science-based metrics we will abide by, as well as who and under what conditions these tourists can come, they simply will go to other places and spend their dollars somewhere else, not here in Canada, where small-scale accommodation providers and those small businesses who have been absolutely decimated by this pandemic, they are in a situation where many are living off credit and having tens of thousands of dollars of bookings being thrown at them, and they have no idea what to do. Why? Because this Prime Minister has been totally silent in announcing any kind of recovery plan. While a lot of tourism is road traffic, let's not forget that many travel to my home province of BC by aeroplane. For those in the aviation sector, it has been just devastating. Yet here we are, Madam Speaker, 1 year into the pandemic, and there is no plan, not even an assistance package for this critical industry. What will be the long-term impacts on Canadians if our aviation sector cannot survive? What of our tourism sector? Here's something that I thought I would never see in my region. Kelowna International Airport is a major artery for economic development of the Okanagan, yet due to its ownership under the City of Kelowna, it hasn't received a dime in support from the federal government's wage subsidy. In 2019, YLW was booming and had large and ambitious and expansion plans. But major parts of that plan have had to be put on hold because of the pandemic, and without any strong COVID recovery plan, like the leader of the official opposition has called for, the failure of this Prime Minister to act means less opportunity for jobs and investments both at the airport and around our region that rely on YLW. The director of Kelowna International Airport, Sam Samadar, has said that without immediate changes, our country could see Canadians driving to the U.S. to catch cheaper flights from American airports when things return to normal in the future because of Ottawa's low level of assistance now. And I quote, "The Canadian government's investments in the aviation industry, it's been appalling to be honest with you, end quote, said Samadar to the Kelowna Daily Courier last week. And here we are, and I quote, "And here we are, a year in the pandemic, and I can't believe we do not have automatic contact tracing," end quote. Behind on contract tracing, Madam Speaker, behind on stockpiling PPE, rapid testing and vaccines. And speaking of vaccines, the PM has suggested that everyone who wants to be vaccinated will be so by the end of September. The problem is that losing another summer for tourism is a price that many can no longer afford. Now, I'm certain I'm not alone to see a growing number of for lease signs going up in many downtowns throughout my riding. Many of these small businesses closing have been around for many, many years. Most that I've heard from are either closing because they can no longer afford to keep the doors open, or in some cases, they don't see any clarity. They don't see any point and would rather cut their losses now. Again, there is no plan from this Prime Minister. And what we've heard is things like build back better. What does that even mean? You cannot build anything without a budget. This Prime Minister has refused to table a budget for over 2 years. And even to build back better without a plan, you can't build anything. Essentially, build back better is just another series of buzzwords, Madam Speaker, because when we look around in our communities, there is nothing being built by this government right now. I mean, we have a revised mandate letter sounded out earlier this year where the Prime Minister instructed his Finance Minister not to commit to any new permanent spending. Only months later, Madam Speaker, we see the same Prime Minister promising to permanently increase transit spending, most of it's 5 years down the road. That's the problem. We have a Prime Minister who literally now makes it up day by day. First, we are not increasing permanent spending until we are. But most of it is 5 years down the road, and no, we have no budget to show how that promise will actually get paid for. What could go wrong here? I think we all know, Madam Speaker, that's not good governance. But in the absence of a plan, that's what we get. Made up promises as we go along. 5 years from today, that massive EI deficit is in the billions, is going to need to somehow be paid for. How? By who? Will workers' premiums be further increased? If so, that leaves less net take-home pay at a time when inflation may be undermining our dollar. And is that what building back better, Madam Speaker, looks like? If so, many would dispute that that is a better. If so, many would dispute that that is not a better outcome. So, one thing we do know is that these problems will not solve themselves. We all know that this current level of spending is not sustainable. I expect that when the Prime Minister first told his Finance Minister not to create any new permanent spending announcements, he did so with good reason. We also know that election is coming at some point on the horizon, that this particular Prime Minister will only announce more spending. It's what he does. The challenge is we need a plan today, one that is scrutinized in this minority parliament, one that is data-driven, that gives people hope and certainty. We need a plan that will help serve as our roadmap, how we deal with other countries who are ahead of us in dealing with the pandemic. We critically need to help small business.
Let's not forget, we have the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened to this member speak today, and he talked about the EI system and taking care of that, and how we had to help Canadians out in using that system during this time. And he raises some very, very good questions, Madam Speaker, about how that repayment has to happen, how we have to build build that pool of money again that the EI system banks on. But my question to him would be, and I hope he takes it as a genuine question, I just really want to know, does he think that we should have not spent that money? Does he think that we should have spent less money? I'm just trying to understand where he's coming from. Yes, we have challenging questions ahead of us, but does he regret this Parliament having voted unanimously in favour of moving forward with those measures?
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I'll simply remind the member that I was the former critic for the employment minister, and we agreed to much of the COVID-19 spending because people needed it then. But you know what people need now, Madam Speaker? They need certainty so that they can plan their business. They need hope so that they know that Canada, when we put ourselves and work together, that we can get further together. Now, Madam Speaker, this member talked about the motion itself. It says we're calling for a clear, data-driven plan to support safely, gradually, and permanently lifting COVID-19 restrictions. That's what I'm asking for. We need to be able to answer those questions, and the government is the highest office of the land, Madam Speaker, is the best prepared to do this. Let's see some leadership from this Prime Minister.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to agree with my colleague around the plan. We both live in similar ridings who actually Sun Peaks, Big White, beautiful ski resorts who have been hanging on. But there is people from across the border who come, they own homes. And what they're saying is, we just need a plan. We need to know when, if we're fully vaccinated, is that going to be one of the criteria for the border reopening? What kind of dimensions are you looking at or data on either side of the border? Because we've put significant money into real estate. So they've been very gracious throughout this. They understand what's going on, but they want to have a plan. So I wonder, I expect my colleague has also heard very similar stories, and I wonder if he could share some.
Well, member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
I'd like to thank my colleague. Absolutely. As I mentioned in my speech, there are many hoteliers, there's many tourism operations that right now are being asked, can we book? Can Americans come? And the answer is they don't know. And so they have no surety of how many staff that they need to get, how they're going to, whether they can take deposits. Madam Speaker, if you look at it, the Prime Minister is one of has been in office longer than President Biden or Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Yet those two leaders have put forward plans that show people a clear data-driven approach that they will take to have a reopening. Our Prime Minister, where is he? Well, he's doing announcements. He's trying to spend money. Again, Madam Speaker, he's not in a position where we see other leaders with less experience. Why? I say that's a lack of leadership. And this Prime Minister, if he still wants the job, he should start acting like it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just had a question for the member. In my view, there's been a lot of unnecessary fear-mongering in relation to COVID-19, and I say it in this context. We've seen provincial leaders, we've seen federal leaders not give us the correct clarity. We've seen case counts, death counts. Alberta, to their credit, has segmented it so that we're seeing that the majority of people who are suffering are seniors with multiple comorbidities. This information is helpful so that not everybody is afraid. Can the member tell us what could the Prime Minister have done to provide needed clarity and context so that we're not seeing young children develop mental disorders over the fear over COVID-19?
For Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, 30 seconds.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would simply say this. Look, my leader announced a recovery plan, one that would cover both the employment, getting him over 1 million jobs, seeing supports for mental health, like a national hotline that people could call, to seeing more accountability from this government. As we've seen time and time again, there is no transparency from this Liberal government. Madam Speaker, these are the kinds of things Canadians want to hear from their leaders. And quite honestly, if this Prime Minister isn't prepared to start presenting these things, he should simply resign from the position and let someone like my leader, who knows where the country needs to go, to give hope to Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you. Well, Madam Speaker, I want to share some good news with the House. The Seattle Mariners will host 9,000 fans. They just got approval from Washington State, a very progressive and woke state south of the border whose ideological inclinations are very similar to this government, and they have signed off on a safe plan, according to that state, to allow 9,000 fans to participate in a major sporting event in Seattle, no less. We got simultaneously the news that our Toronto Blue Jays are not going to be able to do anything similar. In fact, they put out a statement in which they said that though we had hoped for improvements in the public health outlook as we neared the 2021 baseball season, with the ongoing Canada-US border closure, we have made the difficult decision to play the first 2 homestands of the 2021 regular season at TD Ballpark in Florida. So the Floridian businesses will get all of the benefit of that major sporting event. Now, it is not just sporting events, Madam Speaker, that are reopening around the world. The Australians and New Zealanders are finalizing plans for quarantine-free travel across their borders between their 2 countries. And in Taiwan, which has pretty much the lowest COVID mortality rate on planet Earth, even though it is right next door to the country from whence COVID originated. I'm quoting here from the Brookings Institute, a progressive U.S. think tank, and I'm quoting, Taiwan has managed the spread of COVID-19 far better than most. It suffered only 7 deaths amongst its 23.5 million people in 2020. Except for a few short weeks of lockdown in March last year, life in Taiwan has been normal. Schools, offices, and restaurants have been open as usual, although with temperature screening, hand sanitizing, and social distancing. Live concerts by Yo-Yo Ma and performances of the Phantom of the Opera have attracted thousands of people into indoor arenas. Again, all of this with 7 deaths, not 7 deaths per 100,000, not 7 deaths per million, 7 total deaths since COVID started in the country right next door to Taiwan. In fact, Canada now has 601 deaths per million. Taiwan, it's 0.42. Singapore, 5.13. Australia, 35.6. In other words, even if you just compare us to Australia among that group, we have a factor of 20 times higher deaths per capita than they do. And we have among the most severe restrictions on our lives. Now, Madam Speaker, it is easy to sort of wave one's hand and say, well, who cares about baseball or artistic conferences or travel between countries? None of those things are core to human existence, so we ought not worry about the fact that they are still largely eliminated and restricted. But the reality is, they are but symbols of the massive human sacrifice that our people are forced to make. Not only do we have a ranking of roughly 45 for vaccinations per capita, we are ranked 11 out of 15 in the misery index. That is the overall combined misery that we have suffered during the COVID pandemic, according to the Macdonald-Laurier Institute. And this is not just numbers and stats, it is human lives. Calls to one suicide prevention line have risen 200% over the last year, reports CBC. That has prompted Conservative MP from British Columbia to put forward a motion for a single suicide hotline. A good idea, but one that we wish we didn't have to pursue. We wish there was no need for suicide hotlines. But the University of Calgary's found that for every 1 percentage point increase in unemployment, you get a 2 percentage point increase in suicides across Canada. That is the human cost. Now, let's go not just to suicides, but drug overdoses, which have also spiked during the pandemic, up 50% in both Alberta and Ontario during the times that Canadians were forced to lock themselves down. These statistics reflect what has happened right across the country. Even the Chief Public Health Officer, Theresa Tam, wrote, Statistics Canada found lower life satisfaction among unemployed Canadians and noted that this relationship is about more than just money. She is pointing out in that statement what Canadians who are suffering lockdown in their homes or restricted from their jobs have known all along, that this is not just a massive $100 billion economic crisis, though it definitely is that. This is not just about a $400 billion deficit, by far the biggest in Canadian history. This is about people's human and very real suffering that has led to higher mortality rates in countless other areas. I think not just of the drug and opioid overdoses. I think of the suffering seniors, many of whom, through tragic stories we have all heard, have had to die alone, separated from the loved ones they have known all of their lives. I got a message from a senior recently who told me she doesn't know what she has to live for. She has not seen her grandchild in a year. She has not seen some of her children for an equally long time. Many of the activities that she enjoyed doing are now banned, and because she's over 80, she doesn't know how much time she has left. For someone in that age bracket, time is a precious and shrinking commodity, one that this government, through its incompetence in managing the COVID situation, has exacerbated day by day. This is the very real human suffering that has resulted from the government's failure to safely protect our country from this pandemic and allow us to go forward and reopen our economy while protecting human lives. You think, for example, of our friends in Israel, where the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, was on the phone at 3 in the morning with the companies that are responsible for delivering the vaccines, and as a result, he was able to deliver more than 100 vaccines for every 100 Israelis already to this day, whereas we're now around 5. Tiny Israel, a small country with endless security and economic challenges, surrounded by hostile states, many of whom are controlled by terrorists and tyrants, is managing to outperform Canada. And then we look at the other countries of the world. Singapore, a tiny island with no resources. Taiwan, right next door to the origin of the disease. And I know what liberals across the way are thinking. Sure, Israel and Taiwan and Singapore are ahead of Canada, but they're such advanced countries. How could we expect to compete with them? You know, there was a time when Canada had an advanced economy, when we were among the best places on earth in which to do business and deliver the necessities of human life. But sadly, those days are slipping away, and I fear that we are accepting slowly, as the frog in the heating water, the loserdom that this government is bringing us. Highest deficit as a share of GDP in the G20. Worst vaccination rates in the G7. Highest unemployment rate in the G7. These have been the results for Canada. And there's almost a sort of a quiet acceptance that Canada can be behind the rest of the world. A country that used to be the best, the United Nations would say we were the best place on planet Earth in which to live. You don't hear people talking like that anymore. Now, they talk about Ireland, which has a GDP per capita 70% higher than Canada. A country with a fraction of the resources and land of Canada, and nowhere near the geographic advantage that we enjoy here in Canada. We have got to say enough is enough. We are not going to accept loserdom anymore. We as a country should be the best, not just at procuring vaccines and protecting our population, but at everything else. We have been blessed with more natural advantages than any country on earth, maybe than any country in the history of the world. It is time for us to hold ourselves and our government to a higher standard so that we can live up to the expectations that we as Canadians for so long had, and pass on to our country, pass on to the next generation, a country that is second to none. Thank you.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fourth York.
Well, thank you. I listened to a long litany of what I assume were facts that he presented, although as a journalist, every time you hear a politician use a number with a zero at the end, you get a little nervous to round it up or round it down for political reasons. But 54% of his party can't even get their head around the facts of climate change. So I'll spare my analysis of his representation of the facts. But, you know, he references Australia, and I'd like to know from the member opposite, whether any trucks crossed an international border to get into Australia during the pandemic, or whether nurses in a city in Australia crossed a river to get to work in another country and provide health services in a place like, say, Detroit during the pandemic, and then had to return home at night. I'd like to ask the member opposite as well, as he cherry picks everything, whether his lavish, all expenses, champagne and penthouse trip to Taiwan with his wife, which was completely somehow avoided in his disclosure to the offices of Parliament, whether that sort of indulgence with free travel played a role at all in his quoting Taiwan as a country to cite around COVID.
Member for Carleton.
Well, of course, the member's smear is absolutely false, and most of his question was replete with factual errors. I can tell him that the 2,000 people that came to Canada from the most affected region of China, after the military warned his government of a brewing pandemic in that country, none of them arrived by truck either. They all got here by plane, unless he is aware of a transoceanic bridge that they would have taken. No, they came here because his government left the borders open even after we warned them not to. But this member of all should not be lecturing about politicians using numbers with zeros on them. He regularly brags about how he has a $70 billion housing plan that has delivered 10,000 homeless people in his hometown of Toronto, where Toronto is now the 6th most expensive real estate market on planet Earth, even though we live in one of the least densely populated countries in the world. He has been responsible for housing in that city for the last 15 or 20 years, and he's delivered, with all the money that he's proud of spending, one of the worst possible results.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm actually very interested to know what the Honourable Member for Carleton thinks about the approach that Australia took to its jurisdictional differences. Like Canada, Australia has very powerful state governments, as we have provinces, but they organized differently. They had their federal national public health officer, the equivalent of our Dr. Theresa Tam, at the same table with each of the provincial health officers, with their Bonnie Henrys and their Rob Strangs. I'm wondering if the Honourable Member thinks we might learn something about jurisdictional coordination to better approach pandemics from how Australia handled the COVID-19 crisis versus how Canada handled it.
For Carleton.
Well, certainly the Australians, like almost every other country in our peer group, had undertaken practices that we could learn from. Here in Canada, there was no doubt that there was a lack of coordination, but part of it was that the government was spreading misinformation, dangerous misinformation, right from the get-go. They told us that it was it would not help. In fact, it would harm if we closed our borders to travel from the affected countries. We later learned that they were wrong, and they now admit they were wrong about that. They actually told Canadians not to wear masks, and then they flip-flop and changed their minds on that. So I think the government's constant dissemination of false and misleading information is one of the core reasons why Canada has had such comparatively such a poor response to this pandemic relative to other countries.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his very thoughtful remarks here today. I also wanted to note his reflections on the impact on the human condition, whether intended or unintended, the consequences that we've seen. Certainly people are beginning to talk about a echo pandemic when it comes to mental health, stress, anxiety, depression, and suicide, and also the impacts on seniors, which he alluded to, where seniors have felt that they have lost control over their lives as they have not been involved in the decision making. I'm wondering if he could comment on these 2 points. Thank you.
In 5 seconds.
I'd like to say that member makes a very good point, and I'm very proud to partially share a riding name with her, even though she is from the wonderful province of Saskatchewan and my riding is in Ontario. But I agree with everything she said, and I wish she had more time to say more of it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member from Moncton Riverview Dieppe. Madam Speaker, I want to begin my speaking time today in kind of starting off where we left off with Conservative members, and all day long I've been listening to the Conservatives speak about how, the last member, the member from Carleton spoke about loserdom. Madam Speaker, I can't believe, I shouldn't be surprised, but I can't believe what I'm hearing from members of the opposition to be speaking about a public health crisis that every single country is facing in this manner. Every measure that is being put in place has been done so with the health and safety of Canadians at the forefront. And this entire motion, as members have pointed out throughout the day, the member from Kingston and the Islands went through the technical issues of this motion, the fact that members on the floor from the Conservative side are trying to rewrite or downplay the language in this motion to suggest that it's somehow just to come up with a framework. However, every speech I listened to from Conservative members today speaks about the need to just reopen. It's like they have completely forgotten about the fact, or they just don't want to be confused by the facts, that there is a global health pandemic crisis ongoing. We have seen the numbers even recently with over 5,100 new cases concerning involving the highest transmission strains. The highest numbers are in Alberta, Ontario, British Columbia, and Quebec. And the Conservatives stand up and speak here one after another saying, we just have to reopen. We just have to reopen. And they point to the US time and time again about reopening. Meanwhile, and the member from Carleton referred to the US, referred to Florida. Well, has anybody from the Conservative Party been watching what's happening in Florida right now in Miami and watching the incredible number of cases that are on the rise, the number of people gathered? In fact, the Miami local governments have issued curfews, road closures, and incredibly more restrictions. But I guess the Conservative Party is now known as the party that I guess they always have been, but they have reconfirmed over the weekend, they are not the party of science and facts. That is a party that doesn't even understand that climate change is real. In fact, they claim that climate change is not real and therefore nothing should be done about it. And they want Canadians to put trust in them to handle a health pandemic where trust in scientists is at the forefront. Instead, they believe they know better. They know better than experts because they say so. Madam Speaker, we are here to say that we are following public health guidance, that we are going to listen to scientists and experts because that is the way we are going to keep Canadians safe and ensure that we can open the economy safely and successfully in the future. The other point that I'd like to raise is this disinformation that the Conservative Party, starting with their leader, puts out. They continue to say that Liberals want us to live in lockdown forever. This couldn't be further from the truth. The member from Carleton always references the miserable index. Madam Speaker, Canadians are absolutely tired of this pandemic. We as Liberals are tired of this pandemic. Nobody wants to see their friends and family and neighbors get sick. But Madam Speaker, if we don't have restrictions in place, if we don't put strong health measures at the forefront of our policy, you know what's even more miserable? Is seeing a loved one die, is never being able to go and hug that loved one again because they've died. So, Madam Speaker, with all the hyperbole that is going on with the Conservatives, I think that Canadians want to ensure that their leaders are following the best possible advice to ensure that they remain safe and that when things hopefully we can get through this crisis together and that we can resume, normal life again. But we're not going to get there with Conservatives rushing to a conclusion that is not based in science and evidence. And Madam Speaker, I want to go over a few of the areas that the Conservatives continue to talk about. They say it's time to reopen, and they keep pointing to the US and the UK. But Madam Speaker, I already brought up cases of what's happening in Miami, in the US, and it's nice that the member from Carleton supports the state of Washington making its own local health decisions, but somehow the Conservatives don't think provinces and territories have the ability and know-how to do that either in this country. And they want the federal government to go in with a top-down approach. That's pretty interesting that they support U.S. state autonomy, but not Canadian provincial and territorial autonomy. But Madam Speaker, let me go over a few of the global health reactions right now to give Conservatives some perspective because they seem to be pretty close-minded to what's happening around the world. Madam Speaker, in Germany, we're seeing lockdowns over the Easter holidays. France, Paris is entering a third wave lockdown, including 21 million people. Italy, another Easter lockdown. Greece, currently closing schools, extending those closures. Czech Republic, one of the hardest hit countries in the EU.
I have to interrupt the honourable member. You will have the honourable parliamentary secretary will have 3 minutes remaining in the debate and 5 minutes of questions and comments after oral questions. Statements by members. The honourable member for Spadina Fort York. The honourable member has to lower the microphone.
Lower the boom. Thank you. A little over 20 weeks ago, our government announced the Rapid Housing Initiative, a $1 billion investment aimed at not just protecting people in precarious shelter from COVID, but it was also accompanied by a bold commitment to end chronic homelessness in the throne speech. I'm as proud and quite frankly as amazed at how the program has achieved its stated goals. The plan was to create 3,000 units of housing by working directly with municipalities and frontline housing providers. And by working with the cities, we move fast, but by working with housing providers, we also managed to make the dollars work deeper. Over 4,777 units of housing were created and acquired. Almost 2/3 of the projects in the project stream will fund Indigenous-led housing programs. And because many of these units will house families and children, the actual number of people housed will be well clear of 5,000 people. When added to the now $70 billion national housing strategy, it's clear. Ending homelessness is within reach. Our government knows there's more to do, but we also know what works. And the good news is there's more good news on the way. Thank you.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Speaker, failure to close the borders early, eliminating the pandemic planning infrastructure, and the lack of a true national pandemic response with all provinces and parties caused more casualties than what was necessary in this COVID pandemic. Now, severe government restrictions have caused such a rationing of healthcare that 250,000 urgent surgeries have been delayed. 60% of Canadians report minor to major mental health issues due to lockdowns. And one oncologist reports that we have a tsunami of cancer coming with screenings and early diagnosis at dangerous lows. At a Hamilton hospital, youth suicide attempts are up threefold. Thousands of people have died alone, and families were not able to have a proper funeral for closure. Speaker, added to this, tens of thousands of small businesses and families they support who have experienced financial ruin due to unreasonable restrictions that unfairly affect single moms, our youth, and hourly workers. People know how to social distance, wear a mask when needed, and sanitize their hands and surfaces. Governments need to trust citizens and entrepreneurs to be safe, vastly reduce restrictions like the Ontario Green Model, and let people have a semblance of normal after a year of COVID sacrifice.
The honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak of the troubling reports of human rights abuses in Sri Lanka. Tamils in Canada and around the world have been fighting for justice and accountability for the gross violations of past and ongoing human rights violations in Sri Lanka. I've also met recently with Muslim members of my community who were horrified and deeply concerned with the recent government policy in Sri Lanka for forced cremations that denied Muslim and other religious minority groups their basic burial rights. I'm pleased to see the Human Rights Council Resolution 46-1 passed today, calling for increased international accountability and monitoring of human rights violations in Sri Lanka. Canada must continue to stand strongly against these human rights violations and always support measures that promote peace, progress, and reconciliation. Today's resolution is an important step towards the furthering accountability. We must speak up and stand for justice and accountability and call an end to further gross human rights violations in Sri Lanka. Our government will always stand up for human rights both here at home and abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Saturday was the International Day of the Francophonie. On that opportunity, I want to take this opportunity to highlight the importance of cooperation and friendship, bringing together Quebec and other Francophone nations around the planet. Every March 20th is 300 million Francophones celebrating the solidarity that brings them together under the International Organization of the Francophonie. This is one of the only international organizations where Quebec is treated as a full partner, as a full nation. It makes me proud, Mr. Speaker, because this is a unique opportunity to draw a connection between Quebec's political aspirations and its ability to assume an international role. Every day here in North America, speaking and sharing French is an act of resistance and self-determination. To paraphrase Pierre Bourgault, when you speak French in this parliament, sometimes stubbornly, sometimes through principle, you're defending your language, but we're also defending all the languages in the world against the hegemony of only one language. The honourable member for Louis Hébert. Mr. Speaker, every day on average 4 Canadians die due to an impaired driver. This means that every year, impaired driving is the main criminal cause of death and injury in Canada. The 3rd week of March is the National Impaired Driving Prevention Awareness Week. And it runs from the 21st to the 27th of March this year. It's an opportunity to make other people around us aware of the importance that when you drink a glass or you smoke a joint, that you should never drive, that when you're tired, that you should stop driving. This week is a way of reminding people that when they drive, they must drive sober all year round. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
It's been a year since governments in Canada and around the world locked down their citizens in order to fight the COVID-19 virus. While they were accepted as being necessary at first, Canadians want to know the plan to bring these lockdowns to an end. 1 million Canadians have lost their jobs and the dignity that comes with them. Seniors are locked away from the people they love. Extended families remain separated. Overdoses and mental illnesses are skyrocketing, and the impact of these lockdowns on our children will take decades to address. Delays in diagnostics and treatments for serious illnesses continue to have deadly impacts. And while you can watch hockey at the bar and shop in the hundreds in big box stores, faith communities are prevented from meeting together, their buildings empty. Our physical, mental, spiritual, and economic health has suffered long enough. It's time for this government to deliver a real plan to get us out of these lockdowns, because we just aren't meant to live this way.
The honourable member for Orléans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The pleasure of hosting a virtual meeting with the Orleans Youth Council alongside my provincial counterpart, MPP Stephen Blais, to discuss our youth environmental priorities with our special guest, Minister Jonathan Wilkinson. As climate change has long been among the most important issues raised by our Youth Council, their questions on pollution, emissions, and carbon neutrality contributed to an exciting conversation. I want to thank the outstanding members of the Orleans Youth Council for their advocacy on the environment and Minister Wilkinson for taking the time to join us. Et finalement, Monsieur le Président.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the month of the Francophonie, I want to highlight the fact that we celebrated the International Day of the Francophonie on March 20th. To all the dear Francophones and Francophiles, thank you for cherishing, protecting, and speaking French. Thank you. I would like to remind members that when you refer to anyone in the House, you use their title or their writing name, but not their name. It's something that I would like to remind all members to do.
Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was proud to support my community in Newmarket, Aurora in the coldest night of the year fundraising walk. This year, they doubled their goal and raised over $86,000 to help In From the Cold, a local charity that assists homelessness and at-risk individuals by providing shelter, training, and transition to more permanent solutions. I'd like to congratulate these walkers, volunteers, sponsors, and charities in Newmarket, Aurora for making this year's coldest night of the year such a great success, and thank them for their continuous commitment to help vulnerable members of our community. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to recognize that Canadians across 145 communities participated in this annual walk and that a total of $6 million was raised. Congratulations to my colleagues in the House who participated in the walk and in their own communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, this morning at the starting of today's sitting, I made an important parliamentary gesture. I acted as a legislator, but also as father of 2 children. I tabled Bill C-277 to stop the sexual exploitation of minors. This bill implements the recommendations of the Special Commission on Sexual Exploitation of Minors, a report that was passed unanimously by the National Assembly of Quebec. My parliamentary initiative will, I hope, help protect our children against sexual exploitation. Now, I hope that the Liberal government will make it a priority. Our children should not become statistics. The Special Commission's report should not be shelved or forgotten. I would invite all members of all stripes to support this bill. It crosses party lines and help me implement the provisions. Our children are what is most precious to us all.
Honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, more than 6,500 companies responded to the government's call to action to mobilize against COVID-19, including 2 companies in Don Valley West.
Technologies Inc.
Secure Key Technologies Inc. created a secure digital ID verification software. It's used above all for online banking transactions. It's also used for digital government services like My CRA, ensuring that Canadians can have secure access to virtual services.
Local brewery, Amsterdam, is also a COVID-19 hero. During the pandemic, they converted surplus beer-making capacity to make hand sanitizer, donating it to hospitals, including our own Sunnybrook. A big thank you to these 2 companies and all the companies that have stepped up over the last year to protect Canadians. Made in Canada, we are in this together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, child sexual abuse devastates individuals, families, and communities. Survivors deserve accessible, safe, comprehensive physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual support. Offenders must face real consequences for the severity of their harm. That's why Conservatives prioritize compassion for victims and take action against dangerous criminals. Conservatives brought in tougher penalties for child predators and strengthened the National Sex Offender Registry and DNA Bank. Conservatives fight against human trafficking, online child sexual exploitation, and join more than 100 victims who want an investigation into MindGeek for child sexual abuse material. Little Warriors is a national charity founded by Glory Meldrum for the awareness, prevention, and treatment of child sexual abuse, funded mainly by private donors and grants. The Be Brave Ranch is a one-of-a-kind, specialized, trauma-informed, evidence-based, groundbreaking treatment center. I want to recognize the crucial work of the Little Warriors team and the contributions of all the volunteers and donors, because every victim and every child matters.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
After 3 decades, investigations into the Prime Minister's behaviour, a $500 million sole source deal with his friends at We Charity, replacing Parliament with a committee where only specific questions are allowed to be asked, and a record number of cover-ups, filibusters, and tactics to delay this place, the trust that Canadians has put in this government is beginning to wane. The Liberals may think highly of themselves, but ultimately they are accountable to Canadians. The Prime Minister likes to talk a lot about his values of openness and transparency. Remember the phrase, sunny ways. Unfortunately, however, his actions have not reflected his words. We, on the other hand, on this side of the House, are committed to taking real action. Canada's Conservatives will put the country first by enacting the toughest accountability and transparency laws that Canada has ever seen. We will toughen the Conflict of Interest Act and impose higher penalties. We will toughen the Lobbying Act to end abuse by Liberal insiders. And we will increase transparency in order to end the cover-ups. It is time for action. It is time to restore trust. It is time to serve Canadians.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Mr. Speaker, the Baffinland Mining Corporation is looking to double the size of the Mary River mine. Last month, land guardians braved temperatures as low as -36 for days to have their voices heard to defend Nunavut from environmental and cultural harm. Since the mine's construction, we have heard an overwhelming amount of community concern. One hunter reminded us of something really important. He said, "This is our land, our home, being destroyed, and we have to think about our future after our children. I want to make my position clear, Mr. Speaker. This expansion is a threat to my people, to Indigenous sovereignty, and to our environment. This government has been largely silent on this dangerous project. Because of this, I will be hosting a telephone town hall tomorrow night at 7 p.m. EST. Nunavummiut, when you get a phone call to invite you to the town hall, please join me to raise your concerns and let's fight for your rights. Matna.
The Honourable Member for Bello et Chambly. Mr. Speaker, being in politics is a calling, and sometimes it's even one's life's work. It's a desire to effect change, and even, I would say, to improve the lives for one's fellow citizens. In Quebec, this is also expressed in the fight for the nation. An extraordinary example of political commitment is Carol Levesque, political attaché, communications director, chief of staff, the member for Saint-Hubert, Saint-Bruno for 3 terms, president of the Marie-Victorin School Board. She has always been a staunch fighter. She has done everything in terms of political commitment. She has a finely tuned mind, a devastating comebacks, a great gift. She is an extraordinary politician. As the Bloc's critic in heritage, she brought the cultural sector together in her fight to respect copyright, and she won. Today, Carol is in palliative care. Her partner remains close by her side. Perhaps she is in her final days. On behalf of the Bloc, and no doubt on behalf of thousands of Quebecers, and in my personal name, I want to say to her, thank you for your work. Thank you for being in our lives. We are all with you.
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, this last year has only worsened Canada's pre-existing mental health crisis. Sadly, as this crisis worsens by the day, the Liberal government shamefully continues to ignore it. Canadians who have hit their breaking point have been put on hold when they reach out for help because this Liberal government has failed to prioritize a national 3-digit suicide prevention hotline. Canadians struggling with mental illness, mental injury, anxiety, or depression, they don't need another free government website. Mr. Speaker, through their MAID legislation, the Liberals have all but given up on struggling Canadians. What a disgrace. We should be helping our most vulnerable live, not only survive, but thrive. Mental health is health, and mental health must be treated and funded properly. An elected Conservative government will boost funding to the provinces for health care. We will incentivize employers to provide mental health coverage to employees, and we will get 988 implemented. The Liberals have no plan, but Conservatives do, and we will act and secure Canadians' mental health care.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, I want to pay tribute to the contribution of an extraordinary man, Mr. Roland Barbier. Roland worked for the Hochelaga Community Centre for over 20 years. Every day he fought against stigmatization of poverty and to give dignity to those who are marginalized. He mobilized people for the Operation Minus Zero, a unique initiative that distributes warm clothes to children across Hochelaga throughout Quebec. He helped a family find housing and food. His love for people is catching, and he's an inspiration. Roland, thank you for your passion, your dedication, your boundless generosity, and everything you do for the neighborhood. Happy retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, for a year, Canadians across the country have been in various stages of lockdown. Opioid overdoses are up. Canadians are feeling increasing strain on their mental health. They deserve a serious, data-driven, safe plan for reopening. How long will the Prime Minister keep those Canadians waiting?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way during this pandemic, this government has been there for Canadians. We were there for families, we were there for workers, we were there for small businesses, we were there for provinces right across the country, and we will continue to be. With tens of billions of dollars transferred to the provinces, support directly for Canadians, all the while grounding ourselves in the best recommendations of science and experts. That's what we will continue to do. We're all looking forward to a better summer, Mr. Speaker, but to get there, we have to work together to make sure we're pushing back on those variants, getting everyone vaccines, and keeping healthy.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, tens of thousands of Canadian small businesses are hanging on by a thread. Lockdowns are hurting main streets across the country, and family-owned businesses are in crisis. This has had an impact on the country's physical and mental health. The Prime Minister needs to commit to a data-driven, safe plan for reopening to give millions of Canadians hope. Where is the plan and when is it coming?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way we have been there to support Canadians, and every step of the way we will continue to put both the protection and safety of Canadians and the benefits of our economy at the front line. That's why we are deeply informed by experts and scientists in how we move forward. We will continue to ground our decisions based in science and evidence. Unlike the Conservative Party that continues to doubt the use of masks from time to time, we will continue to stand up for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the government's chief scientist doesn't agree with the Prime Minister's political decision to delay second doses, so he doesn't follow his own edicts here in the House. Taiwan has a plan for rapid tests and has been open. The United States and the United Kingdom both have fully published their plans for a safe and effective reopening. Why not in Canada? This Prime Minister has been slow on the border, slow on rapid tests, behind the entire developed world on vaccines. Why are we also going to fail on the economic reopening?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, we knew that the best way to ensure that our economy would come roaring back is to be there sufficiently to support Canadians, small businesses, workers, families, seniors, youth through this crisis. That's exactly what we've done. And every step of the way, we have deferred to scientists and experts. We also respect the provinces that make their own determinations around spacing of intervals of doses. We will be there to support them every step of the way. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have a government that is there for them. We will continue to be there for them.
The Honourable Member of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, for a year, our country has been under lockdown. Canadians are suffering. Pressure on mental health is increasing sharply. Domestic violence is increasing. No plan for rapid testing or for mass vaccination campaigns. That means there is no hope. When will the Liberal government decide to have a plan for a safe reopening for Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Conservatives in this place often say that the government has not acted when it comes to rapid testing. On the contrary, for months and months, we have sent millions, dozens of millions of rapid testing kits to provinces and territories, to the private sector, even to individuals. We will continue to be there to give access for provinces and territories and individuals to every means available, and we work to protect our citizens while spring arrives. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, many countries have plans for their economy to reopen. Taiwan has rapid testing, the United States and the UK have reopening plans for their economies. In Canada, we have nothing. We're still waiting. We're trailing behind, and we are tired of waiting for everything. Will the Liberal government present a plan to Canadians for a safe reopening of the economy? If yes, when? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, at every step, we are not only getting ready to produce a plan, we are implementing a plan every step of the way. We are working hand in hand with provinces and territories, but the leader of the opposition wants to talk about plans for the economy. Unfortunately, what we saw this last weekend is that he still does not understand that we can't have a plan for the economy if we don't have a plan to fight climate change.
L'honorable député de Belleuil.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if hand in hand is a little exaggerated, but spring has led to some delightful surprises, including collaboration between the federal government and Quebec. 500 million for high-speed internet in Quebec's regions, transferred to Quebec, which will get that set up before 2022. My goodness, that was in the Bloc's program in 2019, and we are pleased to see it. Now, this delightful and budding openness apply to health transfers that have been unanimously requested by the Quebec National Assembly and every premier in Quebec and Canada, the Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of the pandemic, we've been working hand in hand with the provinces on investments and expenditures that are necessary to get through the pandemic. Billions of dollars have been transferred to provinces and territories to help with dealing with the pressure on our healthcare system. We will continue to be there to work with provinces to help Canadians throughout the country. At the same time, once the pandemic is over, we will have discussions on how to increase health transfers to make sure that Canadians are well served in the years to come as well.
Le député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Logically, Mr. Speaker, it's not after the pandemic that we need more money for health. It is during the pandemic. However, let's trust in the coming spring. Premier Legault, who was treated as a white supremacist, we denounced Quebec bashing. That's great. And now what? What gesture do we make to make that real? How do we affirm the message to all of Canada that Quebecers are not more racist than anyone else, including the Prime Minister of Canada, the Right Honourable Prime Minister? Mr. Speaker, I want to come back to what my honourable colleague said at the beginning of his question, which is, now is the time to transfer money to the provinces for their healthcare systems, not the future, because we are in a pandemic now. And that's what we've been saying from the beginning, and that's what we have been doing from the beginning. We've transferred dozens of billions of dollars to help Quebecers, Canadians get through the challenges to our healthcare system. We will all be there for Quebecers and Canadians now and in the years to come. That is a promise.
Député de Burnaby.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Après avoir su qu'il y avait des plaintes inconduites.
After becoming aware that there were complaints of sexual misconduct against the chief of the defense staff, the Prime Minister not only increased his salary, he renewed his contract. That sends a clear message to women in the Canadian forces that they are not safe and that they are not taken seriously. Will the Prime Minister apologize and prevent such a situation from recurring? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as the government, we take all allegations seriously. We've relied on appropriate independent authorities, and that is what's happening here. After the Ombudsman reported concerns to the Minister of Defence, the Minister then communicated with independent authorities whose responsibility is to follow up on such allegations. It's not up to politicians to make those decisions and make investigations. It's up to the independent authorities to do so, and that's exactly what happened in this case.
Honourable member for Burnaby South.
Real leadership is about finding solutions, not looking for excuses. If, as a nation, we took the approach of this Liberal government, looking for excuses, then we would have never had universal health care. We know this pandemic has disproportionately impacted seniors. They were the hardest hit, particularly in long-term care, and we know that for-profit long-term care have the worst conditions. So will the Prime Minister show leadership and support our new Democratic Opposition Day motion to remove profit from long-term care so that our seniors are cared for with respect and dignity?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians in this House and across the country can agree we need to make sure our seniors are getting the care and treatment and dignity that they so richly deserved. And that is something that we are committed to working with the provinces and territories on. Unlike the NDP, we understand and respect the Constitution of Canada that designates certain areas of jurisdiction as being provincial authority, but we will work hand in hand with the provinces and territories to ensure that right across the country, all seniors get the top quality of care. It's something we all want. It's something we're going to work together in partnership to deliver.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, a year of lockdowns has had devastating mental health effects on Canadians. Too many have said their final goodbyes to a parent or a grandparent through a window or not at all. We've missed too many funerals and too many weddings. But 2 weeks ago, the Centers for Disease Control said that vaccinated grandparents in the U.S. can spend time with their grandchildren. Here in Canada, grandparents are looking for some hope too. Will grandparents in Canada who have been vaccinated get to see their grandchildren?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, Canada's response has been guided by science and evidence and has been done in partnership and collaboration with provinces and territories. The member of the opposition knows that it's provinces and territories that set the public health guidelines, indeed, in fact, local public health officials that work to protect all Canadians in their jurisdiction. We've been there for Canadians, and the provinces and territories will continue to be there for them.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the federal government is abdicating its responsibility by refusing to make recommendations on this, Mr. Speaker, and they need to acknowledge that. For many Canadians, spiritual and mental health are linked. Gathering with people of the same faith and belief has been vital to freedom of worship and good mental health. With suicides and overdoses increasing, people have fewer places to go for help. For most of the last year, more Canadians could go to Costco than to their temple or their church. So, Mr. Speaker, will vaccinated Canadians be able to attend their church, synagogue, or temple? And we are asking the federal government for direction on this, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, the member opposite knows that those decisions around public health measures are related to the public health leadership in that jurisdiction, whether it be provincial, territorial, or local. And we want to thank all the hardworking healthcare professionals that are protecting all of us during this very difficult time. It is encouraging, though, to hear the member of the opposition talk about harm resulting from overdoses. And I certainly hope it reflects a change in stance by the Conservative Party in their opposition to compassionate harm reduction care.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last week at FINA, I asked Philip Cross, who was the Chief Economic Analyst at Stats Canada for years, if he saw anything in Bill C-14 or the fall statement that would give him comfort that there's an actual plan of growing our way out of this crisis we're in today. His answer, flat out no. After 422 days of small businesses shut down and sector collapses, can this government tell us today what their plan is for economic recovery?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome that question because it gives me an opportunity to share some good economic news with this House. Last week, the ratings agency DBRS Morningstar reaffirmed Canada's AAA rating and wrote as follows. Canada's AAA ratings are underpinned by the country's considerable fundamental strengths, including its sound macroeconomic policy frameworks, large and diverse economy, and strong governing institutions. Thank you to Canadians for working so hard to get through this global pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about underpinning. The Parliamentary Budget Officer said himself, I haven't seen anything yet, at least from the government, on recent measures. When questioned if this government has any outcome-based analysis when allocating government spending. No metrics on productivity, growth rates, or spending efficiency. If they are not leading their decisions on economic recovery through traditional metrics, can this government explain exactly what type of tea leaves or crystal balls they are consulting when determining their spending allocation?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, When the chips were down, our government was there for Canadians, and the results show it. Last week, the IMF published estimates showing that without our government's economic response, real output would have declined by an additional 7.8 percentage points last year, and the unemployment rate would have been 3.2% higher. Our government stood by Canadians, and as a result of that support and the resilience of Canadians, the IMF projects our GDP will grow this year by 4.4%.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Health was asked yesterday by myself if fully vaccinated seniors can hug their grandchildren. Today, my colleague, the Deputy Leader, just asked her a very similar question, and she said that it was the province's jurisdiction to make that determination. So I'm wondering if she and her department is planning on issuing any guidance on what vaccinated Canadians will or will not be able to do.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'll just remind the member opposite that, unlike the party opposite, we do believe in science and evidence, including the evidence that climate change is real. I will also remind the opposite member that it is, in fact, work with provinces and territories that results in national guidance. The guidance that has been developed with all provinces and territories is posted on our website, and I encourage all Canadians to check it out.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, at a time when we should all be working together to encourage Canadians with regard to vaccine uptake, the federal health minister should be starting to tell Canadian public what she and her department is doing with regard to setting benchmarks on advice for what vaccinated Canadians can and can't do. So again, I'm just going to ask her, because she didn't give an answer. Is she planning on issuing, on the advice of her department, any guidance on what vaccinated Canadians can or can't do, or is she planning on completely abdicating this to the provincial governments?
Honourable Minister.
Well, since the member opposite is talking about vaccine hesitation, I will say this. What I am confident in is the safety of the vaccines that have been approved by Health Canada to save people's lives. And so it's really important that Canadians accept vaccination when it's their turn and that they talk to their healthcare provider if they have any questions. We know that without a doubt, vaccination is saving lives, and we will continue to be there for provinces and territories as they deliver those vaccinations in arms.
L'honorable député de Montarville.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Quebec and the provinces are calling for an increase in health transfers, in particular to fight the pandemic. Above all, it is because health costs are constantly increasing, while the federal government's financial share is decreasing, which is leading Quebec and the provinces into debt. Yesterday, in an internal document obtained by La Presse, the Deputy Minister of Employment said that the trajectory of the province's net debt is unsustainable. This confirms that Quebec and the provinces are telling the truth, and the federal government knows it, so why does it refuse to increase health transfers? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the Prime Minister has been very clear. We've been there for provinces and territories throughout this pandemic, whether it's through billions of dollars in support, direct financial support, purchasing of personal protective equipment, providing additional personnel to help prevent and support people experiencing tremendous outbreaks in their regions, ensuring that we have access to vaccination, paying for all that vaccination. And we will continue to be there for provinces, including Quebec and Quebecers, throughout this pandemic and beyond.
L'honorable député de Montarville.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. What the Minister has revealed is that the government is well aware that despite the deficit resulting from the pandemic, it will have the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7, while Quebec and the provinces are going to debt because of skyrocketing healthcare costs. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has already established this, so has the Conference Board, the Council of the Federation, the Quebec National Assembly. Today, we have confirmation that the government knows that these people are right, and yet it chooses to continue to starve the healthcare system by refusing to increase transfers. Why? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, malgré ce que...
Mr. Speaker, in spite of what my colleague is saying, the government of Canada is working with the government of Quebec. We've been there in terms of healthcare. We've been there from the beginning of the pandemic, sending PPE and vaccines, and we will continue to collaborate and discuss with the Government of Quebec in the future. We will always be there for Quebec.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
When it came to light that the Prime Minister approved a $500 million grant to a group that had paid his family $500,000, he said, listen, this thing was just dropped on the cabinet table and I knew nothing about it. Is it really believable that this Prime Minister would know nothing about a $500 million cabinet submission? Well, actually, yes, it is. But until you see this email that was sent to his top advisor from Craig Kielburger. Hi, Ben. Thank you for your kindness in helping to shape our latest program with the government. What role did the Prime Minister's top advisor play in setting up this $500 million handout to the Prime Minister's friends?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as has been shared on numerous occasions, the Nonpartisan Public Service recommended that this was the only organization that could deliver the Canada Student Service Grant in the time and capacity that was required. Obviously, the program did not unfold as we intended, and all the money that was allocated to the organization has been...
Just going to interrupt. The microphone is not picking up well. If I can have the Honourable Minister maybe just start over.
Is that better, Mr. Speaker?
Much better. Please proceed.
Excellent. Mr. Speaker, as has been shared, the Nonpartisan Public Service recommended that this was the only organization that could deliver this program in the timeline in the degree that was required to respond to student and youth needs. And unfortunately, the program did not unfold as it was intended. All of the money that was allocated for this program has been returned, and our government remains focused on youth and students in responding to their needs. It's unfortunate the Conservative Party actually has been delaying Bill C-14, which actually will provide interest relief to student programs. So I'm pleased to see their interest in supporting youth and students, and I hope we can continue providing programs to Canadians.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, she says the program didn't unfold as intended. Well, that's because they got caught when they were intending to hand money over to their friends. But there they go again, blaming the Nonpartisan Public Service for the program, except for this little email from Craig Kielburger, who says, hello, Ben, Senior Advisor to the Prime Minister. Thank you for your kindness in helping to shape our latest program with the government. If these ministers can't give us a straight answer about what role the PMO played in shaping the program, will they let this senior advisor come testify at a parliamentary committee under oath to explain his story?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues knows well that we believe strongly in the work of committees. They have a responsibility to examine legislation, make it better, ask questions, and that's why we never turn away from having our ministers appear at committees. And we did so without any hesitation many, many times, and we'll continue doing it. That's how it works, Mr. Speaker. Our ministers are accountable to this Parliament. The ministers, Mr. Speaker.
Member, l'honorable député de Charbot-Haute-Saint.
The Honourable Member for Charbot-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister approved a $50,000 bonus and pay raise to the former Chief of the Defence Staff even after serious allegations of sexual misconduct against him came to light in 2018. Women serving in our armed forces must surely be baffled after learning of this decision. What message does this send to women serving in the Canadian Forces? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we take all allegations of misconduct extremely seriously. And as I stated before, I do not determine the pay increases. That is done by independently, based on the advice and the recommendation of the public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Charbot.
The Honourable Member for Charbot-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we're used to the response from the Prime Minister sending the problem to somebody else, saying it's not my responsibility, it's other people. But now I'll ask the Minister of Defence to go back in time to remember his time in uniform, and would he say the same thing to his women colleagues? Is that the same answer he would give them? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure when the member served that he served honorably as well, and I did the same thing. And we take our responsibility very seriously as the women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces, and that's exactly what we're doing. We have absolutely we have zero tolerance for any type of misconduct. We take every allegation extremely seriously, and that's exactly what we did in this situation here as well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the RCMP Civilian Review and Complaints Commission determined Colton Bushy's mom was discriminated against when officers told her of her son's death. According to the report, police told her to get it together, then asked her if she was drinking and even smelled her breath. This was said to a mom who had just lost her son violently. Imagine her pain. Reconciliation grows from recognizing uncomfortable truths, not symbolic gestures. When will this Prime Minister stop talking and start acting to end systemic racism in policing?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this is an important question, and certainly our condolences and sympathy goes to the Bushy family, and the way in which they were treated is unacceptable. We thank the CRCC for their report. But I would remind the member that we have made a clear declaration of moving forward on enhanced civilian oversight for all law enforcement agencies, including the RCMP. We're working towards modernizing the training for police and law enforcement, addressing standards of de-escalation, people in crisis and use of force. And we are accelerating the work to co-develop a legislative framework for First Nations policing as an essential service. Mr. Speaker, we're acting on these recommendations, and we're working to ensure that the RCMP is fully engaged in the reform.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
After years of obstruction, the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Affairs finally agreed to an independent review of the abuse of the rights of the St. Anne's residential school survivors. But she made no effort to talk to the survivors, and now we know why. Because the Minister is arbitrarily excluding many of the survivors. She's refusing to let the survivors know if their claims were breached by the government's actions, and she's refusing to provide access to the evidence that her officials suppressed. This minister has already spent over $3 million fighting these survivors. When is she going to end these toxic legal games and just do what is right by the survivors of St. Anne's Residential School? Do the right thing.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the mistreatment of Indigenous children, including those who attended St. Anne's Indian Residential School, is a tragic and shameful part of Canada's history. To restore the confidence, rebuild trust, and maintain the integrity of the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement, Canada has approached the court to request an independent third-party review of the St. Anne's Indian Residential School independent assessment process claims, which were decided without the benefit of Canada's 2015 updated persons of interest reports. Throughout any review, Canada will fund health support measures for the survivors.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, over the past year, Canadians and Canadian businesses have faced an unprecedented challenge. We have, as a country, gone through the worst health and economic crisis in over a century. Our government has been there for Canadians and Canadian businesses every step of the way. And with the vaccine rollout, there is now light at the end of the tunnel. Will the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance please update this House on when the government will present Budget 2021 and the government's vision for the future?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada entered this global pandemic in a strong fiscal position, which allowed our government to provide unprecedented support to Canadians. We will continue to do whatever it takes to support Canadians and Canadian businesses, and we have a plan for jobs and robust growth. I'm pleased to announce that on April 19th at 4 p.m., the government will present Budget 2021. Pursuant to Standing Order 82.3, I ask that Standing Order 83.2, I ask that an order of the day be designated for that purpose. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, fruit and vegetable growers who are bringing international farm workers for the 2021 growing season are being asked to wait on phone lines with hundreds and thousands of other people to wait for a nurse that's contracted by the government, that is to supervise their COVID-19 test at day 10. But if they get through, once the test is complete, they're required to forward it to the lab by Purolator courier. So this just in, Mr. Speaker, Purolator does not serve many parts of rural Canada. And where it is available, they don't work on the weekends. So will this government give fruit and vegetable growers a workable solution for getting farm workers to work?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to reassure my colleague and all Canadian farmers that we are working really seriously to make sure that the procedure is safe for the temporary foreign workers, safe for Canadians. And yes, we know there's a challenge around day 10 test, but I can assure you that we are working on it. We have already put in place additional resources and a line that is specifically dedicated to foreign workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the government's hotel quarantine policy is not based on science and is hurting the global work of Canadian humanitarian organizations. These organizations must now pay for hotel stays when they bring their workers home or transfer them through Canada to other locations. Now, humanitarian workers need to be traveling to fight this virus abroad, and that is why Conservatives asked for an exemption for them a month ago. At the very least, will the government support an exemption to this policy for humanitarian workers so that NGOs can focus their resources where they are most needed?
Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We value tremendously the incredible work that humanitarian workers are doing on the front lines here in Canada and around the world. The policy that our government has put in place is designed to keep Canadians safe, which is why quarantine measures are very important. However, we stand by the important work that humanitarian workers are doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable député de Lévis.
Honourable member for Lévis-Daubigny. Mr. Speaker, thousands of Canadians are returning from Florida at the moment with their vaccination certificate in hand and a negative COVID-19 test. Mr. Speaker, will these Canadians be able to return directly to their homes for their 3-day stay without having to spend their quarantine in a hotel? The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, and first let me remind Canadians now is not the time to travel internationally. It's very important that we have proper public health protocols at the international borders. We have some of the strongest measures in the world. It keeps our rate of importation extremely low. And Mr. Speaker, as returning Canadians arrive in Canada, they will be expected to follow the regulations in place for all returning travelers.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, last week, constituents of mine working in the pipeline repair and inspection services were detained upon arrival into Canada, despite having provided a travel letter and a government essential service workers permit to the CBSA agents. Workers that cross the border for essential work have been deemed essential for a reason. Mr. Speaker, why is this government causing quarantine chaos, locking them up in their COVID hotels, even when proper credentials were presented?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have taken the measures that are necessary to protect the health and safety of all Canadians. At the same time, we have introduced exemptions for workers, including essential workers, to ensure that we can keep our economy going. We will continue to apply those measures with great rigor so that we can both protect the health and safety of Canadians as well as meeting the needs of Canadians economically. Thank you.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On January 27th, the House of Commons unanimously called on the Minister of Immigration to grant citizenship to Raif Badawi. On February 16th, I wrote to the Minister to remind him of this. Well, it's now March 23rd, and I'm still waiting for an acknowledgement of receipt. But more importantly, Raif Badawi is still not a citizen. Yesterday, when I questioned the Minister, he told me that he would continue to work with all members of Parliament. Well, that's nice, Mr. Speaker, but to work together, first you have to be working. So, when will Raif Badawi get his citizenship? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I share my colleagues' concern of
concerning Mr. Badawi's detention. We're very concerned about his safety. We are studying the requirements of the Citizenship Act, given that Mr. Badawi is not on Canadian soil. We are working closely with Global Affairs Canada on this issue, and we will continue to work with all parliamentarians in order to reunite Mr. Badawi with his family. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, congratulate him on his improved French, by the way. I know that the Minister is in touch with Erwin Kotler, Raif Badawi's lawyer. Mr. Kotler is also a former Liberal Minister of Justice who has represented other political prisoners, such as Nelson Mandela, and I want to emphasize this because I think there should be no partisanship here. We're all here to help release a man who is being arbitrarily detained. Mr. Kotler has confirmed that the Minister of Immigration has the discretion to grant citizenship and that it would help Mr. Badawi's case. He could do so as early as this afternoon if he chooses to do so. So why doesn't he? The Honourable Minister. Once again, I want to thank my colleague for his question. As I have already said, I share his concerns around Mr. Badawi's safety. It's not a really easy issue. We do have to deal with it attentively. I'm very concerned by Mr. Badawi's security, and I will continue to work with all colleagues on this issue and continue to engage the community and the family of Mr. Badawi, and I'm going to be working very closely with the Minister of Foreign Affairs on this. Thank you.
Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses have borne the brunt of the pandemic. 60,000 of them have failed. Nearly 20,000 are on the brink. Millions of jobs are at stake. Many need more loans to survive, and thousands can't qualify. But debt is no substitute for customers, and small business debt is threatening recovery. Uncertainty from this government's lack of a plan is killing small business jobs. Will this government table a plan so that small businesses will know when they can have their customers back?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I share the honourable member's concern about Canadian small businesses, and that is why I would like to urge him and all members opposite to join us in supporting Bill C-14. This is legislation that will help small businesses, and you don't need to listen to me. You can listen to Dan Kelly, who says, Bill C-14 has some important measures for small businesses. CFIB urges all parties to ensure this support is passed quickly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, Madam Speaker, last week at Finance Committee, Philip Cross from the Macdonald-Laurier Institute said there is nothing in Bill C-14 for economic recovery. This government has repeatedly said that programs like the HASCAP program and the RRF were the answer for businesses that have fallen through the cracks. But the criteria for these programs is virtually the same as the other programs that are failing to reach Canadians. The minister admitted at the Finance Committee that there's nothing in C-14 for businesses that have fallen through the cracks because they opened. When are they going to table a plan and do something about it?
Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I announced earlier today, we will be presenting our budget on April 19th. But I must take issue, Mr. Speaker, with the simply false notion that Bill C-14 does not include measures to support small businesses. It would provide the RDAs with an additional $206.7 million to replicate CEBA loan limits for gap-filling programs and RRF gap-filling capacity. C-14 also gives us the formal authority to provide rent support programs for rent payable. Many other important measures there, Mr. Speaker, and I hope all members of this House will support this essential legislation.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, recently it was announced that 800,000 taxpayers have been locked out of their CRA My accounts because their account information has been obtained by unauthorized third parties. Now, that is close to 1 million Canadians who have been locked out of their accounts, many of whom will rely on it to apply for their emergency benefits or file their taxes. While the CRA has suggested this is just precautionary, it should never have happened. Will the minister ensure that Canadians are not paying the price for CRA's recklessness and make sure this never happens again?
Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, protecting Canadians' personal data is a priority for the Canada Revenue Agency. The people concerned by this issue will receive a notification that they need to reinitialize their username and password for their CRA account. This step was taken proactively and as a preventive measure, and let me be very clear, there has been no breach in the agency's system. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, we know that Canada remains deeply concerned about the egregious human rights violations that are taking place in the Xinjiang region in China. We're particularly concerned by the reports of forced labor in the region and the ongoing repression and persecution of the Uyghurs. Yesterday, along with the US, the UK, the EU, Canada has announced targeted measures against Chinese officials who have been directly involved in these atrocities. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs update this House on Canada's most recent actions?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Mississauga East Cooksville and chair of the Subcommittee on International Human Rights for his work on this serious issue. More than ever, democratic countries must stand together to defend democracy and human rights. That is why yesterday we joined our allies in imposing sanctions on 4 individuals and an entity who have played a key role in the persecution of the Uyghurs. We will continue to call on China to stop the repression against the Uyghurs and to hold those responsible to account.
Honourable Member for Medicine Hat Carson Warner.
Mr. Speaker, pre-COVID, Canada's emergency management experts had a clear pandemic plan. However, this plan was trashed along with pandemic stockpiles in our early warning system. And now, Canadians are paying the price for this negligence with the Liberals' plan for the next election. Lockdowns and restrictions are supposed to be temporary to buy governments time to get appropriate measures like rapid testing and vaccines in place. So, where is this government's data-driven plan for a recovery, and why are Canadians being forced to endure perpetual restrictions while we wait for that plan?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a member opposite knows, we have worked with scientists, public health leaders, and indeed provinces and territories every step of the way to respond to COVID-19, from the early days where we were supporting provinces and territories to acquire personal protective equipment and start up domestic manufacturing, to now where we are acquiring the vaccines, paying for them, and ensuring that provinces and territories have the systems to administer those vaccines. Mr. Speaker, we've delivered over 31 million rapid tests. We've ensured that provinces and territories have the money, the expertise, and the support they need to protect the health of the citizens that they are responsible for taking care of.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, families want to be able to visit their loved ones in long-term care homes. Grandmothers want to hug their children. People in Point Roberts simply want to be able to go and visit their doctor or their dentist. The government now has robust data on the efficacy of vaccines. When will they update their guidelines on what are appropriate activities for fully vaccinated individuals?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the member's interest in the data and science on vaccination. And she's right. What we do know is that vaccinations are indeed saving lives, and the data is accumulating that they are a very strong protection for the transmission, for the experience of getting very sick with COVID-19. Where the research is still evolving is the effect on transmission, and we will always listen to the advice of public health experts, scientists, indeed the leaders all across this country that are working so hard to balance the public health measures necessary to protect Canadians during this extremely delicate time.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River, Nipawa.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want a government that works for them, but they don't have one. Seniors are being left behind, businesses have closed their doors, rural Canada is being ignored, and our vaccine rollout is amongst the worst. Instead of doing his job, this Prime Minister is more focused on keeping his job. Canadians don't want an early election. They want a future. Why is this Prime Minister more focused on his political future versus the future of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I disagree entirely with my honorable colleague's assertion. Since day one of COVID, our government has put the well-being of Canadians at the heart of our response. And as the finance minister said today, we will be there every step of the way until we get out of COVID and build back better. As the Minister for Rural Economic Development, I'm proud that we are taking this opportunity in these difficult times to connect every Canadian to high-speed internet, a service that is essential. No government has done more, and to rural Canadians, we've got your back.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, over the last year, Canadians have had to roll up their sleeves to deal with an unprecedented health and economic crisis. From the start of the pandemic, our government has been there to support Canadians, and we will be there for the recovery to build back better and create a stronger Canada. Could the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance please inform the House when the government will table the 2021 budget and our vision for the future? Thank you. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you for the question. Mr. Speaker, we entered this crisis in a strong fiscal position, which has allowed us to provide unprecedented support to Canadians during this pandemic. I am pleased to announce that on April 19th at 4 p.m., the government will table the 2021 budget. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
A recent CCPA report noted that because of high costs, there has been a substantial decline of 10% in childcare enrollment in most Canadian cities. It was most extreme in Ontario. Accessible and affordable childcare will play a vital role in rebuilding our economy and will be essential in helping parents get back to work. The Liberals supported our NDP motion to put $2 billion into childcare immediately, yet there's still no relief. Families are used to broken Liberal campaign promises. Is this just one more?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed and we understand the immense pressure that COVID-19 has put on Canadian families and particularly parents. We're committed to being there for parents throughout this crisis to ensure that they take care of themselves, their children, and their families. That's why we introduced a series of measures to help families through this pandemic. But we also introduced measures to help the childcare sector, and we're committed to, of course, continuing our investments, but also a more ambitious plan to ensure that each and every child in Canada has access to affordable and high-quality childcare from coast to coast to coast.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, compared to other countries, only less than 10% of Canadians are vaccinated, and everyone is concerned. Can Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry explain that in spite of the rich resources available, why this government could not bring a proper plan for made in Canada vaccine instead of depending on others? Thank you, Minister. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. Mr. Speaker, it's quite the opposite, actually. Within 12 days that the World Health Organization declared a pandemic, Mr. Speaker, we were already there with $200 million to support made in Canada vaccine and therapeutics, Mr. Speaker. And within 30 days, we added another $600 million. So in fact, Canadians should know that within a month, we had almost $1 billion, which was invested to make sure that Canadians can rely on safe and effective vaccines through procurement and to biomanufacturing in this country, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to invest to ensure the resiliency of Canadians and to protect their health and safety for the future.
And that's all the time we have for question period today. I believe we have the Honourable Member for Burnaby South rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise again today, Mr. Speaker, on another very urgent matter. There have been consultations with other parties, and if you seek it, I hope you will find consent for the following motion: that the House denounce the racism in the RCMP as found by the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission in a report that also revealed that the RCMP destroyed records of police communications from the night Colton Boushie was killed and condemn the cover-up by the RCMP.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. No? Okay. Now we'll move on to the votes. Comme il est 3h09.
It being 3:09 p.m., pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Singh relating to the business of supply.
Members. Thank you, sir. C'était en place. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Seconded by Ms. Kwan, moved that given that, one, during the first wave, 82% of COVID deaths in Canada happened in long-term care, the highest proportion in the OECD. Deux, plus que 12,000 résidents.
2. There have been over 12,000 long-term care resident and worker deaths in Canada.
No, okay. Au Canada depuis le début de...
In Canada since the beginning of the pandemic. 3.
And workers in for-profit long-term care homes have a higher risk of infection and death than those in non-profit homes. The House call upon the government to ensure that the national standards for long-term care, which are currently being developed, fully remove profit from the sector, included by A. Transformant immédiatement Rivera un
A. Immediately bringing Rivera, a for-profit long-term care operator owned by a federal agency under public ownership.
Transitioning all for-profit care to not-for-profit hands by 2030. C.
C. Working with provinces and territories to stop licensing any new for-profit care facilities. And making sure that measures are in place to keep all existing beds open during the transition.
D. Investing in an additional $5 billion over the next 4 years in long-term care, with funding tied to respect for the principles of the Canada Health Act to boost the number of non-profit homes. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote of excuse me, the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Miss McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Miss Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
La Chambre interrompra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has closed.
To vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Polievre.
I vote no.
Mr. Poilievre, no. Contre.
Ms. Wagenthal. Ms. Wagenthal?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I did vote. However, it asked me to vote again, so I just want to confirm that my vote was counted.
Yeah, it was.
It was counted.
Great,
Ms.
thank you.
Murray. Oh. Monsieur Robillard.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Robillard, oui. Okay.
Ms. Murray.
I vote against.
Ms. Murray, against. Contre.
Oh. Monsieur Robillard?
Oui, je crois que je vais changer mon vote.
Okay.
I'd like to change my vote. To change your vote, you need unanimous consent from the House. So, do we have unanimous consent? Yes. I believe we do. Yes, we do. Mr. Robillard, your vote.
Oui? Non, c'est quoi votre vote?
What is your vote? It's yes. You agree?
Yes, I want to vote
Je m'excuse, Monsieur le Président.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Robillard. I'm voting against the motion. Against.
Excuse.
Si un agent supérieur.
If a senior House official from a party wishes to raise concerns with regard to the vote, he or she can now indicate it to the Speaker.
Okay. Did Mrs. Murray vote? The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 28, 28. Nays contre 305, 305.
I declare the motion defeated. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 17 minutes. I'm now ready to rule on the point of order raised on March 10th, 2021 by the member for Mission Matsy Fraser Canyon concerning a discrepancy between the English and French version of Bill C-19, an act to amend the Canada Election Act COVID-19 response. In his intervention, the member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Kenyon informed the House of the discrepancy between the two versions of a section of the bill. Indeed, at the end of subsection 239.2 on page 12 of the English version, the bill stipulates that ballots should be sent to the, and I quote, Special Voting Rules Administrator in the National Capital Region no later than 6 p.m. on the Tuesday, end quote. The French version conversely indicates that the ballot, and I quote, parvienne au bureau du
be sent to the Special Rules Administrator at the latest at 6 p.m. on Tuesday.
According to the member, the two texts have very different meaning, which created confusion during the debate at second reading. This discrepancy, he added, suggests that the bill is incomplete. The member cited an extract of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, at page 734 to the effect that when such situations occur in the past, the order for second reading was discharged. He thus asked the chair to review the matter and rule on the admissibility of Bill C-19 in its current form. La députée de Saint-Jean,
the member for Saint-Jean, also insisted on the importance of effectively taking part in House of Commons deliberations, and the member for Elmwood-Transcona called on the parties again to find a solution so as not to unduly delay the study of the bill. In response, the member for Kingston and the Isles clarified that the French wording of paragraph 239.2 is the right one. He argued that the government would correct the inconsistency during the clause-by-clause study of the bill in committee. Even though a mistake was made in the drafting of the bill, the member specified that Bill C-19 is not incomplete. And that it is the final, that it represents the final version when it was tabled in the House. While waiting, the Speaker made a decision in 1987, and the member added that the mistake does not have the effect of making the bill invalid because there are no blank parts, and it does not meet the threshold for it being incomplete.
The issue of a bill's form, it is important to review the existing precedents. A careful reading of the Speaker's rulings reveals that when the order for second reading of a bill was discharged, it was either because it was not it did not comply with an order of the House, or because the drafting of the bill was not done or not completed. The following passage must be added. The extract cited by the member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon on page 734 of Bosch-Gagnon, and I quote, "A bill in blank or in imperfect shape is a bill which has only a title or the drafting of which has not been completed," end quote. In my opinion, that is not the case with Bill C-19 as submitted in the House. Furthermore, the debate at the second reading concerns the principle of the bill and not its specific provisions. In the words of Speaker Fraser, in a ruling rendered on January 26, 1987, at page 2667 of debates, I feel that this difference, and I quote, did not affect the essence, the principles, the objects, the purpose, or the conditions of the bill, end quote. En l'occurrence, l'erreur pourra être...
Therefore, the mistake will be corrected by the committee, which will be seized of the bill. Even though this does not happen often, these kinds of corrections are sometimes made at the clause-by-clause study at committee to ensure that the English and French versions are aligned with each other. In the meantime, the government explained its intent, and debate can continue on the motion at second reading.
Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon for his vigilance. Let me also take this opportunity to reiterate the importance of paying particular attention to both versions of bills so that members have the same understanding of proposed text, so that they can participate fully in parliamentary business and so that they can perform their duties as legislators. Merci. Thank you for your attention.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, we have a point of order for the honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your ruling. But can you please inform the House, is the English version correct or is the French version correct? Because my main point of contention, whether ballots are counted within the riding or counted within the National Capital Region, has not been answered. Can you please confirm if the English or French version is correct? Which one? Government indicated that they...
Please, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Just to be able to, I can appreciate the member's concern. I was there when he spoke, and it is the French version that is correct.
I was about to say that the understanding is that the French version is correct, but it will be up to the committee to decide, along with the members of the committee, on which one will apply. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides, motion de l'opposition au nom de Madame.
Opposition motion, standing in the name of Ms. Rempel Garner, a plan for reopening the economy.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health has 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where I left off prior to question period, I was discussing the other jurisdictions around the world that are also increasing or continuing lockdowns or restrictions. And I was raising this point to bring up the fact that while the Conservatives are, ignore the science, ignore the evidence, we are still in the midst of a global pandemic in which lives are being lost, people are remaining sick, and we need to understand the transmission of the variants. And so while everybody wants to resume to normal life again, we can't do so until Canadians are safe. And so I was speaking about jurisdictions because the Conservatives talked about the US and the UK, but I was talking about Germany in lockdowns, France entering new lockdowns, Italy issuing lockdowns over Easter, Greece closing schools, the Czech Republic with lockdowns, Spain issuing curfews, Belgium lockdowns until April, Portugal state of emergency, the Netherlands with curfews, Ireland, the member from Carleton brought up Ireland. They're still in the highest level of restrictions in Ireland. And of course, again, members, even throughout question period today, raised the U.S. as the example. However, Mr. Speaker, let me point out that in the U.S., places like Miami are entering into new restrictions. I don't think the members opposite really want Canadians to believe that, we should be following the examples of Miami or Texas where they have gotten rid of mask regulations and restrictions. So, Mr. Speaker, every step of this pandemic, our government has been committed to following the best science and evidence. And as that science and evidence evolves, we have as well. But, Mr. Speaker, we also must point out the fact that the Conservatives continue to ignore that lockdown restrictions or any sorts of restrictions are being decided by local jurisdictions, and that there is not a one size fits all, that some areas might require more restrictions and other areas, may not. And so this notion that conservatives know best, that they are going to tell provinces and territories and regions across this country what to do to ignore the science. Again, Mr. Speaker, we saw over the weekend that conservatives can't even come to terms with the fact that climate change is real. So I have absolutely no faith in their ability to manage a health crisis or rely on scientists. And when it comes to Canadians' health, we must rely on the best evidence, and those who are in a position to guide provinces and territories with that evidence, allow them to make the decisions based on local requirements. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives think that they know best and that they should tell provinces and territories what to do. But we need to continue to protect Canadians so that we can come out of this crisis stronger together and get back to normal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. We'll go first to the Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this is a very important topic. And we are not saying in any way, shape, or form that lockdowns don't have an important health responsibility and consequence. What we are saying is that there can be no economic recovery without opening up the country at some point when it is safe to do so. And what Canadians need to understand is what are those conditions and when can that opening begin. So this motion is to ask the government for a plan. Under what conditions and when will we be able to open the economy? Because our businesses, large and small, need to know what those conditions are. So is my honourable colleague against there being a plan for when we might be able to reopen the economy?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the question, this is what I think Canadians just absolutely can't stand from Conservative members, which is talking out of both sides of their mouths. If you read the motion, it's not asking for a simple plan or conditions. The motion speaks to providing the conditions within 20 days to open restrictions. And Mr. Speaker, the member who asked that question comes from the same province I do in Ontario, and the provincial government has said that it is the Ontario government that is going to determine the lifting of restrictions based on the regional and local dynamics. So, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite can say whatever she wants in the House, but the motion speaks for itself, and the Conservatives continue to ignore science and evidence, and this is why Canadians don't have any faith in them.
Questions
and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is, in terms of managing COVID, I wonder what the Parliamentary Secretary thinks about today's motions. I'd like to hear more detail, especially in the context where at least 4 or 5 months were wasted waiting for the federal government to do something. They put all their eggs in the Chinese vaccine basket. So this motion basically points out if the Liberal had done concrete things to reboot the economy and get vaccines up and running. We're the only G7 country that hasn't done this. And isn't this just all the fault of federal inaction, what's going on today? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow, it's when the Bloc and the Conservatives now they just blame everything on the federal government. Meanwhile, it was actually the federal government who had been working with provinces and territories to supply the provinces and territories with vaccines, with the supplies they need, with PPE. And in fact, we have more supports available to provinces and territories, to small businesses in C14. So why won't the opposition work with us to actually make these supports available to provinces and territories if they are so concerned with ensuring that we have the best plans in place, funding to support local jurisdictions? Then why don't they stand up and vote in support of C14 so we can deliver on just that?
Final question, and we'll go to the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the member's statement about how federal COVID guidance must be based on the best available evidence, the best available science. But the federal government should also be providing Canadians with a clear path forward, a comprehensive plan, a process of recovery. And this government can't wait until the pandemic is over to begin acting and learning on these critical lessons. One of those lessons has to be about paid sick leave for every Canadian worker. The government must fix the flawed Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit to make it easier for workers to access the program. Does the member agree that all Canadian workers should have permanent access to 10 days of paid sick leave?
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, our government has been there for workers every step of the way and for businesses, whether it's through various COVID response measures like the caregiver response benefit, like, CERB, like changes to EI. Our government has made transformational changes in the shortest amount of time in reaction to make sure that we are there to support workers, to support businesses, and to support Canadians so that they don't have to make the choice between going to work or staying home because they might have been exposed to COVID-19. So, Mr. Speaker, we have been there every step of the way. We will continue to make investments, and I encourage all members of the House to support Bill C-14 so that we can further those supports to Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to be able to participate in this important debate today. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to participate in a debate on our party's motion that calls for greater clarity from the federal government on a path forward as we recover from COVID. As a New Brunswicker, I can say that circumstances in Atlantic Canada are unique to that of much of Canada, but one thing remains consistent: a lack of certainty on from the federal government on what the path forward will look like. And as a member of Parliament for the riding of Fundy Royal, I want to speak for a few minutes on the situation with tourism operators. Fundy Royal is home to some major tourism attractions like the Fundy Trail, the Hopewell Rocks, Fundy National Park, but most tourism operators in my riding are small, independent businesses who have managed to build a successful business over their years in the communities. These are small entrepreneurial businesses that rely on tourism. In many cases, this allows families to stay in the same communities that they grew up in, or it offers newcomers an opportunity to build on their dreams, often in rural communities that they've always wanted to move to. In some cases, these businesses are operated by New Brunswickers who are getting older, but they keep on working because it's what they've always done. And it keeps them young and it keeps them busy. In other cases, these tourism businesses are operated by young parents who rely on the income to help keep food on the table and build a life in New Brunswick for their children. All of this to say, the past year has been especially devastating for those who operate in the tourism industry. Many operators used their life savings to survive last summer, in the hope that they would have a path back to full recovery in the summer of 2021. Unfortunately, while U.S. President Joe Biden has said he's eyeing July 4th as a sort of Independence Day from the virus, because of this government's mismanagement of acquiring vaccines early enough, that is highly unlikely to be the case here in Canada. The provincial government in New Brunswick established a program to try and help tourism operators by introducing a financial incentive to encourage travel across the province from New Brunswickers. I've heard from many business owners in my riding that this was very helpful, but of course it does not replace the amount of business that they would normally receive. And they were counting on increased income from this year to make up for the very difficult summer of 2020. What these business operators are looking for is some degree of certainty from the federal government on what the path forward is. And I'm very concerned that we will see a number of tourism operators close because they are unable to get through this upcoming season. The fact that there is such significant uncertainty for the path forward is the reason for that. They have no expectation of when things may return to normal. The messaging from the federal government has been mixed at best. These business owners need to make life-altering decisions on ever-changing scenarios. The uncertainty on the path forward and even what next year looks like is a daunting concept for many of these business owners. I met recently with Carol Alderis, the CEO of Tourism Industry Association of New Brunswick. She noted that the impact on the lack of cruise ships will have on the Port of St. John and all of our local tourism operators. This includes every business, from restaurants to small shops to bus tour operators. Of course, most did not expect cruise ships to enter Canada this past summer or even this summer, but with the rapid rollout of vaccines in the U.S. and the Prime Minister stating Canadians would be vaccinated by September, some in the tourism industry were dismayed. The cruise ship ban will be in effect all the way until February 28th, 2022. More concerning is what if those cruise ships do not even come back in the summer of 2022. On the East Coast, this will have a detrimental impact on many of our communities. For example, in 2019, Halifax saw 320,000 passengers arrive in the city. This had significant economic benefits for businesses, restaurants, and regional tourism operators. The Port of Charlottetown, the Port of Sydney, the Port of St. John's, the Port of St. John, and many more in Atlantic Canada are all hoping that 2022 will see a return of those ships that local businesses rely on. I also want to touch on the suspension of flights through much of Atlantic Canada. The president of the Atlantic Canada Airports Association said late last year that their industry cannot survive and operate in these conditions, and we are seeing the worst case scenario playing out here today. In New Brunswick, we have seen a significant reduction in flights, in particular into St. John and Fredericton. There's also concern that these cuts may be permanent and that the airports will not see a return to travel once the pandemic is over. This will mean permanently lost jobs and significant impacts on local residents. There are other communities that are feeling the impact and concerned about the future, including Charlottetown, Gander, and Sydney. The elimination of these flights will have a significant impact on communities in the long term, if not restored. For example, these flight closures can have a significant impact on rotational workers. A rotational worker flying into Halifax who lives in North Sydney and Cape Breton would need to drive over 4 hours after landing, often after a very long flight. There are legitimate safety concerns about such a long drive, but it also raises the question of whether individuals will simply move out of their home community to eliminate that long commute. Atlantic Canadians I hear from are concerned that these flight cancellations will be permanent, and of course the impact's permanent as well. Conservatives have called for a plan from the federal government that would include the restoration of Canada's regional routes. We need confirmation from this Liberal government that they will do everything necessary to ensure that these regional flights return. Without them, our communities are at risk. I want to touch for a moment, Mr. Speaker, on the government's policy regarding the quarantine hotels and the absolute failure they have been. We've heard about truly horrific conditions that some Canadians have found themselves in as a result of this terrible policy. Not only that, but there have been issues with actually accessing the phone line to book rooms at these overcrowded hotels. Despite my colleagues calling for data from the federal government on why they feel these quarantine hotels are more effective at preventing the spread of COVID, the government has been unable to present any data. I had a constituent reach out to my office recently who's very concerned about his family's return to Canada at the start of May. The constituent, Brody, is a professional hockey player who has worked in Denmark and is accompanied by his wife, his 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a baby just born in February. He said when the quarantine hotel measure was announced in late January, it was too late for his wife to fly back to Canada before it was to come into effect. Brody had previously self-isolated with his family in New Brunswick and followed all the rules. They would gladly do so again if allowed by the federal government. But now, as his work visa comes to an end, Brody and his family face being stuck in a hotel room. If you have young kids, you should be able to understand how ridiculous it is to cram a couple, 2 toddlers, and a baby into a hotel room. Further, we all know that there's been widespread reports of Canadians not receiving adequate supplies of basic necessities while in these hotel rooms. Having a baby obviously makes this situation even more difficult as far more resources are needed. I would ask that common sense be applied and that Canadians be given the opportunity to simply conduct their quarantine at home, as Brody and his family had previously done already. The government's quarantine hotel program has been nothing short of an absolute failure, and it should be scrapped. As the Conservative Shadow Minister for Justice and the Attorney General, I want to touch briefly on the impacts of COVID-19 on the justice system. Quite early in the pandemic last year, I asked for clarity from the government on how the courts could respond to the increased delays due to COVID. In particular, I'm concerned with the backlog in the courts and how that relates to the Jordan decision from the Supreme Court of Canada. The Minister of Justice had said this is something he and his provincial and territorial justice ministers are closely monitoring. While he referred to a sort of safety valve mechanism for exceptional circumstances, it is unclear how long that will be valid as Canada hopefully recovers from COVID and the backlog in the courts remains. As the minister would know, the courts were already struggling with a backlog in advance of the pandemic. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Canadians need a plan for how our country will proceed forward from the federal government. And that is what this motion that we're debating today, that is what it's asking for. For many Canadians, both 2020 and 2021 have been difficult years, but we need to do our part. Canadians are looking for leadership on the path forward, and I call on the federal government to prioritize plotting a path forward for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you read the 4th point in the motion, that the President of the U.S. and the Prime Minister of the UK have both released plans for economic reopening, while Canadian officials have not yet given Canadians clarity on when regular economic and social life will be able to resume. On March 23rd, the UK had vaccinated 42% of its population, the US 25%. Clearly, this government is lagging behind, but when you ask the government to table in the House within 20 days a clear plan, a data-driven plan to support safely, gradually, and permanently lifting restrictions. Does my colleague not think that's premature?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I think Canadians need to see a nothing less, as I laid out in my remarks, in areas clearly in federal jurisdiction like airline, the rules around cruise ships, the quarantine hotels, and indeed delays in the justice system. What we're asking for today is that Canada put forward something that it hasn't yet, that the federal government put forward a plan for recovery. Canadians need to see that. My constituents, New Brunswickers, they need to see that as we plan forward. And the only way for them to plan and for the tourism businesses that I spoke of in my speech to plan is they need to see what the federal government's plan is for reopening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's well known in the COVID crisis that one of the main vectors of disease transmission was part-time workers moving between long-term care centers and workers who couldn't afford to stay home when they were sick. Dr. Carolyn Colgan of the Simon Fraser University has said, even before COVID happened, workers were going to work sick because they had no other choice. Now more than ever, it's so obvious that what we need are real legislated paid sick days for every worker across Canada. I know my honourable colleague, he gets paid when he's sick and stays home from work, as do I. Does he agree that part of a plan should include that every worker in Canada have the ability to stay home when they're sick and not be docked pay because of it by amending the Canada Labour Code to give them 10 paid days a year?
Member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. What we saw over the course of the COVID crisis in the last year is that many of the safeguards that were in place were inadequate. We saw that the response from the federal government was inadequate. For example, when CERB first came out, my constituents were struggling because if you earned even $1, you lost $2,000. Or if you were trying to keep your business going, you were ineligible. Or if you were self-employed, you could not access this benefit. So we do have to look we have to look as members of parliament. The government has to look at making sure those safeguards are in place, and that is why I advocated for all of those changes, and ultimately were made by the government so that we could better help people that were struggling through this crisis.
We have time just for a short question and response. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to rise and put a question to a Conservative MP to agree with something that he raised in his speech, and that is the situation for cruise ships. I've been approached by many in the tourism industry, as you can imagine, along the BC coast, who simply are, I have to say, flabbergasted that the Minister of Transportation has made a decision that we know for certain that we're closing the season to the end of 2022. I've been trying to get a meeting with the Minister of Transportation to pursue this matter. I wonder if the honourable member has had any luck in determining why such a date so far removed from today has been selected.
Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the very important question. And even though we're on opposite have a shared interest in this very important issue. And when the Prime Minister said that every Canadian would be able to be vaccinated by September, the cruise industry thought, well, that could be good news for our industry. So to see Transport Canada and this government come forward and say there will be no cruise whatsoever in 2021 and 2022 looks very bleak, that's very troubling. And I encourage my honourable colleague and myself as well, we need to get answers from the government on that because I haven't seen the rationale.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Fundy Royal, who made an excellent speech and does an amazing job in his role He has beautiful writing, perhaps not as beautiful as mine, but still. So I think it's always important to reread the motion so people know what we're talking about. So in this case, it is that given that COVID-19 restrictions have had serious economic and mental health impacts on Canadians, COVID-19 restrictions have been advised by the federal government, including specifically by the Prime Minister on 3 separate occasions in November of 2020, as temporary measures to alleviate pressure on the public healthcare system. Public health tools such as rapid tests, shared data on how COVID-19 spreads, and vaccines have not been positioned as permanent solutions to replace COVID-19 restrictions by the federal government, including in areas of federal competency like air travel and border restrictions. The Prime Minister of the UK and the President of the US have both released public plans for economic reopening, while Canadian officials have not yet given Canadians clarity on when regular economic and social life will be able to resume. The House calls on the government to table within 20 calendar days following the adoption of this motion a clear, data-driven plan to support safely, gradually, and permanently lifting COVID-19 restrictions. Mr. Speaker, I recognize that there have been some good initiatives. I'm not going to criticize everything that's been done. There were some good things that were done. But now we need to readjust. What we need is to give Canadians hope. At a time like this, a unique, unprecedented time, one that we hope won't repeat itself in future, although the risks are high, well, it's been a bit more than a year that we've been in this health crisis. Our lives have been thrown into turmoil. We need to give clear information to Canadians. We need to give them hope. It's the government's duty to create a responsible plan for Canada's economic recovery. And what I've written down here has responsible in capital letters. We're not saying we should simply reopen irresponsibly all over the place. We're saying that we need a responsible plan. The US President has published his plan. Same thing for the UK Prime Minister. And our Prime Minister in Canada has now been in his position for 6 years. The US President has only been there for 2 months. He was elected in November, but he only took power in January. So it's no point blaming COVID-19 for this, because with a new US president and the pandemic, it still only took him 2 months to table a plan. But we always seem to be behind everyone else. We're trying to move things forward, but this government seems sluggish. South Korea, Germany, France, many other countries have already prepared recovery plans. Now, we are not asking the federal government to impose guidelines on the provinces. The official opposition believes that the federal government should publish guidelines. Just publish them because lockdowns and restrictions were implemented to give federal and provincial governments time to find permanent solutions. Now we have vaccines, rapid testing, variant testing. We have everything we need to give a clear plan to Canadians, except a government that can recognize that our public really needs a bit of hope. Canadians have been cooperative and resilient. They deserve some transparency and a plan. And again, that doesn't mean that we just encourage everyone to go rushing out to cinemas and farmers markets without any kind of safety restrictions. No, we want a plan with some guidelines and guardrails, and then we can adjust it as we go. As the representative of people in Portneuf, Jacques-Cartier, and all Canadians, I think that we all need some hope. It's been more than a year. Throughout the globe, we're talking about 1 year of COVID, this bug that ended up contaminating the entire planet. We need to start contemplating the gradual and permanent end to these lockdowns. Again, I'm talking about a gradual plan, not a blind, irresponsible rush to reopen. We need to focus on clear and trustworthy data, which does exist. We need a plan to open securely. The goal here is not to undermine Canadians' health and safety, but instead, we need a plan to give people hope. indicators we might want to reach in order to reopen. Well, in some provinces, there's a color system. If there's this many deaths or hospitalizations, we go to a different color code. And there are other indicators. All of these indicators give governments ideas as to when to change their plans and measures. We saw it last year when there was a series of lockdowns and reopenings, but now we need some hope. In spring 2020, provincial governments offered some hope. We want to ask this government to create a plan and table it within 20 days. What we're asking for is very simple. We want a plan based on data to lead to the gradual, safe, and permanent end to COVID-19 restrictions. This government doesn't have any clear vision. In April, last April, members of the official opposition pressured the government to considerably increase support to small businesses and workers. And the Conservatives at the time promised that they would continue to pressure the government on the CERB. And that's what we did. Because we wanted to ensure that Canadians would quickly be able to get the help they needed throughout the pandemic. From the very beginning of the crisis, members of the official opposition stated that in addition to trustworthiness, Canadians also need clarity and leadership from their government. 1 year later, people still need the same things: transparency and leadership, now regarding when and how the restrictions will be removed. And I would just say, by the way, that this Thursday is International Procrastination Day, Mr. Speaker. And procrastination is a tendency to put off to tomorrow anything that we have to do, whether it has to do with a specific area of life or not. And I think that this current government should understand this concept very well. Because we're seeing that right and left. The government is not taking action. At one point, we were doing really well with regard to many indicators, but since then, we've fallen back. And when we look at where we are in the rankings for people vaccinated, it's genuinely embarrassing. If we recall, this Liberal government prorogued Parliament last summer in the middle of the crisis. Was that to serve Canadians, or was it to protect against this wee scandal corruption? Well, the answer is clear, Mr. Speaker. They prorogued Parliament to serve their personal interests. We're in the middle of a crisis, Mr. Speaker. And yet, this government prorogued Parliament. How can we trust this government? There are many clear indicators that show that our businesses, including in Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, need clarity. I got a note from a business recently about opening the borders. The note said, "Hello, we would like to tell you about an important problem. This company is present abroad, and a large part of our revenue comes from outside Canada. Canada needs to open its borders to business. The problems we're facing with the closures are beginning to become extremely difficult. If we really want to be able to continue to compete with Americans fairly, we need to open the borders. Thank you for your attention." And then there's another business in my writing where last spring there was a program to assist with commercial rent. But now that assistance is no longer available because there is a family relationship with the renters. Previously, the father in the family could get the assistance, but now the son can't. So there are these loopholes, and we need a safe, responsible plan that we can adjust if there are new dangers with the variants. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was surprised to hear my colleague tell us about International Procrastination Day. I didn't know that was a day. But procrastinating means constantly putting things off day after day. And similarly, I wonder why my colleague is constantly opposing, which ultimately is a kind of procrastination because you're always putting ideas off. I wonder why he can't be more proactive. Instead of constantly criticizing this government, which ultimately is a type of procrastination, can he put constructive measures on the table? The honourable member for Port-Neuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you very much. Well, today we have a motion that does ask the government to take concrete action, to give Canadians hope. If that's what people in my colleagues' riding Repentigny call procrastination, well, I don't know what to think of that. To procrastinate is to constantly put things off because you don't want to do them or because ultimately you're too cowardly to take action. So I don't think that my colleagues' comments are actually all that relevant.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I'd like to thank him for the opportunity to practice my French a little bit.
I appreciate a lot of the comments that my colleague made. Obviously, the pandemic has had a devastating toll from an economic point of view, and it speaks to the importance of a plan for getting our economy back on track and a plan for reopening. But I'm wondering if my colleague has any thoughts on the mental health toll as well of this pandemic. I think that it's obviously had a devastating toll on mental health as well. And I'm wondering if he has any comments on how important a reopening plan is for mental health as well.
Deputy Reporter Jacques Cartier.
The honourable member.
Colleague, I appreciate your question. If you can practice your French, me, I can practice my English. Now, député de Kenora, je veux vous dire que j'ai...
Well, I would say to my colleague from Kenora that I have here an article that came out yesterday on TVA. The horrifying statistics in feminicide. Who said that? The mayor of the second largest city in Canada, Montreal. The situation is extremely severe. And we don't even know what's happening in private homes all the time. We need to give people hope. I'm not even saying that there needs to be any exact details in the plan about like what time you're going to open or close a business, that kind of thing. No, we just need some general guidelines. Canadians are smart enough to understand. Canadians are capable of respecting the federal government's guidelines. Now, maybe the government is waiting for Procrastination Day on Thursday. Maybe they're going to table something on Friday, since apparently Thursday is the day to not do anything. We know this government has taken many days off. But now I hope that parliamentarians will come together and support our motion in order to be sure that we have a plan to give hope to all Canadians. Thank you.
Comments, questions, commentaires. L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 9% of Canadians and 11% of Quebecers have been vaccinated so far. All the countries which are around 8 or 9% with the threat of the variants are now going back into lockdown. France, the Netherlands, Spain, Italy, and Belgium is thinking seriously about it, and many other countries. An expert has told us several times that we have to stop treating people's lives as if we're using a yo-yo, because that has a real impact on mental health. Now, this motion discusses mental health. We do need to give people hope, but we don't want to play around with people's mental health by giving them false hope. The honourable member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. I appreciate what my colleague said, and we can't trifle with people's mental health. We have seen some areas in Quebec where cases are rising, and the provincial government is taking action. They're in the orange zone, and if things continue the way they are now, they're going to be moving to the red zone. I understand that we can't play around and play fast and loose with people's mental health, but we do need some kinds of guidelines because, after all, people are capable of understanding that circumstances change and they need to respect guidelines. They had gone into a situation where there were fewer restrictions in the Bas-Saint-Laurent region, and now they realize that now they need to go into a slightly heavier lockdown. People understand that, but we need to give hope to Canadians. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, I would just like to say that I will be sharing my time with the member for Yukon.
Today to speak to the motion of the opposition and more specifically on Canada's current border measures. To combat the continued introduction and spread of COVID-19, the Government of Canada has taken extraordinary actions and implemented a comprehensive border strategy with many layers of precautionary measures. However, as the pandemic has progressed, new risks have been identified that requires Canada to take even greater measures to limit international travel and strengthen our border measures. And the reason for this action, Mr. Speaker, is because of new, more infectious variants on the virus that causes COVID-19 have been detected in all 10 provinces. The extent of the spread and health impact of these variants of concerns within Canadian communities is not yet fully known. It is now more important than ever to ensure that strong measures are in place to reduce the risk of importation and community transmission of COVID-19. Some Canadian, and I would say some residents of my community of Orleans, have voiced concerns about these stringent border measures in place. However, the Government of Canada has been very clear. Now is not the time to travel. With the emergence of new and reportedly more transmissible variants, domestic transmission rates of COVID-19 are expected to rise. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, even here in our great nation capital, we've seen the province changing our status from orange to red and the implication it has on many of our local businesses. I will say also that following many conversations between the Government of Canada, the Premier of Health of the provincial jurisdiction, our Minister of Health, and our health expert, we know that our healthcare system have limited capacity and infected travelers could burden them. We know that many travelers have and will require clinical care and can also transmit the disease in their household and their communities. Travel continues to present a clear risk of imported case, including cases of new variants of concern, and this increases the chance of community transmission of COVID-19 in Canada. To monitor the importation of variants of concern and to allow our healthcare system to recover, and let me take a moment just to say thank you to all our healthcare heroes in Canada, especially in Orleans. These border measures are necessary to reduce immediate risk and to protect Canadians. To date, we have enacted 47 emergency orders under the Quarantine Act to minimize the risk of exposure to COVID-19 in Canada. We have limited inbound travel from other countries, repatriated Canadians, and strained measures at the border. We have twice made amendments to the controversial regulations to include offenses under the Quarantine Act, first to introduce new fines, and then recently to increase these fines. I will say it again, now is not the time to travel. The measures we have implemented have reduced the volume of travelers arriving at Canada's ports, airports, and land borders by nearly 95%. This has shrunk the daily number of imported COVID-19 cases. But despite this decrease in travel, with the emergence of new variants of concerns, stronger measures become necessary. The Government of Canada has introduced new emergency orders imposing stricter testing and quarantine requirements. Let me remind Canadians, travelers who are entering our great nation by land or air are required to provide proof of a negative COVID test result taking up to 72 hours before their arrival, or a positive test taking at least 14 days, or not more than 90 days prior to arrival. Upon arrival, they must take another COVID test, and air travelers then must also reserve and stay in a government-authorized accommodation for up to 3 nights while they await the results. A third test must be taken on day 10 of their mandatory 14-day quarantine period. All travelers are required to submit their travel and contact information, including a quarantine plan, electronically using ArriveCan before crossing the border. It is critical to our collective safety to further reduce the risk of importation of COVID and variants of concern, both before and after travelers arrive. Pre-departure testing, combined with testing all travelers upon entry and subsequently in the quarantine period, have shown to temper this risk. Identification of positive cases and genetic sequencing of the virus will help Canada detect novel variants of concern and support public health efforts to contain the spread of COVID-19 in Canada. You know, Mr. Speaker, requiring travelers entering Canada by air to stay in government-authorized accommodation until they receive their on-travel test result will help to identify and isolate those who may be infectious before they can spread it at home or in the community. Most importantly, changes to international travel restriction and advice are based on scientific evidence and are developed in consultation with provincial, territorial, and international government. The Government of Canada recognized that entry prohibition, mandatory quarantine requirements, and testing protocols place a significant burden on Canadians, including mental health implications and on the Canadian economy. However, these measures remain the most effective means of limiting the introduction of new cases of COVID-19 into Canada. With new, more transmissible, more severe, and possibly vaccine-resistant variants of the virus in Canada, this government continues to take a precautionary approach that will preserve domestic healthcare capacity and save lives. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada continues to monitor and review the available scientific evidence to determine further border measures, including the use of testing and vaccination to protect the health and safety of Canadians. The Government of Canada remains committed to working closely with provinces and territories, industry stakeholders, Indigenous partners, and healthcare professionals on plans related to border and travel health. We will continue to leverage international partnerships in order to ensure that we can effectively protect the health and safety of Canadians and Canada's healthcare capacity. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the speech from the Parliamentary Secretary on the other side of the House. I had a couple quick questions hearing her speech, and I really wanted to ask her a couple questions about travel, because travel is one of those things that Canadians have said, okay, well, we need to lock down, but at the same time, we also have to continue to think about what travel means in our society. Travel means, of course, external affairs, making sure we have international business. And prior to this latest lockdown, there was a protocol in place at many of the airports, particularly in Alberta, Calgary in particular, where I live, that actually did have testing in place that was very effective in making sure that we continued international business and abided by the best testing protocols. Did the government consider the results of that protocol and how we were actually succeeding in maintaining international business before it decided to come up with a new protocol, and can it compare the two results that they've seen so far as their effect on both the economy as well as if there has been an associated effect on actually less transmission, because we haven't seen that yet. So I would love to see that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much to my honourable colleague for his question, Mr. Speaker. I must say the first priority of this government has always been to protect the health and safety. I know the pilot project that he's referring in Alberta, but we've also seen, unfortunately, as we were studying this, evaluating the risk of this variant, and we've seen numerous times across other jurisdictions, international government, really being afraid of this new variant. So, Mr. Speaker, I will ask my colleagues possibly to listen to the evidence, listen to his province and all provinces, as this government has done since day one.
Questions and comments? The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'm always a little surprised when I hear my colleagues saying that the government is working hard with the provinces to find solutions to fight the new variants. Government is like a good family father. A good family father does not look at his child go down a stairway without a railing. In fact, a good parent anticipates what might happen and might close a safety gate. That way, the government should have anticipated what was happening in the pandemic and should have closed the borders down more quickly. We wouldn't be here today talking about variants if the government, instead of being laissez-faire, had shouldered its responsibilities like a good family father and closed the borders when it should have done so. So I'd like to hear my colleague on that, because what I said seems logical given everything that's going on now. We're on the cusp of a third wave. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question, because that is exactly what the government has been doing from the start. At the start of the pandemic, we knew that there were international developments, and the government took extraordinary measures and did things that were unprecedented in shutting down our borders for the first time in our history, and for the first time since World War II, we closed the border between Canada and the U.S. What we also did, and I'm surprised at my colleague's question, our government listened to the provinces. The Premier of Quebec and the Prime Minister of Canada are working together very closely. They speak on a regular basis to prevent the COVID from spreading throughout Quebec. Thank you.
For question and response, for the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, most of the opening levers we know, other than international travel quarantine and economic benefits, are at the provincial, territorial, and municipal levels. However, the federal government can play an important role through setting data-driven guidelines, as outlined in the motion. And another huge issue is the need for proof for prior infection vaccination. And we know there's lots of practical and ethical challenges there. Maybe the member could talk about what is the plan on these fronts, and the question of children is important too. With no licensed pediatric vaccine yet, what is the plan there as well?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank my colleague for his question. Actually, they are very relevant. Actually, this is the conversation that's very live right now and happening among G7 and G20 countries as vaccination is made available all throughout the world. We know that we will have to address this issue, and I know that the Government of Canada is certainly having this reflection based on the evidence and the science that will be brought forward, not only here within our borders, but with our international partners. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Canmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like you to know that I'm coming from speaking from the traditional territory of the Kwandan Dun First Nation and the Ta'an Quachin Council. And I stand in the House today to speak about the work our government is doing to enable safe restart of the aviation sector and has done to put in place strong public health measures within the sector to address the risk posed by COVID-19. And I think it'll answer some of the questions that were just provided. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that since the earliest days of the pandemic, our government has been dedicated in working with our vital transportation industry to introduce a comprehensive, layered system of measures and guidance to protect Canadians and those working in the transportation and shipping sectors. In looking specifically at the air sector, this layered approach includes health screening measures and temperature checks to prevent symptomatic passengers from boarding flights to, from, and within Canada. It also includes passengers on all flights departing or arriving at Canadian airports to have an appropriate mask or face covering throughout their journey. Canada was the first country to require such a measure that we now see as standard practice globally. Mr. Speaker, in addition to ensure we had the right public health and border resources meeting those passengers arriving in Canada during the earliest days of the pandemic, our government issued a notice restricting most overseas flights to 4 airports in Canada: Montreal, Toronto, Calgary, and Vancouver. To summarize these measures, and many more our government and industry were implementing to assist mitigating COVID risks in the aviation industry, in August, our government released Canada's flight plan for navigating COVID-19. This document was the foundation for aligning Canada's efforts to address the safety impacts of COVID-19 and was developed in collaboration with the industry partners. It demonstrated to Canadians the extensive and multi-layered system of measures we had put in place and was based on the comprehensive standards and recommendations from the International Civil Aviation Organizations Council Aviation Recovery Task Force report, the CART, and their guidance in order to ensure Canada is aligned with the gold standards of international best practices. Mr. Speaker, more recently, in an effort to further curb the spread of the virus and new variants of COVID-19 into Canada, we added new rules on international travel. Under these new rules, all air travelers must provide proof of a negative COVID-19 molecular test before boarding an international flight to Canada. Upon arrival, these passengers must take another COVID-19 molecular test and reserve a room in a Government of Canada approved hotel for 3 nights, also at their own expense, while awaiting the test results. We are working hard to make improvements to ensure that this system is working effectively. Our government also recognized that it was not time to travel, as Canada public health officials worked to stem the increase in infections and began to roll out the largest immunization campaign in Canada's history. That is why, in addition to these measures, the government and Canada's airlines agreed to suspend flights to and from Mexico and the Caribbean countries until April 30th of this year. Mr. Speaker, our government realized that the pandemic was also disproportionately affecting the aviation industry, including those in remote and northern communities like mine that depend so much on small air carriers for essential services. That is why this government announced funding of up to $191.3 million for provinces and territories to ensure that remote fly-in communities continue to receive essential supplies. This includes the Northern Essential Air Services subsidy that has been in place for much of the pandemic. To help mitigate the decline in business at Canada's airports, the government also provided rent relief for the 21 airport authorities that have ground leases with the federal government. Moreover, through the fall economic statement, an additional $1.1 billion in financial support for the air sector was announced. This will be provided through a series of targeted measures designed to support regional connectivity, critical infrastructure investments, and continued operation of Canada's airports. Air transport stakeholders have also benefited from relief programs that are general in nature, such as the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and the Large Employers Emergency Financing Facility. As we look to the future, we know that a strong and competitive air industry is vital for Canada's economic recovery. I just want to digress for a moment as a Northern MP And coming from the north, say that, in my personal opinion, there are two things that mainland carriers can do to help themselves during this pandemic over and above all this other support. They must provide reasonable interline agreements with northern and regional airlines with the end-to-end airfares for those regional airlines. This would help both the major and the regional airline. The major airline could pick up remote passengers to add to their system, and they don't have to lose money by running partially filled flights where the other airline exists. And the northern and regional airlines would get seamless baggage transfer, protected connections, and through fare itineraries around the world. So it's a win-win situation for everyone. Why would anyone want two airlines, a major and a regional one, to lose money by running half-empty planes at the same time on the same route, costing the taxpayers even more subsidy? And this is just my personal view, but this is a better option than requiring capacity reduction in the markets where there are thin airline numbers of customers during this pandemic. So while preventing the spread of the pandemic will continue to remain the top priority of our government, we are looking to prepare for the restart of the air sector. Our government is working with industry to explore risk-based opportunities that will allow Canada to ease travel restrictions and reopen our borders when the time is right to travel, a time that we can begin to see is on the horizon. Many of the measures I have outlined here, testing, health screening, masks and quarantine, will likely remain in place for the near future. However, there may be room in the coming weeks and months for adjustments to support the aviation system and Canada's recovery from this pandemic, again, when the time is right. This includes implementing a sustainable approach to reducing public health risks today and building resilience to safeguard the system against similar risks in the future. For example, by leveraging opportunities for safe, contactless processing of passengers. These approaches will help rebuild public confidence in the safety of air travel. As we eventually move from response to recovery, we will continue to have the latest in science and data drive the decisions that we make. Public health measures that mitigate risk posed by COVID-19 will remain a priority, and our government is committed to implementing and revising existing measures when we are able to allow the recovery of our vital aviation sector. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work closely with the aviation industry to do this, as we have done so since the beginning of the pandemic. And I congratulate all those who have spoken today, who understand that the uncertainty that the scientists have about the various waves and transmission of the pandemics, but we'll base our decisions on what they come up with as things evolve. Thank you very much. Merci, Masicho, Goodness Cheese.
Just before we go to questions and comments, members, especially those online, will see that there's great interest in posing questions for the last three speakers that we have for this afternoon. So I'd ask honourable members to keep their interventions as short and concise as they can, less than a minute, hopefully. And we'll first go to the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you. And I'd like to respond to the member from the Yukon's comments. And he said someday maybe there will be adjustments. And I'm going to use the border as an example. Each month, the Prime Minister simply says, it's closed, it's closed. You have families on either side of the border desperately wanting to reunite. You have property owners. You have many people in difficult circumstances. Would it not be reasonable to say, make some decisions around vaccination, negative tests, and have criteria that are laid out in terms of numbers and whether it's going to be a phase reopening or opening like it shut down? It is time, and why have you not put out to Canadians what the criteria are going to be instead of just saying we're going to adjust it someday, maybe?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the member for bringing up those in the difficult situations. We have a number of people in my community that have boats in Alaska that can't visit for health reasons to protect Canadians. We certainly want to get that solved as soon as possible, as soon as it is healthy, and to I know the member was on the Indigenous Affairs Committee, and to let her know that the airline that I was speaking for improvements to in the north is half owned by the Wundikwishyn First Nation, and we certainly like that interlining to support that airline.
Questions
and comments? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the obvious lessons of the pandemic is that our healthcare networks were made fragile by chronic underfunding before the pandemic, and they're even more fragile during and will be after. Why doesn't the federal government immediately, sustainably and substantially increase health transfers so that Quebec and the provinces can quickly boost their ability to look after people and take care of them?
Thank you for that very important question. And I would just say that I could get the figures for the member, but the federal government has made huge increases in transfers to the provinces to deal with healthcare during the pandemic. And the Prime Minister has agreed to have discussions on the post-pandemic environment once it occurs.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as New Democrats, we've been calling on the Liberal government to fix the Canada Recovery Sick Benefit and their flaws that it has to make it easier for people to access the program and get help faster. Workers need and should be able to receive really the full replacement income as soon as possible when they need it. They need to be able to take a day or two off at a time and have the protection of their job and be able to make sure that they have help when they need it. We find it totally unacceptable that Canadians aren't aware of the program as well due to the lack of publicity. Does my colleague agree that the federal government needs to fix the flawed Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit to make it easier for workers to access the program and get help more quickly?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much for that important question. And as the member knows, we've provided quick access to a lot of the programs. I haven't had that input from my constituents, but if the member would send me a detailed email with the things that aren't working and what he suggests could improve it, I'll definitely get it to the right places.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And many of the Liberal speakers, but I'd have to say not this particular parliamentary secretary, has been talking about climate change and climate change science and contrasting it with COVID. And I'm going to ask my honourable friend, who I regard as an environmental champion, a member of Parliament from the Yukon, with permafrost thawing and the various threats that we face right now, I have to say I'm troubled by Liberal triumphalism on the subject of climate crisis, when our targets are still the same ones put forward by Stephen Harper, and we have the worst record in the G7 and about the worst record in the industrialized world. I'd like to ask my honourable friend if there's any reason for hoping that this government will improve our target to what's required, which is doubling it if we're serious about holding to 1.5 degrees.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the member for her question and her champion of related to climate change as we are in the Liberal Party, and also for her champion of the porcupine caribou herd, which affects the Wundikwitch in my riding very seriously. And I would say that we do a terrible job of explaining all the various programs. I'd be surprised if anyone in the House could mention all the initiatives. For instance, how many transit projects are? As you know, there's one transit project reduces a lot of greenhouse gases. Well, we've put in place over 1,400 transit projects. So we do a terrible job of outlining the over 50 major initiatives that are underway right now, reducing carbon and greenhouse gases. And my understanding is we've also said that we're going to increase our targets even lower than what we promised in the Paris Accord.
Before we go to resuming debate, it's my duty to, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Fredericton in respect to Veterans Affairs, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable concerning finance, and the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands regarding the environment. Now go to resuming debate, and the Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to join the opposition motion today and speak on behalf of the constituents of Regina Louvain and the broader population of Saskatchewan. I want to read a couple of the verses in the motion that I'll be speaking to. Number one, COVID-19 restrictions have had serious economic and mental health impacts on Canadians. Section 2, COVID-19 restrictions have been advised by the federal government, including specifically by the Prime Minister on 3 separate occasions in November of 2020 as temporary measures to alleviate pressure on the public healthcare system. Public health tools such as rapid tests, shared data on how COVID-19 spreads, and vaccines have not been positioned as permanent solutions to replace COVID-19 restrictions by the federal government, including in areas of federal competency like air travel and border restrictions. The President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom have both released public plans for economic reopening, while Canadian officials have not yet given Canadians clarity on when regular economic and social life will be able to resume. And the resolution, which the member from Kings Island has talked about, the House call on the government to table within 20 calendar days following the adoption of this motion a clear data-driven plan to support safely, gradually, and permanently lifting COVID-19 restrictions. This is the motion brought forward by the member from Calgary Nose Hill, and I think it is very incumbent on us to take it seriously. I know that it has been politicized by several members within this Liberal government. This is not a politically driven motion. It is setting a timeline for when Canadians can regain their freedom. That's what this is about. When we can return to life as we remember it prior to COVID-19. The UK has done it. Prime Minister Johnson has set out a data-filled plan. The Biden administration has set a guideline of July 4th, and I think it is actually unbelievable that anyone in this House, in this chamber, could say the government of Canada should not have a plan to reopen our economy and return to pre-COVID-19 life as we remember it. I think about my 3 children that have gone through COVID-19, not seeing their grandparents. I think about when my uncle passed away last spring and none of us were able to go to the funeral. And I think about the families throughout Regina Louvain and Saskatchewan that have had similar experiences. Canadians across this country have sacrificed, and now they are owed a plan from this federal Liberal government of when they can get back to normal. I think I realize why Liberals don't like talking about a plan in general is we see time and time again when they do set out a plan or a goal, they fail to meet their metrics. They wanted to plant 1 billion trees as seen in their throne speech last fall. Fail. They said we're going to run modest deficits in the 2015 platform. Fail. They said we're going to alleviate clean drinking water advisories for Indigenous people by March of 2021. Fail. I think this is where we're understanding why there's such a hesitancy to provide a plan to Canadians, because they feel they just will not live up to it. One member said, do you want politicians or experts to make decisions for you? Well, I want politicians of all stripes to listen to that expert opinion and the data and then make a decision. We are elected to make decisions. So if members on the Liberal side don't want to make decisions, get out of the way and let people who will make those decisions. I think it's time that we have a government that starts putting Canadians first and putting their mental health first, their economy, their safety, and their plans for the future. This motion is about hope for Canadians to have a better life. And I think when we go down the path, people feel like this is just a conservative motion, but I have a few quotes and a few statements from people within the Saskatchewan, not only government, but within the business community that really adds to the motion that we're talking about today. John Hopkins, the CEO of the Regina Chamber of Commerce, says, The Regina Chamber of Commerce is of the view that restoring and growing the economy must be the priority of the Government of Canada as we emerge from the vaccination period. Millions of Canadians and thousands of Canadian businesses have been impacted by the pandemic. Now is the time to get the economy moving. It's not a political statement. It's not from someone within the Conservative Party of Canada. It's someone that talks to business leaders every day across Saskatchewan. Premier Moe, it is extremely unhelpful that the Prime Minister to be questioning the response to the provinces and creating a false choice between protecting the economy and jobs and protecting against the spread of COVID-19. So there's always been the argument from the Liberal side that this is a provincial jurisdiction and they don't want to overstep their bounds. Time and time again, this Liberal government has overstepped their bounds in the provincial jurisdiction. And now when it's time to lead, they vacate the premises and want everyone else to take the blame. And then they'll come in and try and take credit for pandemic spending, which we have all as parliamentarians voted on and agreed. When Canadians needed us, everyone, Green Party, NDP, Liberal, Conservative, Bloc Québécois came together and voted to have supports for Canadians when they needed them. I don't think anyone here is going to argue that. James Bogus is CEO of Regina Airport Authority. 2020, this airport helps the economy in southern Saskatchewan by stimulating over $800 million a year in GDP. That is not a small operation. There's so many jobs and lives that depend on the airport for income and related business. When there's less aircraft operating, there's less work. It's such a big cascade effect. We feel very strongly that airports are worth saving. And this is the kicker. We need Ottawa to step up. I feel that there's so many people across Canada that have that feeling right now that it's time for Ottawa to step up and lead. And they have not done that like we've seen in other jurisdictions. They failed in many plans. The biggest failure they've had so far is the vaccine rollout. We've heard the numbers throughout today about how we have 10.78 vaccines per 100 people. We're 44th in vaccinations totally across the world. We're 7th in vaccinations per day. And we're looking at how we can continue to have some hope and optimism when the Government of Canada has failed in a vaccination rollout. Provinces are ready to step up and do their job. My province is ready to step up and do vaccinations. They're just waiting for doses. We have drive-through vaccinations in Saskatoon, Regina, and other areas which are ready, and they just are looking to have more vaccines and have the Government of Canada step up and deliver those vaccines. Another stakeholder that has reached out on the topic of this motion is the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association. And the chair, Arnold Balicki, sent me a note and said, food processors are seen as essential. Of course, they are along with other parts of the economy selected as essential, but they rely on so many other aspects of the economy not deemed essential. It is all connected. Opening up our economy will help businesses survive, which help our essential workers to keep providing our food and other goods and services. Throughout the country, people have stepped up and done their job to ensure that there's a safe food supply chain. And we know the Government of Canada, we've done a processing report in the Ag Standing Committee, and we know we need to have some more funds given so that we can ensure that we have a safe food supply chain. But that rolls into a plan of reopening our economy and having that opportunity for Canadians to not only rely on government programs and government checks, but to get back to work. I think every job is essential for the person whose paycheck it depends on. And that's something we need to get back to and remember that Canadians want to earn paychecks, not sit at home and collect government checks. And that's where a safe plan that is data-driven comes into play. There has been a vacuum of leadership from this federal government. The Liberals have failed Canadians time and time again. And I'm wondering, and many Canadians in Saskatchewan and across this country are wondering, is the reason that the Liberals are so unable or are so scared of delivering a plan is because, like times before, they will not make their deadlines, they will not fulfill their commitments, and they'll let Canadians down again. It's time to have a government put into place that will secure our future, secure our mental health. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to get into the mental health conversation, which my friend from Prince Prince George Caribou did such a good job of, but it's time to get Canadians a reliable plan to reopen our economy so that they can get back to life as we remember it pre-COVID-19. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very glad that the member started to give us some quotes from the Chamber of Commerce and various different organizations. I got a quote for him. Apparently, the discussion here today has made its way to Queen's Park in Toronto, and the Conservative government is weighing in on it. As a matter of fact, according to a reporter in reporting from Queen's Park, Sylvia Jones, who is the Ontario Solicitor General for the current Conservative government in Ontario, said, and I quote, "It is not the role of the federal government to advocate for or against lockdowns," and she went on further to talk about the framework in Ontario is going well. So can this member, just clarify for me if he is basically saying, and through this motion Conservatives are saying, that the Ontario Conservative government is wrong on this and that we should be impeding on their jurisdiction?
The Honourable Member for Regina Luban.
I'm so glad this member rose to his feet again. I have a quote for this member. Who do you want to make decisions? Experts or politicians? You are elected to make choices to this member. You're elected to make decisions based on the best information from experts. So what I would say to him is this motion is not about lockdowns. It's about a reliable plan to open up our economy, get back to pre-COVID-19 life. Does this member think that there should be no plan from this federal government to give hope and optimism to Canadians? Has he totally vacated leadership positions? Does he not want to make any decisions and have everything decided for him? If that's the case, he should give up his seat and go back to his other job.
Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know from my honourable colleague, he talked about vaccines. We have a minority government, and so things are more democratic than ever because we have to negotiate. They have to negotiate to get a consensus. So what percentage of the population, according to my colleague, should be vaccinated before we reopen the economy? And then it's a minority government. What are the priorities the Conservative Party would propose?
Regina Luban.
I think that's an excellent question, and that there might be the answer in some of the statements we heard from our Liberal colleagues today. The parliamentary secretary for the economic development said there's a study that they're looking at that is going to decide how to open and close borders and what restrictions should be placed. I'd love to see that study and have that information if it is available so that we know what kind of data they're using to decide the border limitations and the border closures. So if she has that study available, I'd love it if she'd share it with us so that we could make more informed decisions as parliamentarians. And if there was a number, maybe the government of Canada could say, what are the vaccine rates that we need before we can have a plan to reopen? But there is no plan. Also, I just received a text from one of my constituents saying, if you've had COVID-19, are you in line to get a vaccination if it covers variants? If it doesn't cover variants, do you need to get vaccinated again if you've already had COVID-19? These are all questions that if there was a safe plan to reopen and the government had done their job and given more information to Canadians, we'd have the answers for.
Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have concerns when my colleague talks about, that he doesn't think that experts should be listened to as a priority. And, we know experts are saying that the virus is harder to control in workplaces where there's higher transmission rates when workers don't stay home when they're sick. Does my colleague agree? And we've been asking the Conservatives, do they support, access to 10 days of paid sick leave? As we know, is an important tool to stopping the spread of the virus, which is data supported. Does he support that?
For Regina Luban.
If my honourable colleague was listening to my speech, I didn't say experts shouldn't be given the opportunity to speak on what they know. I said we should take that expertise, and politicians are elected to make decisions. That's why Canadians have this place. I didn't say don't take expert advice. I say get all the expert advice, get all the data, then make decisions on the case-by-case and have a plan or to give Canadians hope. So I'd ask my honorable colleague, not to put words in my mouth. I said, take expert opinion, but people are put in the chamber to actually make those decisions and have a safe plan for Canadians to have hope and optimism in the future and to get back to pre-COVID-19 and get back to the lives that they want to.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, a year ago, Quebec and Canada were hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic. I remember the speeches made every day by Premier Legault and the Prime Minister. We all remember the impact that the pandemic had on our lives, on our jobs, on all of the parts of our life. There was even an expression, we're pausing activity in Quebec. And that pause lasted, well, it was initially supposed to last a few weeks, but now it's ended up going on months and now a whole year. At the beginning, we all thought that things were going to go well. We saw little rainbows posted everywhere with the slogan, "Things will be okay." Now, some things did go well. Political parties put aside partisanship. The House unanimously adopted unprecedented programs to face this calamity. And that was the right thing to do at the time, Mr. Speaker. At that time, we did not know how to protect ourselves from coronavirus. We didn't have any vaccines, and we didn't know when they would become available. There was a lack of PPA for health workers. Mr. Speaker, I will never forget March 2020. Canadians listened, Mr. Speaker. Canadians respected provincial norms. Together, we faced the challenge that we are still facing today. The Liberal government, which was responsible for warning people of this threat, failed to do so because, first of all, it undermined the advance notice network that was supposed to be able to detect this kind of upcoming situation. And instead of protecting Canada, the Liberal government sent tons of PPE to China. When it was asked to send PPE to the provinces, it delayed. When it was asked to close the borders and take measures to prevent COVID-19 from entering the country, the Liberal government did nothing. When it was asked to take action quickly to provide rapid testing promptly, again it failed. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government was very quick to tell Canadians to protect themselves. We saw the Prime Minister coming out on his stoop to tell Canadians. And private citizens and businesses listened. Now today, what Canadians want is a plan. Canadians now want to know when the sacrifices they've been making for a year will finally end. There is a consensus worldwide that massive vaccination is the best way to be able to reopen the economy and get back to our normal life. Now, unfortunately, this Liberal government failed to make vaccines quickly available for Canadians. And we are trailing in the worldwide vaccine rankings. Canadians need transparency and a clear statement about when vaccination will enable people to get back to their normal life. That is why the Conservative Party has tabled a motion today to ask the Liberal government to create a clear, data-driven plan so that we can safely lift restrictions linked to COVID-19. Lockdowns and restrictions were created in order to enable governments to find long-term permanent solutions like vaccines, rapid testing, and tracking variants. Now, those tools exist today. The problem is that our Prime Minister seems to be unable to ensure that these tools are properly used throughout Canada. Canadians want this Liberal government to tell them when and how we will be able to safely and permanently lift restrictions. The provinces also want that information. This plan is necessary now, and the federal government has an important role to play, but it seems to be ignoring that. It needs to take action to help those who have suffered the most during the pandemic. And let me name a few of the groups that have suffered. Think about Quebec and Canadian women who have been on the front lines when it comes to health, or who in many cases have left their jobs to take care of their families, and who in many cases, sadly, are the most affected by domestic violence. There has been a dramatic increase in the murder of women in Quebec. In fact, there have been 6 murders linked to domestic violence in Quebec in the last month, even though there are generally only around 10 over the entire year. 160 women died in 2020 in Canada, which is a woman dying every 2.5 days. According to a social worker who spoke on Radio-Canada, the pandemic was used by violent conjugal partners as a pretext to ultimately intensify their violence. Moreover, ultimately, some women weren't able to leave because of the pandemic. And so, for all these reasons, we need to take action. And to avoid having the situation get worse, we also need to help organizations that help women prepare for a next possible wave of violence when these women do leave. Now, more than 20% of youth consider their mental health passable, poor, or bad. That's more than 20%. A very high number of young people in Montreal have symptoms compatible with severe anxiety or depression, and in other regions it may be up to 31%. There are more and more fines being given as young people ignore health guidelines. Youth also need to know when they'll be able to be free once again. There is a saying that we need to sow our wild oats, and that is true. We can't ask youth to continue to watch their youth wither away during this pandemic. As for people who've already received the vaccine, they have the right to know when they will finally be able to be granted more freedom thanks to this vaccine. In residences where more than 75% of residents have been vaccinated for more than 3 weeks, communal dining halls may open once more. At least they have a plan. What is this government's plan? When will vaccination enable us to raise current health restrictions? Small businesses are suffering, according to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. Many small businesses have had to stop their activities. In fact, there are 15,000 fewer members in the CFIB than before the pandemic. When it comes to border crossings, well, at the beginning of the pandemic, we were all waiting for the border to be closed. At the time, we didn't have enough tools, we didn't have enough ventilators, and yet the borders remained open. And now, what's happened is the opposite. We have rapid testing, vaccines, and better treatment, and yet the Liberal government has a border crossing system that would have been more appropriate for the worst part of the pandemic. Has this government even considered rapid testing? Has it even taken into consideration the fact that some people are already vaccinated? In Quebec, many people are going to come back from their winter residences in Florida over the next few weeks. Most of those people have already received a vaccine. They were not supposed to travel, they did anyway, but they will come back anyway. Are those people going to have to spend time in a quarantine hotel? We still need the people to quarantine, of course, but the people need a specific plan because things have changed since the beginning of the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have shown incredible resilience, and now they need this government to show leadership. This motion was tabled in order to give Canadians hope. We need Canadians to know that this will finally end one day, and that once Canadians get vaccinated, they will be able to see the light at the end of the tunnel. When will these measures end? Does this government plan to create a rapid testing plan, a better way to trace variants, Of course, with the low rates of vaccination we're currently seeing, we might have to keep health measures in place longer, as we've seen in other countries. But even if that's the case, well, we deserve to know at what rates of vaccination the federal government will finally feel like it's time to raise restriction. We expect the government to tell us what's going to happen, and that's what today's motion is all about. And I hope that members in this House will adopt this motion so we can all have a better idea of what the future holds for us.
We'll first go to the honourable member for Guelph.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend and colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable for his intervention today. At the beginning of his speech, Mr. Speaker, he mentioned the relationship between the Prime Minister and the Premier of Quebec. And in fact, the Premier and the Prime Minister were together a few days ago in Quebec looking at how we can work together in collaborative ways, collaborative federalism. Over 26 meetings now that the Prime Minister has had with premiers from across the country. How does this motion fit within collaborative federalism and us working with the provinces and territories to look for solutions together to be able to have the provinces determine when they can open their economies safely and being supported by the federal government in that effort?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, Mr. Speaker. I recall several episodes where there was some confrontation between the Quebec Premier and the Liberal Prime Minister because the federal government wasn't able to give Quebec everything it needed, Mr. Speaker, to face this pandemic. I remember that very clearly. But it seems like my colleague for Guelph does not recall that aspect of things. I don't remember situations where premiers came together to make announcements. Instead, I remember that premiers were each in their own corner, and where the Prime Minister tried as best he could to bring them together. That's what I really remember. And I mean, of course, we'll see what happens with upcoming measures taken. The honourable member for Avignon, La Matane, Matisse, Matapédia. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I don't know if you heard my speech earlier today. I was talking about Alex Castonguay's interesting book about pandemic management. And when it comes to the Canada Public Health Agency and its early warning system, well, it ultimately didn't sound the alarm when the virus emerged in Wuhan, specifically because it lacked the necessary resources, because the Stephen Harper government had decided that it just wasn't important enough, and that didn't improve under the Liberals. These governments didn't have a plan to face the pandemic. And that's what we've seen with the Liberal government since the beginning of the pandemic here. There wasn't a plan. Does my colleague really think that it's realistic to ask this government to create a plan to exit the crisis within 20 days and to ask them to raise COVID-19 restrictions when most of our population is not even vaccinated? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I would just like to remind that the early warning system was put in place by the Harper government, but it was ultimately dismantled by the preceding government. And it seems like the information was everywhere except where it should have been. And that's why we ended up with no kind of early warning. Now you ask whether it's realistic to ask the government to create a plan within 20 days. Well, what's really surprising is why this government hasn't already prepared an exit plan for this crisis, why it hasn't figured out how to speed up vaccination so that we can get back to normal as quickly as possible. If this government isn't capable of giving us its numbers and its projections within a few days, within 20 days, well, that would mean that it hasn't even looked at that yet, which would be even more concerning. And my colleagues should be even more concerned about the fact that this current Liberal government doesn't seem to be able to come up with answers for these questions. It doesn't seem to be able to give us a clear plan.
Just a short question. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
generally today. There's been a discussion about the use of science. And I just wanted to ask this member to comment on perhaps a selective use of science. And I just want to thank my wife for pointing out to me a Cochrane review that was done on the use of a PCR test, which has been sort of the fundamental barometer of our approach to COVID at a federal and provincial level. The gold standard is these Cochrane reviews. A specificity and sensitivity ratio for a test to actually diagnose this type of thing should be over 80%. And only 3 of 21 tests that were reviewed by Cochrane Review, the gold standard in the medical community, showed any specificity or sensitivity over 50%. And their conclusion was that this should not be used to prioritize patients for treatment or to, the diagnosis needs other things in relation to this. Could the member comment on the selective use of science?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, to conclude my question and answer period today, I would like to be very clear. We are not asking the government to immediately lift restrictions. We are not asking the government to interfere in areas of provincial jurisdiction. We are asking the federal government to pay attention to the current reality of things with the resources we have on treatment, vaccines, and so on. We need the federal government to tell us what it's going to do to exit this crisis. Canadians deserve to know what is coming down the pipeline, and we deserve to know what the government is planning. We need to be able to encourage Canadians to get vaccinated, knowing that once they get vaccinated, things are going to improve. Because right now, this government doesn't seem to know what's going to happen in the future. And it's very harmful, and it's causing a great deal of harm, both for the economy and Canadians' health. There are about 14 minutes for the honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak about our motion. Ultimately, a plan is very simple. Having a plan means having indicators and knowing where we're going. We all know that this is an extremely complicated situation we're in throughout the world. We've seen that from the very beginning. But as leaders, as part of government, well, we would expect the government to be able to create plans, Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, and to be able to give clear directives. Now, the problem we've had from the very beginning of the pandemic in Canada is that, well, first of all, when the pandemic started, we were all waiting to see what the government's reaction would be to a crisis situation that was becoming increasingly obvious to everyone. We asked for a special health committee to be set up urgently. And in fact, well, or rather, special meetings of the health committee started asking questions as early as the 31st of January 2020. And I asked some very simple questions right away. I asked public health officials at the committee, what are you doing now? Are you considering the Quarantine Act? What are the measures you're taking? And I was told, well, we're just starting to look at it. I scratched my head. I said, well, look, we see that everywhere in the world, things are starting to move very quickly. And yet here we're being told that not much has been done. Then in the House of Commons.
So questions are asked at committee and in the House, but the government never gave any answers. We thought maybe public officials didn't really know what was what, but we know the government is there to lead. So I put myself in the place of others, of business people and others. I feel that the government should put together a war room and to organize meetings 24/7 because decisions have to be taken immediately. And this happened during wartime, for instance. We expect the government to sit down and to be able to take quick decisions. So what we expected when we saw the virus was spreading quickly, what we said was, close the border. What's the plan? Well, we got all kinds of answers, including, well, there's no danger. But we saw that the virus was entering the country. Originally, it came from China. Flights were coming in from China, then from Italy, from Europe. Every time we raised the question, every time we asked about public safety, The answer was, well, our agents are collecting information. But in the meantime, other countries were taking all kinds of drastic actions like closing borders. So we have not been asking for a plan since yesterday. It's from the start of the pandemic. We knew that said, we know the situation is in flux. We know that this is an unknown virus. We know that there are variants out there. But as time went by, and when we saw other countries get organized and react, we watched the news and we saw that other countries were doing something, taking action, implementing measures on the ground. But in Canada, nothing. There seemed to be no problem here. So from the very outset, this is what our concern was. We were raising legitimate questions in an emergency situation. We were asking for a plan. All we were getting were basic, vague answers. So the virus entered Canada. In Quebec, it ravaged long-term care facilities and attacked vulnerable people. Today, over 20,000 Canadians have died from this virus. Is it easy for the opposition to say, to ask questions? Often people tell the opposition it's easy to ask questions, but from the very outset, we were asking the right questions. We were not getting any answers, and we were really starting to get worried. And that never changed. Then financial measures were being introduced. We said, let's help businesses. The government was saying we have to lock down, we have to shut down businesses, and we were on board. We said, fine. We knew it was going to be expensive. So we looked at what the government was rolling out in terms of help, but the programs had not been thought out thoroughly, and they were not clearly targeted at businesses which had specific needs. And the government was saying, the Conservatives simply want to prevent this help from being rolled out to help Canadians. Well, really, we were insulted at the government's reaction because we were raising legitimate issues, questions of governance. Clearly, the pandemic gave rise to a very complex situation. So we just wanted clear answers. We wanted to be a team player, and political party leaders, opposition leaders asked to sit down and to work with the government as a team. But really, we've been hitting our heads against the wall for a year now. Every time we asked the government to propose a plan, there was nothing forthcoming. Yet the government was shoveling money out the door, and now our deficit stands at a record $400 billion. We're not here to be picky. This is a real crisis with real consequences. Well, when the vaccines were developed, or were being developed, we learned that the government was negotiating with the Chinese government. It had signed the CAN-Sino agreement. And then we saw that China was really not on our side, and the Chinese refused to send us PPE. We lost 3 months. We only learned 3 months later about the dirty tricks that China was playing on Canada. The government was boasting about the agreements it had signed about its portfolio of vaccines, but the vaccines were not coming in. So we are legitimately asking questions about what the government's plan is. We're saying, perhaps the government could have gone about things differently. So why not sit down? Why did the government not sit down with the leaders of opposition parties? We all would have been pulling in the same direction. We were not playing political games. I don't get up in the morning and plan on backing the government into a corner. I was not doing that because we were all in the same situation. We were all endlessly on Zoom meetings. We're all sick of these Zoom meetings. And in our ridings, we were hearing from citizens and from business people. Everyone is sick and tired of the situation, and all we're asking for is a plan. The government should stop saying that now it's all on the provinces. We know that the provinces are responsible for administering the vaccines, but perhaps the Prime Minister could tell us you'll be vaccinated by July 1st. But we don't have enough vaccines for every Canadian. Well, that's a problem. Because you can only be fully vaccinated once you've received the second dose. Perhaps under Plan A, everybody has received the first dose as of July 1st. But then what? Do I have to wait for the second dose? If that's the plan, tell me. Everybody thinks that by Canada Day we're all going to be free and clear, but that's not true. In the current situation, there is always political calculus, but the real math that needs to be done is Canadians' well-being, their mental health, and the fact that a lot of Canadians are sick and tired and just can't cope anymore. Yet the government is not forthcoming with answers. If they gave us a real plan, we would really appreciate it. But as long as the government is acting without transparency, we're all left holding the bag. Thank you. I indicated that the member had 14 minutes, but I forgot to mention that there is a limit to speeches for today and that MPs can share their time if they want to. In any case, thank you to the member for his speech.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the intervention today. I know that when he was talking, he kept saying that all that the Conservatives are doing through this motion, my understanding from what he was saying is that they're asking for a plan. They just want to know what the plan is. But the motion actually calls for a lot more than that. It says that call on the House to table a plan within 20 days, calendar days, following the motion, outlining the exact process. And, I know that the member before him criticized me for my previous comments that I said that we need to listen to experts because experts inform us. And yes, it is our job to make decisions, but it's our job to make policy decisions, not to implement actual policy. So I'm wondering if this member can comment as to the discrepancy between what I understood him to say and what is actually written in here about bringing back something concrete in 20 days.
The member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, very easy answer to that question. We are so far in the pandemic that 20 days is not asking for much. In fact, we could have shortened that time frame. All we're asking for a plan. Aircraft workers are asking for a plan. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business is asking for a plan. Unifor is asking for a plan. It's not the first time anyone is asking for a plan. We are here to be the voice of our constituents, of Canadians. We're asking for a plan in 20 days. Why? Well, we should have gotten a plan a long time ago. If there's no plan, that's fine. But that's a real problem. The member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like a clarification from my colleague for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. The Conservative Party in its motion seems to indicate that some temporary restrictions should become permanent. But since right now the provinces are responsible for health, does the Conservative Party intend to interfere in provincial jurisdiction? Do you want the federal government to permanently be involved in the healthcare sector? What exactly does the motion say? The member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, that's a good question. The last thing the Conservative Party wants to do is to interfere in provincial jurisdiction. In fact, that's part of our DNA, the respect of jurisdictions in Canada, as opposed to the Liberal Party. But in the case of a health crisis, we expect the Canada Public Health Agency to give clear guidelines so the provinces can do their job. But if the guidelines are not clear, the provinces really don't quite know what to do. That's a problem. So when the motion says these temporary measures are supposed to be permanent, what we mean is that there should be federal guidance, and there's no clarity there right now, and that's a problem.
First, Moose Mountain.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my friend, for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
He touched on many things, and I know he's very cognizant of my riding, which is a very rural riding, and we've had a lot of issues that we've noticed, and in particular our small businesses and the huge impact that it's had on, as well as many of our constituents that have, where they're talking 60% drop in cancer surgeries for people with health issues, and the huge increase in mental health issues, and not to mention when we have Canadians right on the border who are coming back to Canada and going to rural areas, and when they take that 10-day test, or the test that they have to take, they're supposed to call Purelator, and Purelator will not come to the rural areas to even pick them up. And I'm just wondering if the member would tell me or tell the House how this plan would actually help these people in making sure that they can get forward and move forward with their lives.
The member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you to my colleague for his question. In fact, when we want clarity, when we are calling for the government to present a clear plan, it's because all regions in this country are affected by federal decisions. The provinces don't all have the same ability to manage this crisis. For instance, Ontario and Quebec have more resources than some of the smaller provinces like Manitoba or New Brunswick. So we need to respect provincial jurisdiction. We know they're all different, but each jurisdiction needs to have the tools it needs to fix its own problems, which are exceptional.
It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Ms. Rempel-Garner, seconded by Mr. Cumming, moved that given that, 1, COVID-19 restrictions have had serious economic and mental health impacts on Canadians, shall I dispense? Yes? Agreed? No? 2, les restrictions relatives.
2, COVID-19 restrictions have been advised by the federal government, including specifically by the Prime Minister on 3 separate occasions in November of 2020, as temporary measures to alleviate pressure on the public healthcare system.
Public health tools such as rapid tests, shared data on how COVID-19 spreads, and vaccines have not been positioned as permanent solutions to replace COVID-19 restrictions by the federal government, including in areas of federal competency like air travel and border restrictions. 4, le président.
For the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom have both released public plans for economic reopening, while Canadian officials have not yet given Canadians clarity on when regular economic and social life will be able to resume.
Call upon the government to table within 20 calendar days following the adoption of this motion a clear, data-driven plan to support safely, gradually, and permanently lifting COVID-19 restrictions. Now, if a member of a recognized party that is present in the House wishes to request either a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate so to the chair. And I see the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock on his feet. I'll let him have the floor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would recommend a recorded division, please.
En conséquence, conforme.
Therefore, pursuant to the order adopted on January 25, 2021, the recorded vote is deferred until Wednesday, tomorrow, March 24, 2021, at the end of oral questions.
I think we're going to change it right now. I don't think that's necessary. Nope, we're good. We're just going to do a quick change here.
No. Okay. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I think this is the right time, Madam Speaker, but I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:47 so that we can start private members' business.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent? Perfect. So, since it is now 5:47, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour.
Private members' business, affaires émanant des députés, reprise du débat.
Private members' business, resuming debate on Bill C-230, National Strategy to Redress Environmental Racism Act, standing in Ms. Zan.
Is this it? The honourable member for Kenora. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's great to see you in the chair again. I hope to be able to join you in Ottawa very soon. And it is an honor to be able to join the debate today on Bill C-230, dealing with a national strategy to redress environmental racism. Madam Speaker, preserving our natural environment is one of the most important issues of our time, as is building a more just society and supporting Canadians of all races and from all walks of life. I do want to start my remarks by saying that the people of the Kenora riding know the importance of our environment quite intimately, Madam Speaker. In Northern Ontario, hunting, fishing, and ecotourism more broadly is a part of our way of life, and it is a major driver of our economy. So we understand how essential it is for clean air, for clean water, and a vibrant natural environment now, but also preserved for future generations. Unfortunately, we have also seen firsthand how legacy failures by various governments have harmed the environment and the health and well-being of racialized people as well. After I was elected in 2019, I used my first intervention in this chamber to raise the issue of mercury poisoning in Grassy Narrows First Nation. Members of this nation, as well as White Dog in my riding, have been suffering the effects of mercury poisoning, muscle weakness, cognitive impairments, reduced vision, hearing, and speech for decades. And it wasn't until last year that this government finally signed an agreement for a treatment facility in these communities. In Grassy Narrows, both the communities' water systems were contaminated when toxic waste was dumped into the English and Wabigoon River system in the 1960s and 1970s, Madam Speaker. And in 2016, it was reported that the fish in Grassy Narrows specifically still had the highest levels of mercury contamination in the province of Ontario. This is perhaps the greatest example of environmental racism in Canada, and this government allowed it to continue for 5 years under their watch without action. Of course, we all also remember the Prime Minister's smug and condescending comments towards protesters of this injustice at a Liberal fundraiser in 2019. Madam Speaker, he thanked these individuals for their donation, without even attempting to address the real and urgent issues that they were hoping to bring to his attention. Contaminated or otherwise unsafe water is an unfortunate and unimaginable reality, yet it is the reality for many First Nations across the country. On March 1st, the Globe and Mail reported that 39 First Nations were under long-term boil water advisories. Several have gone without clean water for more than a decade, Madam Speaker. And last month, Niskantika First Nation, also in my riding, marked 26 years under a boil water advisory. Of course, you may recall, last year, residents of this community actually had to evacuate entirely because there was a breakdown of their water system. This Liberal government promised that all long-term boil water advisories would be ended by March of this year. Of course, it is now March, and we know that they're not close to reaching that goal and have not even set a new date for when they hope to achieve that. Madam Speaker, the government has blamed their lack of progress on this file on the pandemic, but that excuse frankly does not add up. We know that they were on track to miss their timeline long before COVID-19 ever hit, and we also know that many Indigenous communities who have been incredibly diligent about fighting COVID-19 have nonetheless been finding ways to get essential work done on reserve while protecting the health and safety of their residents. Many Indigenous people across the country, and indeed all Canadians, do see this delay for what it is. The government once again putting their needs on the back burner. Madam Speaker, I truly worry about how continuing with the failures of the past will prevent us from securing a more prosperous future. And if the government is serious about addressing environmental racism, I suggest they place much more urgency on the issues of clean water in First Nations across the country. Madam Speaker, we also know that many Indigenous people, particularly those in remote and northern communities like those in my riding, will be disproportionately impacted, I should say, by climate change. And ridings like mine will bear the brunt of many of those challenges. Remote communities face unique circumstances. Some of these challenges are related to their geography, of course, but many are also exacerbated by chronic underfunding, discriminatory legislation, and environmental neglect. In the past few years, residents of communities such as Bearskin Lake and Fort Hope First Nation in the riding of Kenora have been forced to evacuate due to floods and fires, respectively. These extreme events are expected in my region, Madam Speaker. However, they have been increasing in their frequency and severity in recent years. I also frequently hear concerns from residents of remote communities in the Kenora riding who rely on ice roads as a major transportation route for essential items. With shorter and milder winter seasons, as we just experienced this past year, it is limiting the ability for many to use these road systems, and it's cutting off many northern communities from vital resources. Residents of these communities are resilient, but their opportunities are often limited by insufficient infrastructure. Housing shortages, lack of transportation, and limited access to goods and services all have negative impacts on health, nutrition, financial security, as well as emergency response in the north. These issues will only get worse as the climate changes and weather patterns become even more erratic. Madam Speaker, Indigenous communities have been raising concerns about this for years, and I've been fighting since I was elected for real support in these areas. But the lack of action from this government has been disheartening. Barely anything has been done to address the current challenges remote communities face, let alone prepare them for the consequences of climate change. Madam Speaker, I do appreciate the very real and important issues that the member from Cumberland Colchester is aiming to address with this proposal. However, there are many questions that we still need answers to, such as how will we prepare remote communities to respond to natural disasters if they continue to increase in frequency? How will we support hunters and anglers in maintaining their traditional ways of life as ice thins and wildlife behavior changes? How will we ensure communities who rely on ice roads won't be cut off from the rest of the country when temperatures rise and winter seasons shorten? And how will we ensure houses and other facilities in these regions can withstand severe weather when the buildings they currently have are in advanced states of disrepair? These questions must be answered, and frankly, time is of the essence, Madam Speaker. We can and we must work to avoid the most devastating effects of climate change. We can invest in new technologies and work with industry to reduce emissions. We can support Canadians who want to practice sustainability in their daily lives, and we can take transformational actions, just as former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney did with regards to acid rain, to combat the environmental crises of our time. But we also need to do right, Madam Speaker, by the people who are already feeling the effects of environmental degradation. And I don't believe we, as Canadians, can trust the current Liberal government to do that. Because right now, the Liberal track record on these issues has been all talk and very little action. The Prime Minister committed to preserving our environment, reducing emissions, and bringing clean water to First Nations communities. But under his leadership, emissions have risen, critical habitat has been lost, and Indigenous communities are still underserved. How can anyone take this government at its word when their environmental record remains one of failure to back up their big promises with action. Madam Speaker, this government has had over 5 years to address these issues with meaningful legislation and tangible actions, but they have completely failed to do so. And their inaction has increased inequality, food insecurity, and negative health outcomes for Indigenous communities. We need to do better, and that is why Canada's Conservatives will continue to raise the voices of those that have been disproportionately impacted by these legacy government failures. Madam Speaker, I will end my remarks there. It has been a pleasure to be able to join this discussion today. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak on behalf of the Bloc Québécois and the people of Avignon, Matane-Matapédia, particularly when it comes to the environment. I'd like to thank my colleague for Cumberland Colchester for his work on this bill. I'd like him to know that the Bloc Québécois is very ambitious when it comes to the environment, and we are very receptive to bills dealing with this topic. This is a very interesting bill and a little-known subject to date, i.e., environmental racism. I've learned a lot, and I think it's important to raise awareness about this concept. Environmental racism is part of the environmental justice movement. It's based on the link between social status, class, race, and so on, and nature. Environmental racism is defined as a systemic form of racism that intentionally or not disadvantages people, communities, and so on account of their race or color. It disadvantages lower income people as well. They're disproportionately affected by environmental degradation from various causes, such as air pollution, environmental spills, toxic materials, things like incinerators and garbage processing. This definition shows that environmental racism is intrinsically related to systemic discrimination. So, because of the link with the environment, we can't talk strictly about racism. And there's the whole matter of social determinants of health. And without a clear definition of environmental racism, it's difficult to develop public policy in this arena. And because the concept is attached to a whole host of social phenomena, it's difficult to develop clear policy in this area. Policies have to constantly evolve and adapt to new situations and realities. This concept was made popular by Ingrid Waldron, a Dalhousie University professor, and she talked about the obstacles to social justice, and obviously, if you think of things like opposition to pipelines, that's an example of social mobilization, but it's different for policymakers who have to come up with policy that applies to all Canadians. Good policy is universal. It addresses the entire population. Universal public policy is all about dismantling systemic discrimination and discriminatory practices, and that's what C-230 sets out to do, but it won't reach its target because the policies that are best designed to protect people are universal policies that apply to everyone. And that is one of our goals. The best way for government not to discriminate is to enact policy that applies to all. If policy is well crafted, those who suffer the most injustice will be the best helped by that policy. The criteria have to target the elimination of inequalities based on differences. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, Bill C-230 doesn't meet the universality criterion. The second problem with this bill is that it runs full in the face of Quebec's sovereignty. In evaluating the implementation of environmental policy has to be evaluated against the criterion of jurisdiction. The Bloc, unfortunately, cannot accept legislation such as this. Quebec territory belongs to Quebec, and it is up to the government of Quebec to protect that territory. The bill designates the Minister of the Environment as the responsible minister. That's not in and of itself a problem, but we have to address the fact that environmental racism is an intersectorial problem and requires a horizontal approach, a cross-cutting approach. And some of the cross-cutting approach involves areas that do not come under federal jurisdiction. The fact that the federal government is to consult other levels of government is not enough to justify, in the context of Canadian federalism, federal encroachment on Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. The federal government can legislate around the environment, but has to respect provincial jurisdiction. And this bill does not come under exclusive federal jurisdiction. There are also references to some criminal matters, but doesn't require cooperation with the provinces. And as I said, the federal government is given the task of evaluating these measures, and within Quebec, that's unacceptable to us. Quebec's environmental sovereignty must be respected, as is the case with handling dangerous materials. And when it comes to nuclear waste, the federal approach is highly debatable. The federal government should ensure that no human being in Quebec or elsewhere in Canada is exposed to the dangers of nuclear waste. And as I said, Quebec's environment belongs to Quebec. It's up to Quebec to legislate in this area. If the member truly wants to fight environmental racism, Bill C-230 is not the way to go about it. There are already ways of establishing who are the most vulnerable people in the poorest neighborhoods, who suffer the most from the environmental crisis. Immigrants and cultural minorities and Indigenous Canadians are among those most hard hit. And now what is needed is political will. We've known for 30 years that climate change had consequences on our mental and physical health. Heat waves, flooding, fires, water quality, the amount of food produced, new pathologies. These are all factors that negatively affect human health. These are things that may occur individually, in an isolated way, or all together. And the most vulnerable are the most threatened by these things. And it's a folly to think that global warming and environmental change is occurring far from us, out of sight, out of mind. Nothing could be further from the truth. Remember the heat waves in recent years in certain Montreal neighborhoods. It became very clear who was hardest hit. It's obviously the poorest neighborhoods where there was the highest number of deaths. We can think of other local examples like the precarious health of Indigenous communities, flooding and so on, which bring about a whole host of food insecurity problems and mental health problems. And when it comes to pollution, everyone's health is affected. Canada has already been affected by heat waves, forest fires, and flooding, and the frequency of these events will only increase in years to come. Heat can cause illnesses, pollution too, contaminated water. All of these things have consequences on nature. Many Indigenous people and immigrants and poorer Canadians are the most affected by climate change. And it's up to us politicians to be aware of that and to realize how important it is immediately to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. If not, we will further compromise these communities today and in the future. That is why the Bloc has no objection to the objectives of C230, but we don't think this is the right way of going about it. The Bloc wants all Quebecers to have a clean, to be able to enjoy a clean environment, and there are some communities that don't have access currently to clean environments, and the government has to take responsibility for those situations. Environmental policy will evolve, as will the legislation, but it has to be universal. Then we will give ourselves the proper tools to do away with discrimination caused by inequality and environmental discrimination. C230, unfortunately, doesn't meet the challenge. The Bloc Québécois advocates on behalf of the Indigenous people based on a mutual recognition between the Quebec government and Indigenous nations.
For Vancouver East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the member from Cumberland Colchester for bringing forward this important bill to address environmental racism. The bill tabled by the member requires the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to develop a national strategy to promote efforts across Canada to redress the harm caused by environmental racism. I certainly hope that the government will support this bill and take meaningful action to really redress environmental racism. As we know, across Canada, toxic dumps, polluting projects, risky pipelines, tainted drinking water, and the effects of the climate crisis disproportionately hurt Indigenous, Black, and racialized communities. We need to look no further to see the impacts of Canada's colonial history for Indigenous peoples. Yet even as successive governments say they recognize that these historical injustices, so far we're only seeing tiny incremental measures to right such wrongs. According to the government's own website, currently there are 58 long-term drinking water advisories in First Nations communities, 2 in BC, 6 in Saskatchewan, 4 in Manitoba, and 44 in Ontario. I should know that many of these communities have had such conditions for years, and in some cases, decades. The First Nations Health Authority's Environmental Public Health Services indicated that there are both do not use and do not consume water advisories in the First Nation communities. Do not consume advisories is issued when a community's water system contains a contaminant such as a chemical that cannot be removed from the water by boiling. The water should not be used for drinking, brushing teeth, cooking, washing fruits and vegetables, making infant formula or other drinks, soups or ice cubes, for bathing infants and toddlers, or for pets. Do not use this issue when the water system contains contamination that cannot be removed by boiling, and consumption of the water poses a health risk. Exposure to the water when bathing could cause skin, eye, or nose irritation. In what universe is this okay? Behind every community, there are the faces of the people, the children, the elders, people with disabilities. They are the faces of you and the faces of me. Water is life, yet they can't access the very basics, clean drinking water, something that is essential to sustain life. This is happening in Indigenous communities right now. This is what environmental racism looks like. And as an ally of Indigenous peoples, I've attended countless protests and rallies led by Indigenous peoples, the First Peoples, the protectors of Mother Earth, of water and land, and they have demanded accountability. We have protested against Canada's ongoing active engagement in land dispossession and resource exploitation in their territories. Look what's happening with the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion. The Prime Minister ignored the voices of the Indigenous peoples, elders, protectors of land, ignored the science on the climate emergency, and brought the Trans Mountain Pipeline and pushed ahead on the expansion. The Prime Minister is completely oblivious to his own hypocrisy. You cannot call yourself an environmentalist and buy a pipeline, Prime Minister. Thousands of people have come out as allies to Indigenous communities who are opposed to the expansion. Some were arrested for fighting to protect the environment. Watch houses have been set up and to monitor the situation, and they are there in the rain and in the snow. Land defenders continue to take to the street to protest the TMX expansion. We must stop throwing away billions of dollars on the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion and fossil fuel subsidies. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has analyzed the Trans Mountain Pipeline and shown that in all scenarios it has modeled, there's almost that the pipeline would be profitable, which undercuts the Liberals' claims that the pipeline is needed to pay for green energy investments. The Tsleil-Waututh Nation conducted an independent assessment of the project and found that there is a 79 to 87% chance of a spill in their waters over the next 50 years if the project is built. In a worst-case scenario, they project a spill of over 100,000 barrels at 29%. The risks are real. The question is not if there will be a spill, it is when there will be a spill. The risks are exactly the reasons why the Tsleil-Waututh Nation and other First Nations have not given their free, prior, and informed consent to the project. The Prime Minister is buying the TMX pipeline and pushing ahead on its expansion, and it is a clear violation of the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So much for the Prime Minister's most important relationship. And no joke, the day that the government announced it was buying the TMX pipeline, there were new environmental violations for that project. The truth is, systemic discrimination has been embedded in our environmental policy making. Enforcement of environmental regulations and laws are often lax. And in fact, most recently, it was found that there had been repeat violations of COVID-19 protocols on the site. According to the Burnaby Now, a report by the Canadian Energy Regulator, there was, quote, systematic non-compliances of COVID-19 at the TMX expansion project. And Canada's environmental decision-making excludes Indigenous, Black, and racialized communities. And this is environmental injustice. Make no mistake about it. The examples of environmental racism in Canada include the horrific mercury poisoning in Grassy Narrows. In addition to the frightening health effects of mercury poisoning and the cancer from toxic waste, the high levels of contamination forced the community to stop commercial and tourist fishing, one of its last avenues for traditional economic living, while the Ontario government continued to insist the poisoned fish were safe to eat. In urban areas, 25% of the lowest socioeconomic status neighborhoods are within a kilometer of a major polluting industrial facility, compared to just 7% of the wealthiest neighborhoods, resulting in elevated risks of hospitalization for respiratory and cardiovascular illnesses. In Vancouver East, in our East Village neighborhood, they have campaigned for years fighting against odors coming from the poultry plant in the community. The community has learned that West Coast Reduction is looking at increasing emissions of ammonia, of nitrogen oxide, and sulfur oxides. Rightfully, my constituents are concerned about this. I've brought this up with the Metro Vancouver, who regulates air quality for our region. Councillor Adrienne Carr is the chair of the Metro Vancouver's committee that oversees Metro's air quality, and she has advised that they will consider input from concerned parties right up to when the permit decision is made. In another part of my riding, community members are concerned about the activities of the port. They have been raising concerns about the well-being of a bird marsh at Crab Park. They are concerned that the Port of Vancouver's security fence that is now put around the 4-acre empty parking lot beside Crab Park will negatively impact the birds there, noting that there are 26 species of waterfowl in the Burrard Inlet. Crab Park is a sacred space for the people of the downtown east side. They fought hard for it, and of course they want to ensure that it is protected. They also want to see a healing lodge at Crab Park to support people in our community to be able to access a safe space, a place of healing, especially in the face of so much stress and trauma, from the homelessness crisis to the opioid crisis and to the now pandemic. In 2019, Basket Tuscat, the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Hazardous Substances and Wastes wrote, and I quote, "I observe a pervasive trend of inaction of the Canadian government in the face of existing health threats from decades of historical and current environmental injustices and the cumulative impacts of toxic exposures by Indigenous peoples." In September 2020, a report submitted the Human Rights Council titled Visit to Canada, Report of the Special Rapporteur on the Implications for Human Rights of the Environmentally Sound Management and Disposal of Hazardous Substances and Wastes states, quote, "Pollution and exposure to toxic chemicals threatens the right to life and a life with dignity, and that the invisible violence inflicted by toxics is an insidious burden is disproportionately borne by Indigenous peoples in Canada. Canadians have the right to a healthy environment." Both Liberals and Conservatives have failed to put words in action, and in 2019, they voted against the NDP's Bill C-438, an act to establish a Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights, tabled by the former MP Linda Duncan. In this parliament, they also fail to show up for the NDP's Bills 232, an act respecting a climate emergency action framework, which calls for the recognition of the right of all Canadians to a safe, clean, and healthy environment, grounded in a commitment to upholding the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This was a bill that was tabled by my colleague, the member from
Resuming debate, l'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Favorable au projet de loi C-230.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, while the Bloc Québécois cares about having a fairer environmental regime, this bill is a direct attack on Quebec's sovereignty. There are disparities in living conditions in Quebec and in Canada, and we are concerned about that. However, we already have many proposals to make our province more ecological and to make it more equal as well. And in fact, when it comes to economic and social policies, Quebec is a leader when it comes to promoting environmental protection and fighting social inequality. Now, despite its disagreement with Bill C-230, the Bloc Québécois is in favor of other concerted government action in collaboration with Indigenous nations, the province of Quebec, and the other governments in Canada to do something about the inequity suffered by minority communities. Now, it's very clear that an important part of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples depends on common initiatives for a more clean and just Quebec and Canada. The living conditions of some people in Quebec and Canada, the environmental living conditions, including especially drinking water, these conditions are unacceptable and the government needs to take action. I'm thinking, of course, of our friends among the First Nations, the Métis and Inuit peoples, who have been suffering from terrible decisions made by the federal government since 1867. This is a terrible and deep shame, and these harms are still resonating onward into the future. For Indigenous people in Quebec and Canada, it is hard to heal the wounds that the Government of Canada has inflicted and still inflicts on them, and that's understandable. But there is hope because we are working together to create a relationship based on recognition, respect, and cooperation. There is hope because, as I would remind you, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is working for Quebec to become a nation based on mutual recognition with Indigenous nations, where all citizens will be equal and will benefit equally from social justice and environmental justice. Increasingly, we see clear links in research between the increase in pollution levels and various illnesses and developmental disorders. I would like to seize the opportunity to discuss some of the long-term repercussions of environmental inequity, especially for various regions of Quebec. For example, look at the difference between people living living in the west in the West Island and the eastern part of the island, Montreal, for example. The latter, which is more francophone and very multicultural, has a life expectancy that is 10 times lower than people living in the western part of the island. That is horribly sad. When we undermine people's health and quality of life, we are risking the development and the ongoing thriving of our communities. We want to avoid industrial projects that pose a risk environmentally. We also need to give the necessary support to help organizations that are fighting the negative effects of industrial projects. We see that environmental impacts ultimately affect individuals' physical and cognitive development. We see that there are increasingly developmental disorders that are increasingly common. On the 2nd of April, we will be marking International Autism Day, and I would like to mention the incredible work done by Mohamed Roul and his team. Because Mohamed and Lucie Boreal work together for an incredible organization, I have great respect for them. They are working to better integrate autistic individual society through music. For years, Mr. Roul has been fighting in order to develop his training program and ensure that his organization continues. It is a shelter and training center that is tailored for people with autism. While the organization has received international awards, it unfortunately falls through the cracks of Canadian federal programs. I am mentioning it today because it's important to think very broadly about this and consider the collateral effects. Now, let's come back to this bill. In order to establish a national strategy to remedy the harms caused by what our colleague, the member for Cumberland-Colchester, calls environmental racism, Bill C-230 states that the Minister of the Environment must consult representatives of provincial governments, municipal administrations, Indigenous communities, and other affected communities, as well as any other affected person or entity. The goal would be to gather statistics and information on the location of environmental dangers as well as health problems in the most affected communities. Now, the Bloc Québécois has no issue with that, but what's problematic about the bill is that it stipulates that the Canada government will assess the execution of the implementation of environmental laws in Quebec. And when it comes to that, Madam Speaker, we must completely reject that idea. Yes, the environment is an area of shared jurisdiction, but it is the laws and regulations of Quebec municipalities and the nation of Quebec that must apply in Quebec territory. That is clear. And the Bloc, through my colleague, the member for Jonquière, tabled Bill C-225 to amend the Aeronautics Act and other acts and application of provincial law. The goal of this bill was to recognize the priority and even sovereignty of the government of Quebec for protecting the environment on our national territory. But sadly, that was rejected by the other political parties. We also tabled another bill that was rejected here. It was a response to another bill that had no teeth, tabled by the Liberals, which theoretically wanted to meet the goals of its own targets under the Paris Accord. Now, my colleague, the member for Avignon, Amicis-Matane-Matapédia, had proposed Bill C-225, the Climate Change Accountability Act, regarding Canada's obligations in the area of reducing greenhouse gases. But that was rejected too. The House of Commons has nothing to tell Quebecers about the environment, given that clearly parliamentarians in this chamber from other political parties don't seem to be able to put their money where their mouth is. At least not while they are also respecting areas of provincial jurisdiction. So why is Ottawa still trying to impose things on Quebec which are to its detriment? And in fact, Canada has for a long time tarnished Quebec's exemplary reputation in matters touching the environment. So we say no to this bill. Quebec's social policies are not the responsibility of the federal government, and the federal government should not be preaching to Quebec about social policy. If we glance back into the history of Quebec and Canada, we will immediately see that Quebec has chosen avant-garde and high-quality social policies that governments elsewhere in Canada have ultimately duplicated. It's an area of real pride for Quebec. And it's always nice to see our Canadian friends taking on some of our ideas about how to create a more equitable society. So ultimately, it's clear for the Bloc Québécois that Bill C-230, an act respecting the development of a national strategy to redress environmental racism, is ultimately the usual federal interference that we in the Bloc are seeing day after day in most of the bills that are tabled in the House of Commons. So again, with Bill C-230, the federal government would not be content with just disrespecting Quebec environmental legislation. It would also take on the right to assess the execution of the implementation of environmental legislation in each province. It's all very well to propose consultation between Indigenous nations, Quebec and Ottawa, but that it needs to stop there at just a consultation. The Bloc Québécois will not let the federal government interfere in areas of jurisdiction of the nation of Quebec. And I would remind everyone in this House that Quebec territory belongs to Quebec. It belongs to the Quebec nation, and it's up to Quebec to protect the territory as they think best. So once again, with this bill, it is entirely clear, Madam Speaker, that a federal government that aims to centralize powers has no respect for the sovereignty of Quebec jurisdiction. As we have repeated only too often, because the federal government turns a deaf ear to this. But it is the Quebec nation that should implement its own legislation, and that's it. Oh, and let me just finish up by saying that there was a poll that was published this morning, and it shows how the federal government wants to create a pipeline projects going through Abitibi-Témiscamingue. So once again, despite what happened with Energy East, once again the federal government trying to send a pipeline through a more vulnerable area in the north of Quebec, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. But Quebec's population has rejected that idea completely in this poll, and I'd like this chamber to pay attention to that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the course of our nation's history, polluting projects have disproportionately been situated in areas adjacent to Indigenous and racialized populations, which has led to increased human health impacts being experienced in those communities. This is a reality that we need to confront as Canadians to become a more equitable society, and I thank my colleague from Cumberland and Colchester for tabling Bill C-230, an act respecting the development of a national strategy to redress environmental racism, which also follows similar action she has advocated for as an MLA in Nova Scotia. Environmental racism is characterized by the disproportionate exposure of communities of color to pollution and its associated effects on health and the environment, as well as the unequal environmental protection and environmental quality provided through laws, regulations, governmental programs, enforcement, and policies. Recently, the issue of environmental racism in Canada was emphasized by the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Toxics and Human Rights, who visited Canada in 2019 to report on the prevalence of environmental and health discrimination faced by Indigenous and racial and marginalized groups. Ultimately, he concluded that there exists a pattern in Canada where marginalized groups and Indigenous peoples in particular find themselves on the wrong side of a toxic divide, subject to conditions that would not be acceptable elsewhere in Canada. And this is the crux of the problem that we face. In Canada, this environmental injustice for Indigenous and racialized peoples stems in part from our history of colonialism, the lack of diverse representation in decision-making roles, the marginalization of racialized voices, income inequality, and the general blind eye that our system has over history had for negative externalities such as pollution. Communities of color, particularly poor communities, have been seen as attractive sites for industrial facilities and other developments that impact the proximate populace because it was seen as more cost-effective and efficient to do so. For example, when a decision is made to situate a landfill in a particular location, the surrounding population that can afford and has the ability to move does. But those who are already at a disadvantage in society and who don't have the capacity to oppose such projects are forced to live alongside pollutants that may impact their health and their surrounding environment. And environmental inequality is not relegated to the decision to site projects alone. Consequences for environmental violations are not uniform. In my home province of British Columbia, the maximum penalties for dumping garbage or waste on Crown land currently has an upper limit of $2,000 or $1 million, while the maximum penalty for dumping garbage or waste on Indian reserves is only $100. In my own community, the North Shore sewage treatment plant has sat on the Squamish Nation's Capilano Reserve for the last 55 years. Known for emitting fumes, especially on hot summer days, the plant has been situated meters away from the Squamish Nation community, despite waste management facilities generating emissions which may be hazardous to human health. Now, with the help of federal and provincial funding, construction of the new Lionsgate secondary wastewater treatment plant is underway, and it will be relocated from the Squamish Nation Reserve to a location in the district of North Vancouver, owned by Metro Vancouver. The new treatment plant is being constructed with 100% odor containment, and the old facilities land will be returned to the Squamish Nation for them to redevelop as they see fit. And the reconstruction of the wastewater treatment plant will not only relieve residents of foul odors, but will also provide the North Shore with cleaner water and a healthier ecosystem. Because while the current plant only removes 50% of organic matter and 70% of suspended solids, the upgraded plant will ensure the elimination of 90% of all waste prior to the sewage entering the sea. And the neighboring Tsleil-Waututh Nation are hopeful that the upgraded plant will help reduce contamination of shellfish harvesting areas, both in Burrard Inlet and in Indian Arm. Thus, the North Shore wastewater treatment plant serves not only as an excellent example of what redressing environmental harm can look like, but also an example of how varied and extensive the impacts of toxic exposures can be for Indigenous and racialized communities, with a sewage plant directly impacting the air of one nation and the food supply of another. Elsewhere in Canada, approximately 90% of Grassy Narrows residents currently suffer from mercury poisoning as a result of Dryden Chemicals dumping mercury into the English Wabigoon River system between 1962 and 1970. As a result of the dumping, all commercial fishing in the river system has had to be banned, as the fish were shown to contain mercury levels that are 10 to 50 times higher than in other areas. As such, the Grassy Narrows Nation was not only subject to severe mercury poisoning, but also the elimination of the community's main source of income. Yet, despite this clear environmental injustice, it took 50 years for the government to provide the people of Grassy Narrows with an effective remedy. And another compounding issue is that despite greater exposure levels to hazardous substances, Indigenous and racialized peoples have been shown to face further discrimination in healthcare. An example of this is 62% of Grassy Narrows First Nation members living on reserve report barriers to healthcare. And while in many examples we have a painful legacy of environmental racism, our legal frameworks are evolving over time to mitigate the risk that future such examples will be recurring. For instance, the Impact Assessment Act, which became law in 2019, replacing the Canada Environmental Assessment Act 2012, greatly increased the standard of public participation and transparency in environmental assessments by making it easier for the public to formally participate in assessments. It introduced a pre-assessment planning phase where the public can participate to address clear issues like on project siting before the assessment in full begins. It greatly enhances the consultation and accommodation process with affected First Nations by requiring that this begins in the planning phase, while it also incorporates traditional knowledge and creates the conditions for Indigenous-led assessments. In addition, with the introduction of Bill C-15, which, if passed, would implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples into federal law, we would take further holistic action on reconciliation. Notably, this would also address environmental racism, as UNDRIP affirms that Indigenous peoples have the right to conservation and protection of the environment. But most importantly, the Canada Environmental Protection Act, or CEPA, is the main piece of legislation we have in Canada to ensure that we protect the environment and human health. However, this legislation has not been substantially updated in over 2 decades. The Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development studied CEPA and delivered a comprehensive report. Among the recommendations were that the government should recognize a right to a healthy environment and mention the importance of considering vulnerable populations in risk assessments, and to develop legally binding and enforceable national standards for drinking water in consultation with provinces, territories, Indigenous peoples, stakeholders, and the public. And I look forward to the introduction of a reformed CEPA in due course. And if we followed through on these and other suggestions made by the committee, we would go a long ways towards addressing future environmental racism in Canada. But there will surely be gaps that remain after all this is done, which is why the bill that we're discussing today is so important to further study and uncover where these gaps may lie. The bill will require that the Minister of Environment and Climate Change collect information about the locations of environmental hazards and information about the negative health outcomes in affected communities, ensuring the public and the government is informed and aware of the dangers associated with hazardous sites. The minister will also be required to examine the link between race, socioeconomic status, and environmental risk, thus examining how race and socioeconomic status expose Indigenous and other racialized communities to contamination and pollution. Furthermore, Environment and Climate Change Canada will be required to develop a strategy to address environmental racism and will provide regular reports to Parliament on their progress. Bill C-230 will ensure that there is routine assessment of the extent to which environmental laws are administered and enforced in each province and will promote efforts to amend federal laws, policies, and programs in order to address environmental racism. So, Madam Speaker, to conclude, I believe that this bill will make progress both on issues of environment and equity, and I will be voting in favor of sending it to be studied further at committee. At this stage, we can involve the voices of the provinces, territories, rights holders, and stakeholders from right across the country in its deliberation and in order to further strengthen it. And I invite my colleagues from across this House to do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages will have approximately 5 minutes for his speech. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak today about the bill brought forward by the member for Cumberland Colchester, Bill C-230, an act respecting the development of a national strategy to redress environmental racism. Madam Speaker, Bill C-230 proposes to develop a national strategy to address the harm caused by environmental racism in consultation with provincial and municipal governments and Indigenous and other affected communities, persons, and bodies. Given the important objectives of the bill, the government supports sending the bill to committee for further study. This would enable a broad discussion to take place on environmental risks faced by marginalized communities and historically disadvantaged groups, and examine options to develop a strategy that is both practical and appropriate for the federal government. Activities proposed by the bill could help identify and fill knowledge gaps, providing different levels of government with the information needed to work towards addressing issues raised by the bill. Madam Speaker, this would build upon the government's commitment to evidence-based decision-making that takes into consideration the impact of policies on all Canadians. This bill is timely and commendable. However, there are 3 sets of issues that the government is looking forward to discussing and studying at committee, and which the government would seek amendments to address. First, a national strategy could serve to promote environmental justice, which is a concept that is already recognized in the bill as a goal to strive to achieve through a coordinated national strategy. Environmental justice seeks to avoid disproportionate impacts of environmental harm on certain communities, for example, minorities, and includes other grounds of discrimination in addition to race, such as low-income communities and remote communities. Potential amendments would seek to further incorporate principles of environmental justice into the bill. Second, there are some measures proposed in the bill that are more appropriately taken by provinces. We recognize that jurisdiction over protection of the environment is shared among different levels of government in Canada, and we would seek amendments to address impacts on provincial jurisdiction. Third, while the bill contains some important mandatory requirements, a flexible framework for developing a national strategy would be required. Amendments would aim to avoid preempting or prejudging the issues and findings of environmental racism that may be identified in the process of developing a national strategy, Madam Speaker. And as I said, the bill deserves our attention and represents the beginning of a conversation. It can build upon and complement efforts of our government that our government is undertaking to strengthen environmental protections and combat systemic racism. As a result, we look forward to careful study at committee and discussions on possible ways to reinforce the bill and its purpose. And just finally, Madam Speaker, once again, I would like to thank the member for Cumberland Colchester for bringing this bill forward, for her advocacy, for her environmental passion, which is very, very important in this particular case. I hope all members will join the government in supporting sending this legislation to committee for further study. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And for the right to reply, the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to acknowledge that I stand on the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq here in Nova Scotia, and I thank them for sharing their land with us. Wulaliok. Madam Speaker, to everything there is a season, a time, and a purpose, and Bill C-230 is a bill whose time has come. For we are at a tipping point, or hopefully a turning point, in Canada's history, and indeed that of our planet. For years, grassroots activists across Canada have been fighting for social and environmental justice for Indigenous, Black, and other racialized communities. We stand on their shoulders. Community leaders like Chief Dan George and Dr. David Suzuki in BC, to Dr. Ingrid Waldron, Chief Andrea Paul, Louise Delisle, Doreen Bernard, and Drs. Lynn and Rocky Jones right here in Truro, Nova Scotia. 1 year ago, I introduced Bill C-230, a national strategy to redress environmental racism in the House of Commons in Ottawa. Then recently, in January of this year, President Joe Biden signed an executive order to develop programs and policies to, quote, address the disproportionate health, environmental, economic, and climate impacts on disadvantaged communities, unquote, in the United States. Surely this gives even more credence to the need for Canada to address this issue within our own borders. So let's do the right thing and acknowledge the injustices of the past by addressing the issue of systemic environmental racism with regards to the pollution of the land, air, and water affecting a disproportionate number of Indigenous, Black, and other racialized communities. Acknowledging the equal and inherent right of all to clean air and water. Meaningfully consulting affected communities, collecting vital data, recommending further action and redress, and embracing environmental justice by honoring, celebrating, and protecting the natural environment. Speaker, research shows that racialized people have higher rates of chronic disease and are more vulnerable to both climate change and new diseases like COVID-19 due to the long-standing structural inequities which have caused poverty, leading to unstable housing and food insecurity. Environmental racism is a major contributor to these inequities since a disproportionate number of racialized communities are located in areas that have been exposed to major polluters emitting toxins associated with cancer, respiratory illness, and birth defects. Speaker, we have much to learn from Indigenous people around the globe, particularly women, as it is often the women who bear the brunt of inequity and are faced with the fallout of environmental racism. It's with this in mind that I honor all grassroots grandmothers and sacred water protectors, the women whose blood, sweat, and tears have been spilled endlessly in the spiral of creation, fighting for their lives, their rights, and those of their children, and, I would add, for our mother, Earth. If we are to survive as a species, the way we perceive, value, and treat our fellow humans, natural environment, and every living thing must change. I would like to believe it is changing with each new generation as the obvious results of our human flaws and past mistakes become impossible to deny. One of the biggest mistakes colonial society has made is the belief that some races and genders are more important or valuable than others, and that therefore some peoples and communities are less deserving of a healthy environment than others. Not only is this premise false, but we seem to have forgotten that we are in fact part of nature ourselves, and we are all connected to each other and to the natural realm. So friends, we are all born with the innate right to clean air and water. These simple elements are vital for our survival. And let's be honest, we've taken both for granted to our own detriment. My parents taught me long ago that every child is born equal and deserves to be treated with mutual respect. And my 97-year-old grandmother, Elizabeth, taught me that without hope, we have nothing. The eyes of our children and grandchildren are upon us. Let us give them a reason not only to hope, but to believe. The time to act is upon us. If not us, who? If not now, when? I humbly ask you to support Bill C-230. Thank you.
The question is as follows. Ms. Zand, seconded by Ms. May, moves that Bill C-230, an act respecting the development of a national strategy to redress environmental racism, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
Party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask for a recorded division.
As such, accordingly, pursuant to standing order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, under the division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 24th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article.
At this moment, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made. Therefore, the question is as follows. Therefore, that the House do now adjourn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm raising an issue today in our adjournment proceedings that I originally raised on November 17th during question period. As an MP, I often reflect on what it means to serve this country. Base Gagetown is located in my riding of Fredericton, and it is with a great sense of pride that I represent so many people who are also serving this country as current and former members of the Canadian Armed Forces. There is a distinct moral, social, legal, and fiduciary covenant between Canada and the active and retired members of the Canadian Armed Forces. I am here this evening because I'm convinced that our government is not upholding its obligations to those who have sacrificed themselves, their health, and their well-being. I want to draw the Parliamentary Secretary's attention to a group of brave, driven, and hardworking citizens in my riding who call themselves brats in the battlefield. They are veterans, children of veterans, and private citizens who live in close proximity to our base. They are also victims of the application of pesticides and herbicides in accumulation at Base Gagetown over decades, and they are seeking answers. These individuals have lost too many of their loved ones already. Many are fighting a new battle of health as they confront cancers and other diagnoses that can be linked to chemical exposure. They deserve justice. An independent public inquiry to address exactly what was used and in what quantities would help to uncover the answers these people have been seeking. The government confirmed in a response to their petition that all federal and provincial regulations were followed at the time, other than in a few specific cases. But this is not good enough. In fact, it's outrageous. Policies have evolved over time because we know more about these products than we once did. We need to apply current scientific knowledge to decisions that were made over the last 70 years so that citizens can know with certainty what they were exposed to and what ongoing risks to their health they face. If the government wants to take seriously its role and responsibility, it would convene a fully independent public inquiry that will make recommendations in relation to the application of pesticides at CFB Gagetown and its surrounding communities from the 1950s to the present day, well beyond the 2-year window that was previously studied. A fact-finding project was at one time convened, followed by a health risk assessment conducted by the chemical industry itself. It should come as no surprise that those affected find little solace in these reports. Furthermore, the Public Inquiries Act clearly states that an independent commissioner must be appointed, and that was never done. The mandate of Veterans Affairs Canada is to support the well-being of veterans and their families. This is an obvious component of that mandate. Members of this brave group not only feel let down, they feel walked on, they feel locked out of the democratic process. Having been born and raised in Ormocto myself, I know that the base is part of our identity, the heart of our community's economy. Those who have served there and their families deserve justice. I'm calling on this government to do the right thing and take a long, hard look at what happened at Base Gagetown, at our ongoing use of herbicides and pesticides, and what risks we are willing to take when it comes to human health. Madam Speaker, I can only pray that these Canadians will still be alive long enough to receive the acknowledgement they deserve and to find peace in the hope that it will never happen again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Fredericton, for her intervention and the work she does to represent veterans. While the 2020 Remembrance season was very different from what we're used to because of the pandemic, it didn't stop us from taking a moment to remember our fallen soldiers and those who bravely wore a uniform to defend the peace and freedom that so many Canadians helped protect all those years ago.
Toutes ces années. We are particularly thankful for the Royal Canadian Legion for the ceremony it led at the National War Museum, and to Canadians for heeding advice to stay home during this difficult time and to celebrate online Remembrance Day. While events around the country were naturally scaled way back, I hope our veterans still felt that the enormous appreciation that we have for them, even if it had to be conveyed differently this past year. November is a time to reflect, but by no means does our acknowledgement of Canada's veterans limit itself to just a few weeks a year. Nous travaillons.
We work year-round to ensure our veterans receive support after military service and can get the help they need. As we all know, 2020 was challenging, especially for the veteran community and the organizations they tend to turn to for help and advice. To help, the government set up a $20 million emergency fund for veteran support organizations just before Remembrance Day. Groups such as the Legion, Anna Vets, Vets Canada, True Patriot Love, and others have faced significant shortfalls as a result of the pandemic.
Legions and Anna Vet branches have been able to apply for funding through the Dominion Command. Other organizations apply for funding through the Veteran Affairs website at veterans.gc.ca. Through the support fund, we've made money available to organizations so that they could continue to operate to provide veterans and their families with the essential services that they count on.
Madam Speaker, with respect to the member's comment about homelessness, let me say this. One homeless veteran is one too many. Veterans, like all other Canadians, deserve a safe and affordable home. When Veterans Affairs Canada learns that a veteran is homeless, we act immediately to provide the support they need and work with our partners to help them find suitable housing. There's also a Veterans Emergency Fund, which helps veterans and their families to buy food, find housing, and stay safe when they face financial emergencies that put their well-being at risk.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that the number of veterans waiting on claims is simply too high, but I want the member opposite and everyone in the House and all Canadians to know that our government is doing everything possible to bring these numbers down and accelerate decision-making. The strategy we introduced last June to reduce wait time included $192 million funding commitment to keep the 168 decision-making makers hired through budget to 2018 and to hire another 350 employees dedicated to reducing the wait time. On s'entend?
It's expected that these new hires will have a significant impact on getting the Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And remembering the sacrifices of veterans is one thing. Responding to their current urgent needs is another. And if I may, here's a list of presumptive diseases associated with Agent Orange exposure, some of which Canadian veterans and their families are grappling with. Chronic lymphomatic leukemia, soft tissue sarcoma, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Hodgkin's disease, chloracne, respiratory cancer, prostate cancer, multiple myeloma, early onset transient peripheral neuropathy, porphyria cutanea tarda, type 2 diabetes, spina bifida, and offspring of exposed individuals. Madam Speaker, Agent White and Agent Purple were also sprayed in my community, along with glyphosate and DDT. Citizens were told these chemicals were just about safe enough to drink. Workers cleared fallen brush with their bare hands, fresh after a spray, while the children played in smoke clouds behind the application trucks. The contracted companies wanted to save a few bucks, cutting corners and increasing chemical concentrations. Now it is these citizens that are paying the price. Will this government do what is right? Will they uphold the duty of care for veterans and their families? Will they undertake...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada will always strive to support the brave people who wore a Canadian military uniform.
Today was built on the backs of those who chose to put the well-being of their fellow citizens ahead of their own by willingly assuming the risks that are inherent to military life.
We owe them so much. May we never forget what our veterans and fallen have done for us. And in return, may we always be there to support them in life after service.
Après le service. Merci.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. No need to apologize, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to be here in the evening to take part in these adjournment debates, which are always very useful. I raised the question with the Finance Minister about the date of the next federal budget, and we learned today that it will be April 19th. Finally, after 2 years of waiting, the federal government will deign to present a budget to Canadians. Madam Speaker, it's important to recall that all G7 countries and the 10 provinces have been transparent with their publics. They weren't required to table a budget despite the pandemic and all the hardship it caused. My question was, if a family went to the bank to get a loan and if they wouldn't show their financial records, obviously the bank would reject them. The problem with the Liberal government is that when they go to the bank to ask for a loan, they approve it themselves. And obviously in the next budget, we're very afraid that there will be a lot of generosity because we already know that the Liberal government has called to increase the debt ceiling by some $673 billion. I did say $1 billion, without any plan being put forward to Canadians to help get the economy back on the rails. Why did the government wait so long? Why are they waiting till April 19th to table a budget for Canadians after 2 years of waiting? I think the answer is quite straightforward. They weren't ready. And they wanted to present a budget when most Canadians might already be vaccinated. But unfortunately, because of their poor decision-making and their bad deal with a Chinese pharmaceutical to produce vaccines, they put all their eggs in the same basket, and we didn't get vaccines before other countries, and not even at the same time as other G7 countries. And so now we're at the back of the pack. And that is why we learned today that the date for the next federal budget would be April 19th. What will we find in that budget, Madam Speaker? Well, there should be a plan to reboot the economy. And we all know that vaccinating the majority of Canadians is the main priority, but we know that we won't be able to do that at the same time as other countries because this government has dragged its heels. But there are other things that the budget should have: less slogans and more money for workers and families. It's important to protect jobs, especially in these times of economic recovery. It's not time to reinvent the wheel and to reimagine our economy like the Prime Minister has said. It's time to trust stable, traditional jobs like we've had for so long in Canada, because those people deserve to get back to work. This is not the time after a pandemic to choose who the winners and the losers are going to be, which workers are going to be favored by the government and who will be neglected in the years to come. A budget sends a clear message, and it should send a clear message that all Canadians, particularly women who've been particularly affected by the pandemic, healthcare workers, retail workers, women working in all these industries that have been so hard hit by the pandemic. Many have had to close shop. And so the government should send a message that it hasn't forgotten them. And we expect a genuine plan for recovery on April 19th. The minister has promised the budget of her lifetime. But I have a lot of concern for our children and grandchildren and even their children. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech, and I'm a little saddened that I don't see his typical photo of the House of Commons behind him, as it's a good reminder of where we all would like to be and be there in person. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the issue. As he mentioned, the budget will be delivered on April 19th. I do take objection with his comments that we're not providing a level of transparency. As he knows, the finances of the government, the expenditures, are done through the estimates process, which he has participated in his various committees. As well, there was a fall economic statement delivered back in the fall. It is now spring, and we are still debating the implementation act of the previous economic statement. So I'm hoping that as we move forward in terms of the budget, we will have a more rapid debate so that we can deliver the types of programs that we've been delivering to Canadians to help them, because that's what's going to take to allow us to come rolling back after COVID-19. We've been there for the nearly 9 million Canadians who have accessed the CERB, more than 850,000 businesses who have accessed CEBA, and the more than 5.2 million employees whose wages were supported by the emergency wage subsidy, and more than 143,000 organizations who have used the rent subsidy. We have been there for them from the start, Madam Speaker, and we will continue to be there for them. We already are seeing the results. In the fourth quarter of 2020, the Canadian economy grew by more than 10% annualized. That's better than what we saw from the United States, United Kingdom, Germany, France, and Italy. Furthermore, employment recovered nearly all the ground lost in the second wave, with the unemployment rate that's lowest since March 2020. Madam Speaker, this is good news. It shows that we've done what is exactly what needed to be done. We've been deliberate and prudent and responsible. We've sought to be transparent with Canadians. Last July, we presented the Economic and Fiscal Snapshot, which provided predictions for the economic situation on that. And as I mentioned, building upon that in November, we presented the Fall Economic Statement, which included even more extensive financial information and projections. We've offered an extensive 5-year fiscal forecast, which took into account varying scenarios. The honourable member mentioned vaccines. We're well on our way. We had promised Canadians 6 million vaccines by the end of March. We're missing that target, Madam Speaker. Instead, we're exceeding it by more than 50%. We're well on our way. 37 million doses by the end of the end of June, and more than enough to vaccinate everyone by the end of by the end of summer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his compliment about my background when I'm in my riding. And I would like to point out that the House sits for the benefit of all Canadians and considers all Canadians. This is not the time to take advantage of a post-pandemic recovery to try to reimagine ways of doing things and choose winners and losers. We shouldn't be picking winners and losers. My colleague talked about an economic snapshot, but there's been no budget for 2 years. A lot of other governments and countries have tabled budgets to their public, Madam Speaker. So it's important, and it's important once again that the upcoming budget be a recovery budget and that Canadians be given equal opportunities to succeed and get through this. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Once again, the budget will be presented on April 19th. Our priority is and remains the fight against COVID-19. From the beginning of the pandemic, the government has used every tool and has done everything in its power to crush the virus and mitigate its economic harm. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity through Budget 2021 to build an economy that is better, stronger, more inclusive, and more resilient for our communities, families, and the next generation. We will look forward to delivering on just that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I think you're still on mute.
I hope that doesn't affect
my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to begin by acknowledging I'm speaking to you from the traditional territory of the HoC Nation among the Coast Salish nations of southern Vancouver Island, and to them, HoC. I also want to start by congratulating my honorable colleague. I'm not sure if I should congratulate him. He was already a parliamentary secretary. He was parliamentary secretary for transport, but now he gets to debate me at Late Show because he's parliamentary secretary for environment and climate change. The question I raised to the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change on December 8th related to Canada essentially exercising a loophole on our shipment of plastic waste to other countries. Long ago, we entered into the Basel Convention on Hazardous Waste, which prevents the export of hazardous waste to other countries except under certain conditions and with their prior informed consent. In our move to eliminate ocean plastics, Canada and countries around the world work to have an amendment to the Basel Convention such that plastics on their way to be recycled in other countries could be treated as, on different levels, hazardous materials or acceptable for shipment to other countries, and at a certain level, Annex 2 plastic waste require prior informed consent. Now, the problem here, and I put it to the Minister of Environment on December 8th, is that Canada has entered into an agreement with the United States. The United States has never ratified the Basel Convention. It's not a party to the convention. And that has created a loophole where the U.S. could send non-conforming plastic waste to other countries. Now, the Minister of Environment answered my question by confirming that the United States is not a party to the Basel Convention. Yes, that was part of my question. And then he went on to say that the agreement between Canada and the United States dealt with waste vis-a-vis our two countries, but doesn't deal with the U.S. exporting further to non-OECD countries. There is an increased level of concern about Canada exploiting this potential loophole. There are things we could do about it. We could ensure that we amend our agreement with the United States to ensure and specify that it deals exclusively with non-hazardous plastic waste as scheduled under Annex 9 of the Basel Convention. We could ratify the Basel ban ourselves to ensure that no plastic waste is exported to non-OECD countries. And we could extend our manufactured plastic waste strategy under Schedule 17 of SEPA to actually enact our bans on single-use non-essential plastic. We could expand our integrated management plan and our approach for plastic products. There's much more we could do to ensure that the side agreement that Canada has executed with the United States would create all the same protections for the export of plastic products from Canada to the United States as would be the case if the United States had ratified the Basel Convention. We are not able to say that today. There is more to be done such that this isn't a loophole. And while on the subject of plastic waste, I think we need to expand beyond single-use plastics to look at polystyrene. Many uses in marine contexts, wharves and buoys break down very quickly, and these little bits of styrofoam, polystyrene, in our waters, in our beaches, are a real threat to marine life, but are not categorized as necessarily single-use products. They're more durable, but they break down, and they are really a threat. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to address the question by the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. Canada played a leadership role in the negotiation of the Basel Amendments on plastic waste during the conference of the parties to the Basel Convention and supported their adoption. Canada considers these amendments as very important as they are key to strengthening controls on exports of certain plastic waste, leading to cleaner trade of plastic waste globally and contributing to a reduction of marine litter. I'm very pleased to inform the House that Canada accepted the amendments on December 29, 2020. As a result, since January 1st, 2021, Canadian exporters must obtain export permits to be able to export these plastic waste to parties to the convention. The consent of the importing country is required before an export permit will be issued. All parties to the convention have now accepted these important amendments except for Turkey. This means that a global framework for controlling the transboundary movement of these plastic wastes is now in place. This represents an important safeguard to allow parties to deny the import of plastic waste subject to the convention, including prohibiting imports from non-parties. The fact that Basel Convention states that parties to the convention wanting to trade waste subject to the convention with a non-party must enter into an agreement with that country, which is a non-legally binding instrument, or can enter into an agreement which is a legally binding instrument. Both non-legally binding and binding instruments can satisfy the requirements of the convention. Such instruments must respect the obligations of the convention. The traded waste will be managed in an environmentally sound manner. As you know, Madam Speaker, the U.S. is not a party to the Basel Convention. Basel parties around the world can allow imports of plastic waste covered by the convention from the U.S. only if they have entered into an arrangement or agreement with the U.S. as required by the convention. Since Canada trades plastic waste with the United States, and in accordance with its obligation under Basel, Canada concluded an arrangement with the United States for the environmentally sound management of non-hazardous waste traded between the two countries. The arrangement applies between only Canada and the United States. Plastic waste covered by the Basel Convention and destined to a party to the convention is subject to Canadian regulation and requires an export permit, which will only be granted if the importing party consents to the import. This is the case even if the waste ships through the United States. There is no free pass for exports of controlled plastic waste from Canada to Basel parties when going through the United States. Securing a commitment that non-hazardous waste traded between Canada and the U.S. is and will continue to be managed in an environmentally sound manner, as is at the heart of this arrangement. This arrangement is based upon the legislative and other measures in place by the countries, and as such is consistent with the Basel Convention provisions and allows trade to continue freely between our countries. There are significant environmental gains in allowing plastic waste to move freely across the Canada-US border. These include access to feedstock for recycling operations in Canada, recycling in the US of plastic waste that would otherwise be landfilled in Canada, and reduced incentives to export overseas. Canada's ratification of the Basel Plastic Waste Amendments, along with the arrangement with the United States, means that vulnerable countries can refuse to accept Canadian exports of plastic waste. It also fosters enhanced recycling in Canada, reduces plastic waste that can be sent to a landfill site in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure the Parliamentary Secretary will not be surprised if I will continue to maintain that Canada has not taken every step we need to take and are capable of taking under the Basel Convention in order to ensure that the trade bilaterally with the United States is not just fully compliant with Basel, but goes beyond it to ensure that there are no loopholes for Canada's plastic waste, especially that could be considered hazardous, from being exported to non-OECD countries. But I do want to make a more general statement. The notion that plastic can be recycled is largely dubious. A lot of Canadians separate their waste and want to see it recycled. And in the case of glass and aluminum and paper products, it largely is of value and is recycled. But plastic materials degrade very quickly. There's very limited access to actual recycling. We need to take control of the matter and make sure we move off.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada is committed to ensuring that exports of plastic waste obligations. That's why we've accepted and implemented the Basel Convention amendments on plastic waste. Canada and the U.S. have measures in place for the environmentally sound management of that waste. We are leveraging the mechanism available under the Basel Convention to continue to trade with the U.S. The arrangement between Canada and the U.S. does not override regulatory obligations on Canadian exporters. Any waste covered by the convention shipped from Canada to a party to the Basel Convention is subject to our regulation and requires prior consent. Our government is acting responsibly by ensuring that countries consent to imports while fostering recycling and reducing plastic waste landfilling. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc ajournée jusqu'à demain à 4.
Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to SO 24.
you.